251, 251. Raftel. Peru. Alexander picked the Den Mushi. Admiral Universe, you are hereby ordered to find and capture Pirate Gold Roger, dead or alive. Kong's voice came from the other side. Alexander was resting on his ship on his recliner. Yon, what did he do to anger you people so much? You damn well know that. The 5 elders have agreed to let you keep the 5 billion berries bounty for catching him too. Where is he right now? Alexander asked. On the island called Betrayal Island in the South Blue. You are allowed to use any force needed. Kong told him. Okay, I'll see what I can do. He hung up and looked at his captain. Bald Chad, to the South Blue. Betrayal Island. He ordered. Betrayal Island. Rouge, I don't have a lot of time. The Marines will be after me and my stay here will only put your life in danger. I must go. Roger said. Rouge had teary eyes. What did you see at Raftel that they want to kill you? I can't tell you that. It will put your life in danger. You must stay safe and give birth to our child. Roger sternly told her. He was hoping his child would accomplish what he couldn't. Soon, Roger boarded his small ship and headed to Loke Town, his homeland, to surrender. Fighting now wasn't worth it. Grand Line, Paradise. Alexander was on his way to get Roger. He wasn't going to attack, he just wanted to ask some questions. Boss, there seems to be a small ship coming towards us. It's a pirate ship. Of Roger pirates, the watchboy reported. Don't engage. Let him come, he ordered. Soon a figure jumped from the other ship and came to Alexander. It's a magnificent ship you've got here, Admiral, Roger praised. Haha, what happened to yours? I'm sure Adamswood cannot be so easily destroyed. Alexander asked. That, I left for future generations. Roger pirates is over. Roger showed a somewhat sad expression. Follow me, Roger, Alexander said and led him into a private room. Soon it was just Alexander, Dobby, and Roger present. Where are all the road poneglyphs? Roger was a little surprised that it was the first question, haha. So you are after them too? Roger continued and answered, plus Alexander had used a bit of his magic to make Roger trust him and tell him everything. One at Zoe, one is under Big Mom Pirates, one was in Fishman Island the last time I was there and the last is in Wano. What did you find at Raftel? Alexander further questions. Roger shook his head, not what you think. I found tidbits about the true history, a prophecy, and the reason behind the D in our name. There was lots of gold too, probably left by Joy Boy and other DS who reached the place but didn't satisfy the requirements to fulfill the prophecy. Dobby chimed in, let me guess, the prophecy is related to someone with the initial D will destroy the world government. Haha, but just the name will not be enough. You need the will of the D. It is a man's characteristics, nature to explore and be good, a man with the power to talk with beings no one can, the power to change hearts of even the cruelest of all. Someday a man like that will come and bring dawn to the world. But he will also need the 3 ancient weapons. Roger told them. Didn't you have this will of the D and what are these ancient weapons? Alexander asked. I think I do. But I am not in the right era. Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons is still not born. So there is no way for me to fulfill the prophecy and open the secret chamber in Raftel. The other 2 ancient weapons are Pluton and Uranus, Roger said. What did you learn about the history there? That the world government is the true enemy of the world. They have made the people believe that they won against the great kingdom but in truth, something else happened. There was also something about Wano and that it should be opened up. Other than that, there wasn't much written on the false true poneglyph. The real poneglyph with true history is inside another secret chamber there. I don't know much about what's inside. Roger explained. Any clue when this man will be born? Alexander asked. Soon, he will shake the world government so keep an eye out. Maybe you'll be the fleet admiral by then. Haha. The 5 elders hate me. I will soon retire from this post. Why don't you take me to Raftel now? Alexander suggested. I would if I could but we are in paradise right now and Raftel is at the end of the new world. And I need to go to Loke Town to surrender. Roger argued. Alexander got up and took out the anywhere door. Haha. Who said we'll have to sail there? Come here and open this door while thinking about Raftel. Roger had lightly guessed what would happen but he gave it a try before saying anything. He went ahead, thought about the false true poneglyph on Raftel, and opened the door. Instantly a smooth calm wind came and in front of him was the poneglyph. He looked back and he was still standing at the ship. His jaw fell to the floor. How is this possible? Alexander pushed him to the other side and followed, magic. So, this is the false true poneglyph. He went to the huge white poneglyph and read it. It had everything that Roger told him, clues about the void century and will of the D. Roger, where is this secret chamber you talked about? Alexander asked. Follow me. They headed to somewhere underground. Alexander had already sent a drone to fly around the island. It had lots of old building structures and Alexander hypothesized that it was the great kingdom of old. Old man, this is it. No matter what we did I couldn't open it. Look, something in a different language as compared to poneglyphs is written on it. It says all the requirements needed to open it. No one was able to read it but my voice of all things helped me. Roger told him. Beep beep. Dobby instantly took out a watch from his suit. Boss, demonic presence is off the charts. Alexander first walked to the door and made a full-powered slash at it with his sword. Boom! Soon dust settled down and there it was, unchanged. The door was unharmed. And I feel divine presence from this door. Whatever is in it, it should be very important for someone, and whoever was after it probably couldn't get in and decided to use their power to make this island hard to find. Can you open it? Dobby asked. Yes, probably, but that would also destroy this planet. I can only sense with my haki that this secret chamber goes very deep into the ground. If I removed it, it would do something to the planet's core. If I destroy it with the necessary strength then my power would destroy most of the planet with it. Alexander said while thinking hard. Roger was silently hearing everything in awe. He had no idea that such a powerful monster worked for the Marines. No wonder they can rule for 800 years, they must have lots of powerful people like him. Roger didn't know at the moment that Alexander wasn't really affiliated with the world government. Dobby took out another instrument that mapped the ground. Yes, you are right, boss. Not just that, this whole chamber is made of sea stones. Sigh. Then it seems we'll have to wait for a few years and help the person who can open it reach this place. Until then, I will start destroying the world government. I already have my shops mostly everywhere, taking over the world won't be a problem. Alexander decided. Wait, destroy the world government? Taking over the world? What are you talking about? Roger confusedly asked. Kid, I don't work for the world government for money or anything. I do it because I can help people while creating a good lasting impression for the world. An impression which the world government cannot spoil no matter what propaganda they use. Even if this person with the will of D doesn't come, the world government will still fall and a new dawn will still come. Alexander announced. Roger truly believed Alexander. He had seen Alexander slapping a world noble from his own eyes after all. Then, can you do something for me? 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. 252. Golden Age of Pirates. What is it, kid? Alexander asked. Roger took a leap of faith by doing this. He couldn't believe himself that he was going to tell this to a Marine. An admiral on that. My wife is pregnant. Oh, congratulations, Alexander commented. I am going to surrender in Logue Town. They will come after everyone related to me. They already know about my wife, Porgas de Rouge. They will kill her and if she survives she will live the rest of her life on the run. A regret I will take with me to my grave. Can you save my son? He's innocent. Roger suddenly went down on his knees. His desperation to keep his family safe was clear. Alexander quickly held his shoulders and made him stand up. God damn it, boy. You are the GOLD Roger, act like him. Alexander felt bad for the man, truly bad. Why just your son and not your wife? I'll save them both. No child should ever have to grow up without a mother. I will also save you at your execution secretly. However, the world must see GOLD Roger die first so that all pirates can get a lesson and stop their criminal activities, he thought. Roger looked him in the eye. Why would you do that? Is your wife a pirate who likes to kill people for fun? Alexander asked. Roger strongly shook his head. No, she's a normal village girl. Though she's quite strong. Then you have your answer. Now, let's go back. I'll take you to Logue Town. They will give me 5 billion berries for catching you. I'll give that money to your wife. That's gotta be enough to live a good life. He proposed. Roger got up and lifted both his hands to get cuffed. Alexander raised his eyebrows. You thinking about running? No, he replied. Then it's cool. Just follow me. They opened the door and returned to the ship. You are free to roam around the ship, Roger. Roger did just that. His presence sometimes spooked the Marines on the ship, but after Alexander's explanation, they all became used to his presence. All the people on board his ship believed more in Alexander than the world government. Such a magnificent ship. It runs so fast without needing the air current. I didn't know the world government had things like these. Roger marveled at the ship. They don't. I made this ship on my own. They don't even have its designs. Alexander corrected him. Then you must be a really intelligent man, Roger remarked and went on to see more things. Alexander stayed behind and called Kong. Ah, Yes. King Kong, I caught Roger. He informed. Did you catch his wife too? Kong asked. No, I didn't find her on the island. I don't think Roger would be foolish enough to leave her there. Alexander answered. It's all right, bring him to Loketown and put him in Sea Stone cell. The reward for catching him will be given to you soon. Kong said that much and hung up. Kong looked at the 5 elders in front of him. He had come to marry Geois for a monthly meeting with them. Admiral Universe has done the job magnificently. Now we must eliminate Roger as soon as possible. An elder said. But don't you want to interrogate him? Kong asked. No, he already knows too much, death is the only judgment for him no matter what he says. The same elder answered. Then what if he said something to Admiral Universe? Kong questioned. He won't, no pirate would ever trust a marine. Especially those in high positions. You can proceed as ordered. You may leave now. No one in the room knew that Roger had seen Alexander slapping a world noble and respected him for that. Once Kong left the room the elders talked among themselves. We caught another O'Hara Scholars ship yesterday. They are getting too much interested in history it seems. One of the elders stated. Let's tell CP9 to keep an eye on all the Aharans coming out of there. If even the slightest clue of them breaking the law is found, they shall be destroyed and erased. Another elder suggested. They all agreed and called Spandine, the new chief of CP9, an organization that was top secret because they had the authority to kill any citizen for not following orders of world government or working against its interests. Loketown. They got down the Marines' only dock and transported Roger to the prison. Garp was temporarily selected as the Loketown governor. The world government's reasoning was that Garp had fought Roger many times and should have no friendly relations with him. They were so wrong. Haha, Vice Admiral Garp, the hero of Marines, congratulations on your promotion. Roger taunted. Garp didn't like the addition to his name because he knew he didn't do it alone. I told you, you would get caught someday. Now, look at you. Garp taunted back. Every journey has an end, Garp. I consider myself lucky for knowing where mine ends. Roger responded, looking out of the window at the execution platform at a distance. When is it going to be? He asked. In a week. But it has been publicized that it'll happen in 3 days to lure out any supporters of yours. Garp revealed. Ha, such underhanded tactics. What else can you expect from the world government? Just leave me in peace now. He said and sat down on the floor in his cell. Just 4 days later, Shiki attacked Loketown and got beaten bloody by Alexander. He came without knowing that an admiral was there. The world government was happy with getting Shiki. The man was very influential amongst pirates. Now because of Shiki's stunt, everyone understood that attacking Loketown would be suicide so they all stopped. Alexander was also satisfied by catching Shiki because unlike Roger, Shiki was a man who liked pillaging and killing. He was a true pirate. The day of execution. Garp came to Roger's cell to take him to the execution platform. Garp, will you do something for me? Roger asked. Shut up and just come along, Garp grunted. Garp, I have a wife and son that will be born soon. They are innocent. Please promise me you'll take care of them. Garp came up to him and held his collar. God damn it, Roger. Why are you asking me? Because you are a marine. A true marine. I know you will do it. They won't cause trouble, I have asked someone else to make a disguise for them. Roger added. It must be old man, you didn't spare him either did you? He already had enough on his plate. The world government is looking for ways to kill him already and you want to give them more reasons. Roger's eyes became wide open from this revelation. What? Why would they want to kill a strong marine like that? Because he's a loose cannon. He has already killed a celestial dragon before. He's only alive because the world government doesn't have enough manpower to take him down. He is a true marine. Not me, Garp told him. Garp had found out about everything after he became Vice Admiral. He had a long chat with Sengoku. After that, respect for Alexander only increased in their minds. Garp there decided to not take a promotion and work as a good guy while Sengoku decided he wants to become Fleet Admiral and change the system. Something he would later realize was not possible. Roger didn't say anything else and just followed Garp. He was made to walk through the crowd that was booing at him. He honestly felt like booing back at them for being so stupid to not realize how the world government was using them. How they lived in a false sense of security. He walked up the platform and looked back. He saw the hidden faces of his crew members, they were crying. Especially Shanks and Buggy. Any last words you want to say? The executor asked. He sat down and looked back at the huge crowd. Hey, where is your treasure? A man from the crowd asked. Alexander saw Roger smirk. God damn it, Roger. Don't do it. Roger opened his mouth to speak. You want my treasure? You can have it. I left everything I gathered together in one place. Now you'll just have to find it. I left everything this world has to offer there. The sword fell on his neck and his lifeless head rolled down the long high stairs of the execution platform. His words and execution marked the start of the golden age of pirates. You can see Spandine, Yund Garp, Shiki, Roger, Shanks, and Buggy on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. 253. The Curse. Just before the sword touched Roger's neck, the time stopped. Alexander appeared in front of him out of nowhere and hit his head with a hammer, making him fall unconscious. Roger saw it happening but couldn't react. Alexander instantly exchanged the body with a new fake one. Soon the head rolled down the platform. Garp sighed in disappointment. Shanks and Buggy were crying in the crowd. Many young aspiring bad guys were among the crowd who came to see the execution of the legendary Gold Roger. Alexander noticed Dragon as well. The boy had seemingly disappeared without a clue after joining the Marines for a year. He was stationed at Sabayati Archipelago and probably saw the dark side of the world. Alexander obviously knew what the kid was up to and he helped him secretly. How else could a young man like him start a world revolution army? Though it was still in its early phase. He could have made people forget whatever Roger said, but he didn't. 1. Because it would create more trouble for the world government. 2. It was probably done by Roger because he knew something Alexander didn't. What did you do? Why are you smiling? Garp asked him. Haha, I'm always smiling. What's so wrong with that? Alexander shrugged and walked away. Fahame. Roger woke up and looked around. He saw vast green fields in front of him. To his side was a river with crystal clear water. He was under a tree's shade. He saw many weird animals grazing in the field. Some had horns on their heads and on one of them was sitting a cat with a hat on. Drinking tea from his teacup. Roger first rubbed his eyes. But the scene remained. He suddenly heard some girls' laughs. He looked that way and four girls were playing tag. Are they angels? Is this heaven? But I was a pirate. Sure, I didn't kill many people but I stole many times. Pretty sure that should have taken me to hell. The girls started playing hide and seek and Gina, BABY5, came to the tree to hide. There she saw Roger. She instantly recognized the face, she had seen his picture on a bounty poster she ate back when she was alone in the jungle. Who are you, mister? She innocently asked. I am Gold Roger, is this heaven? He asked. Gina cutely nodded, after all, if heaven existed then this was it for her. She couldn't imagine another place being better than here. Sleep with the best grandma, eat all you want, play with sisters and cute horses, unicorns but she sees them as horses, she had it all. Yes, mister. This is heaven. She answered. Mister, can you help me climb? She asked. Roger picked her up and put her on a tree branch. Then, are you an angel? Gina again nodded, after all, Alexander always called her his little angel. Roger had tears roll down his eyes, I don't deserve this. Not after leaving Rouge like that. Just at that moment Alexander and Dobby appeared, they both facepalmed themselves. He first looked at Gina on the tree. My little angel, I told you no climbing unless you learn everything. This is dangerous. He went ahead and picked her up. But Grandpa, I need to hide. We're playing. She said with utmost urgency and furrowed brows. Oh, that's a big problem. Why don't you hide under my cloak? He proposed. That is the best. She climbed down and stuck to his waist under the cloak like a koala. Roger came out of his sorrow and looked at Alexander. He jumped and hugged him. I am sorry, old man. They probably killed you too for helping me. Bam. What the hell are you cooking in that nut-sized brain? This is not heaven, I am not dead. This is just where I live. Alexander explained. What? How? Magic. The world outside thinks you're dead and. Bam. He again received a fist to his head, what the hell was that ending speech of yours? Ah, that. I saw myself doing that in a dream so I decided to do it in real life too. He gave the reasoning, which only made Alexander facepalm again. So, you said out there. That means we're inside somewhere. This is pretty nice, and she called you Grandpa. SHHHHHH. I'm hiding. Gina quickly voiced her concern in a whisper. Damn it, me and my darn mouth Alexander cursed himself. I'm not telling you anything. You will stay here for a while. You will start working on how you walk and talk in another style. You need to change everything to make a new identity. Shave that mustache too and get a new haircut. I will go out and find your wife. The Marines will likely search for her in every nook and cranny. Alexander instructed him and decided to leave. Wait, old man. Thank you for all that you are doing for me. I will repay you somehow. I promise. Roger firmly promised. Ha ha ha. Since when did pirates start to give? Alexander laughed. I'm no longer a pirate. I'm just a man who wants to live as a good father and husband. Then your training starts now. Hide this koala. Alexander picked Gina and put her on Roger's waist under his cloak. She stayed quiet like a good koala the whole time. Old man, there is a cowfish fishman shipwright in Water 7 by the name Tom. He made my Oro Jackson. I think they will kill him too, so please save him if you can. Roger told him. Alexander nodded and looked at Gina. My little koala. Show Roger the way to the castle please. Alexander told her. Yes grandpa, she whispered. She told Roger to walk in a direction, whenever he would start going wrong she'd just pinch him. Water 7, a beautiful city known for its shipwrights. But it was also sinking. The current group of houses were built on top of the last group from at most a couple of decades before. The shipwrights there were allowed to make ships for anyone according to the concept that the one who used the ship is good or bad and not the creator. However, the world government seemed adamant and wanted to remove anything related to Gold Roger. CP9's Spandine led the search for the shipwright. The whole island was surrounded. Tom wasn't even trying to run away, he had two students after all. Namely, Iceberg and Frankie, and he couldn't leave them alone. The CP9 closed in on them and surrounded the building. Spandine entered the housing building near the Dock 1, known to produce the best ships. It's the end, Tom. You didn't just make Roger Pirate's ship but also committed the crime of coming out of your underwater hole. Spandine said, showing just how racist people were against other species. Alexander also operated in at the same time, no wonder they don't like you guys. So much racism. Everyone turned their heads to him. Spandine was a cowardly man who only valued his life. Seeing Alexander frightened him. Why you? Admiral, why are you here? You should know, you got that CP9 chief position because I killed the last one. That position of yours is cursed. Alexander said. Spandine really believed him. And no, you are lying. He denied it. Suddenly a small boat appeared over him and fell on him. See, I told you, you're cursed now, Alexander repeated. But we are inside the house, how did a boat appear here? Spandine asked. Don't ask me, it's the curse. Alexander shrugged and walked to Tom. You can see Water 7 on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. 254. Retired Pirate King. Tom, if you wanna live, then come with me. You can still make ships, maybe not as good as these but you will still be free. While these guys will just kill you, he offered. Spandine heard him speak and shouted, no, he is our guy. He will die for making Oro Jackso. He couldn't complete the sentence as a punch came to his head and just passed by an inch from his head. He stood flabbergasted and shocked. What the hell, what was that? I didn't even see anything, Spandine questioned himself. Boy, watch out for that curse. It nearly killed you. Alexander voiced. Spandine understood the meaning of his words and just shut up. He knew Alexander wasn't like other Marines. He would really kill him if he got annoyed, and nothing was more important than staying alive. Even if he fails the task, he could ask for forgiveness by licking the boots of the 5 elders for a while. Alexander looked back at Tom. Tell me, what's your wish? Can I bring my students with me? He asked. Alexander looked up at the first floor and 2 small heads were peeking down from the corner. Haha, sure, why not? You can even bring all your equipment. No matter how big it is. Alexander said. Then I want to bring my whole personal shipyard. I made that myself some years ago. He requested. Alexander nodded at Dobby for him to start working. He then looked back at Spandine. Go back and tell the elders that Tom will be working for me from now on and no one messes with my employee. You got that? The man nodded repeatedly and ran away with his people. Soon Dobby also returned with a miniaturized shipyard. Okay, let's go then. He brought Tom, Iceberg, and Frankie to the Goa Kingdom. A place where he originated from in this world. He had already fortified the island without anyone knowing, so it was really the safest place for anyone. He made him a shipyard near the docks of Fusha village. He ignored the main city as it was too corrupted and that was the only place Alexander had let the Goa Kingdom's royal family rule. Tom looked around the village, the hill, and the sea. This is very different. But better too. It's peaceful enough to let me do all my projects. There is a big shop in the village called Kind Heart Mall. You can buy anything there, from a small nail to a huge piece of special wood. You can also sell whatever you make to the shop. These shops are all around the world, so your ships will be sold to the best bidders. Like always, the shop keeps 10% of the profits and you keep 90%. Alexander explained to him. What a convenient thing to have. I had heard about one of these shops in Water 7 but never got the chance to visit. It seems I'll complete my due visit. He thought. Okay, I'll leave you to that. Nobody will disturb you here. The whole island is under my protection. Alexander informed him and returned to Fihame. He appeared in the castle and saw everyone gathered in the garden. No, not like that, girls. Now watch and learn. Douglas spoke and started cutting Roger's hair. Besides him were Jenny and Gina. Since when did you become a haircut expert? Alexander asked. Boss, if you cut the grass of the whole planet with scissors, the scissor becomes like an extension of your body. I can feel every hair touching the blade. Thank you for teaching me this wonderful art. Douglas thanked. Damn it, Douglas, I didn't do it so you can be a barber, Alexander complained. I'm afraid the damage has been done. He argued. Sigh. If that's the case and you love doing it so much, then from today, you will trim the hair of every animal in Fihame with that scissor. Alexander ordered. Douglas paled at that mention. Haha. I was just kidding, boss, I'm no expert barber. Both Jenny and Gina pouted. Uncle Dog lied. Uncle Dog bad. Haha. Come here, my little angels, I'll show you how it's done. Then Alexander used Roger as a mannequin and taught them. By the end of the day, Roger was in a new hairstyle with no mustache. His face was magically changed and height increased more. Okay, let's increase your height a bit more and it'll all be done. In the meantime, I'll go and save your wife. Amy is best at this stuff, so she will teach you acting. Good luck. Alexander appeared back on his ship, which was already on its way to Betrayal. When he reached the island, he saw some marine ships already docked there. With the help of a Viva card given by Roger, he made his way to Port de Rouge in a hurry. He found out Sakazuki was leading the command of the search. This time Alexander decided to stay hidden. If he appeared in two places with a direct connection to Roger, then the world government will find out that he helped her. Which was bad for her, so she needed to die. Maybe fake, but still. He reached upon a house with shades down and lights out. Probably because of all the ruckus going outside. Alexander and Dobby swiftly entered the house. Port de Rouge? Alexander asked. She was horrified to see Alexander there. It seems Marines have a really bad reputation, he sighed. Why are you here? I didn't do anything. She stuttered. If it was someone else, they would have already caught you for lying. Girl, at least learn to do that. Now, introductions are in order. I am Admiral Universe. Roger asked me to save you as his last wish. The Marines will be starting their search soon, so come with me. He revealed. Why would you help me? She doubtfully asked. Because you are an innocent person. And no innocent person dies under my watch. Now pack your bags and follow me. He ordered. For some reason, Rouge felt like going ahead and following this old man. So she quickly gathered her stuff. It was a huge cloth bag tied on her back. How the hell can you lift so much weight? You're pregnant? Alexander asked with a shocked face. Hey, don't take me for a weak woman, Admiral. She stubbornly replied. It seems everyone with AD in their name is a nutjob, he muttered under breath, not realizing he had AD in his name too. Okay, follow me. He took her to the Goa Kingdom through the Anywhere door and he burned the house behind after leaving a fake body. They appeared in an empty house which he reserved for them. Is this where I will live? Where are we? She inquired. Goa Kingdom. It's under my protection and control. No pirate or marine will ever harm you here. He assured her. She put down her luggage and looked around. Then she heard some footsteps. She thought she was alone and anxiously turned around. Haha. How do I look, Rouge? She looked at the strange yet familiar man. She felt like she had seen him somewhere. Do I know you, mister? She inquired. Oh, you hurt me, Rouge. The mother of my child cannot even recognize me. Roger teasingly cried. Rouge's eyes widened, then she compared the man to her late husband. And there were a lot of resemblances. Maybe normal people won't be able to recognize, but she could. She knew all the small moles on his face, and that was enough to make her believe. Her eyes teared up and she walked to him. Her arms were trying to reach for his face. Once in reach, she started caressing his face as if confirming it was him. Is it you? Roger? She asked. Finally tearing up profusely. She had kept her head strong all this time because she knew she couldn't afford to be weak. She had to keep little Ace alive. She couldn't even mourn for her husband all this time. Now, the heavens somehow brought her dead husband back. The dam she had created to stop her emotions instantly broke down. She started to loudly wail and hugged him. Is this a dream? Roger tightly hugged her. No, this is not a dream, and yes, I am your Roger. Thank goodness you are safe. How? I thought they executed you. She asked. I thought the same, and then I met a godly person. Well, that isn't important. What the main part is that we will now live like a normal family. This old man here has collected the bounty on my head and gave it to me. He informed her. Then. Ace will have a family. She happily repeated. Rouge, about our child's name. I have decided to add something. I want to make it Porgas Maxim D Ace. Without this old man here, I think none of us would be alive right now. We owe him so much. He suggested. Porgas turned to Alexander and tried to bow. But Alexander stopped her. It's okay, child. You are pregnant, don't push yourself. You need to rest. I will give you a nanny bot. She will take care of you. He patted her head. But what if someone recognizes Roger? She scaredly asked. Don't worry, I have used my power so no one can recognize him as Roger, unless I want them to. Only you and I can see him as he is now. On the other hand, you will live with a new identity. You three are my distant relatives from now on and will have Maxim in your names. Garp won't recognize Roger and only see him as a man I planted to live with you and safeguard you, so you'll have to be a bit less lovey-dovey in front of him and slowly make it look like you fell in love and became a couple. Understood? He advised. Haha. This is going to be fun. Roger interjected and received an elbow to his stomach. Rouge looked at Alexander with a thankful gaze. Thank you. I don't think I will ever be able to repay this debt to you. I want you to be Ace's godfather. She blurted. Ha ha ha. That I will be. I'm sure that Monkey Garp will also be his godfather. So our little Ace will have two godfathers now. Alexander laughed. One of them is literally a god, Dobby thought while standing behind silently. Alright, I'll leave you two to settle down. Contact me if you have any problems. Take care. Alexander and Dobby left like they came and returned to Fihaim. You can see Tom, Iceberg, and Frankie, Porgas D Rouge and Roger with Rouge on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson, Conrad Douglas Flower. 255. O'Hara Incident. The year 1502. The Great Age of Pirates had begun, thanks to Roger's dumb words. But the world government wasn't worried about that at the moment. They had another problem. Mary Gosa. They caught another ship and this time they found evidence that they have been researching the poneglyphs. This must end now. Nico Alvia knows too much and so do the archaeologists of O'Hara. One elder said. Let's send Spandine with the golden den mushi. If the evidence is found then they cannot be left alive. Another one added. Yes, let's send 5 vice-admirals already. The faster we deal with this the less the mess will be. We should keep Admiral Universe away from O'Hara in the meantime though, he's very unpredictable. The 5 agreed and made a decision about the fate of a whole kingdom while sitting thousands of miles away from it. That was the power of 5 elders. Fusha village, Goa kingdom. Rouge was restored to perfect health and she gave birth to an even healthier Ace. The little baby was extremely active and brought extra warmth to the whole village. Roger and Rouge were called the perfect couple for their looks by everyone whenever they went out together. Even Garp had come to see the child that he was supposed to look after. Although he didn't need to do anything as his mother was alive, he still gave orders to his friend Dodden. She was the Mt. Kalyubo mountain bandit boss of the Dodden family and a wanted criminal. Though she was a good person at heart and constantly visited Ace to make sure he was fine. Ace-chan, it's Grandpa Garp. Grap came to Ace and made faces to make him laugh. Alexander appeared behind Garp and pushed him aside. Ace-chan, Grandpa Universe is the best, right? He gave him a honey pacifier. Old man, stop bribing him. You are cheating. Garp angrily complained. Hey, everything is fair in love and war. Alexander huffed at him. Is that right? Garp walked to Ace and put him on his shoulders. Ace-chan, I'll show you the clouds. He said and jumped high in the air and started walking with Jeppo. Eehahaha. Ace made happy noises. Alexander also appears in the air. Ace-chan, look, pretty birds. He used magic and made colorful birds. Damn it, you and your sorcery, Garp complained. Rouge looked for her baby and came out of her house. Her heart nearly fell out of her mouth when she saw them up in the air. What are you doing? That is so dangerous for Ace. They came down and handed him to his mother. it was Garp's idea. Garp looked at him like he was betrayed. Ah. No. He started it. Looking at the two, she started laughing. Ha ha ha. Please never change, you two. They followed in and ate together. Roger was not at home right now. He had opened his own bar and sold Alexander's fire whiskey and butterbeer. He had also invented his own whiskey called Real Men's Dream. It was extremely potent and a small shot would make you fall unconscious if you were a newcomer. Roger went by the nickname Robbie now and no one seems to care for his full name. Garp had also struck up a friendship with him. Where is Dragon Chan these days? Alexander asked. Don't know, don't care. He ran away from the Marines and became a goddamn revolutionary. He will soon have a bounty on his head. Garp sorrowfully downed a glass. Maybe he saw something on Sabayati. Probably a world noble misusing his power. Only that could change his mind. Alexander hypothesized. But he doesn't have the power to slap or kill a world noble and get away with it like you. I fear for his life. I promised her I would keep him safe. Garp said. He had not heard of his pirate wife in a long time and feared she might have died, and now only Dragon was the last memory of her that he had. Don't worry, Dragon is a strong kid. I'm sure he'll bring you 1 or 2 grandsons someday. Alexander cheered him up. Haha. Yes, I will make my grandson the strongest marine. Garo felt better now. But Alexander felt ominous for some reason, though he decided to not say anything right now. Okay, I gotta go now. Back to G5. See you later. Alexander got up to leave. But he was stopped due to his den mushy sounding up. Yes, what now? He asked. On the other side was Sengoku. He had been promoted to the rank of Fleet Admiral in quite a record time, maybe because there was no other good candidate. While Kong was made the new Commander-in-Chief of World Government. Ah, yes, old man. You have new orders. You need to go and escort Shiki to Impel Down from Logue Town. Since when did you need an admiral for that? All right, I'll go. He didn't think much and went ahead to Logue Town. The island of O'Hara, it was an island in the West Blue just below the New World. O'Hara was a country for 5,000 years when the Tree of Knowledge was planted on the very island. For millennia, scholars and archaeologists thrived there, learning about history, a course of action that the world government permitted. The island consisted primarily of archaeologists. Everything was fine until they started researching the poneglyphs, and that brought them under the world government's radar. Around the same time, a giant ex-vice admiral shipwrecked on the shores of O'Hara and was found by a little girl. They struck up a good friendship and the girl learned to smile from him. Logue Town. Alexander appeared there and took Shiki into custody. It was a simple task that didn't require his power. He was wondering why they gave it to him. Peru. Admiral Universe. A distorted voice came. Yeah, who is it? Alexander asked. That is not important. What is important is that 5 vice admirals have been sent to O'Hara and for some reason, you have been put to a task that keeps you away from O'Hara. Is that a coincidence? The voice asked. If you are telling the truth then they are probably up to something not good. I'll check and get back to you, Dragon Chan, Alexander replied. He felt the other side going speechless and soon hanging up. Ha ha ha, he thinks he can outsmart me ha. Alexander laughed out loud. Then he looked at Dobby, go to O'Hara and report back if you find anything unusual. Alexander then simply called Sengoku. Boy, tell me what you are doing at O'Hara. Alexander asked. Oh, who told you that? We are doing nothing, it is a routine inspection. Sengoku tried to hide. Don't take me for a fool. Out with it now. He loudly ordered. The archaeologists at O'Hara were researching poneglyphs. Banned by the world government. They will be punished for it now. A buster call will most likely happen. These are ordered from above. Sengoku told him. Goddammit, grow a spine, Sengoku. And to hell with those above. Do not kill your heart for them. You are new so you may not know all the ugly side of them, but soon you will. Now I will go and see who busts whom. Alexander angrily declared. No, don't do it, old man. I tried to keep you away because I know what you'd do. You can't mess with it now. They will not let you go if you do this. Sengoku tried to stop him. I am happy that you care about me, kid. But I stand for equal and fair justice. I still want to sleep at night without regrets. If this will make me their enemy then so be it. It's not like I was their ally anyway. Take care. He hung up. Soon Dobby returned. Boss, they have started to burn the Tree of Knowledge. It is supposed to be the world's biggest library, and Professor Clover, the director of the O'Hara Library, said he found out about the name of the Great Kingdom, but he was shot before he could announce, and the 5 elders called a buster call. Spandine has pressed the golden button. Okay, tell Rena to come here and sit. Safeguard the ship if some pirates attack. Shiki still needs to be taken to Impel Down. He ordered and decided to go to O'Hara. You can see Roger and family, Garp with Ace, Sengoku and O'Hara on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. 256. I resign. Alexander appeared at O'Hara. It was already burning red. The tree had fallen down. He was on the southernmost side of the island. There he saw a marine sitting alone for some reason. Alexander was out of his field of view. A little girl came running towards there, crying. She seemed shocked seeing the man there. Soon they started talking. But consider yourself lucky to still have your life. Try to live as plainly as you can. I left a line of ice on the sea. Travel straight ahead with this small boat, and you'll reach an island. And they. Always remember. I am not your ally. If you do something, I'll be the first enemy to come capture you. The man said all that and started walking away. The girl scaredly turned around and shouted, my mom is on the island. No one will be saved. If it's so painful that you want to die, you're free to do so. The man said. The little girl looked down, desperate, hopeless, powerless, and sad, all these emotions going on in her young head. Knowing her mother and everyone she loved would die soon and she had to escape. It was killing her. Alexander walked towards her and patted her head softly. She looked up to see who it was. Don't worry, little one. Let's go and save your mother. The man heard him and looked back cautiously. Alexander continued speaking. If the Marine and world government can make a small child like you feel so much pain that you want to die, then they should be the ones to burn. Not O'Hara. He said and picked her up and put her on his shoulder. He then looked at the man. Who are you? He asked. The man knew who Alexander was so he saluted. I am Vice Admiral Kuzan, sir. I heard about you from Z. He said you are his favorite student. A bit lazy but still a man with a good sense of justice. I didn't think someone like you would be involved in this. He disappointedly stated. Kuzan felt bad as Alexander was his role model. Even if I wanted to, I was helpless. I cannot go against them. I did the most I could by letting her go. I know, I don't blame you for all this. You will someday become an admiral and then you will have the power to make decisions. I hope you don't blindly follow every order without thinking then. Here, take this and hand it over to Sengoku. Alexander handed him a folded paper. What is this? Kuzan asked. Alexander's cloak, which was white according to Marine standard, suddenly changed its color and turned golden. That is my resignation letter and also an official declaration of war against the world government. Tell them to expect me, every breath they take from now is a loan from me. A loan that I will come to claim myself, with due interest. Repeat these words to them. Now go away, I don't want to kill a good man like you. He ordered, releasing a bit of his conqueror haki. He walked towards the raging fire with the little girl on his shoulders. What is your name, little one? I am Nico Robin. Are you really going to save my mama? She asked. No, he replied. She quickly turned sad. I am going to save everyone on this island. Not just your mother. He added. Now Robin looked at him with hope. But they are very strong. She warned worriedly. It's all right. I am also a little strong. Haven't you seen my face in the newspaper? He asked as he showed her his biceps. She was so stressed that she didn't even think before. Now she looked at him closely and recognized him. Why, you are Marine Admiral, Alexander Maxim Universe. Perfect answer, Robin. You are the first person in years who remembers my full name. You must be very intelligent. He praised her. But why would you go against your own people? She asked, and it was common sense asking that. Because I am disappointed by the Marines and the world government. I joined the Marines because I wanted to help people and do good. But lately, they only ask me to do bad stuff. So I have decided to protest. He explained. They will come after you then. She worriedly said. Ha ha ha. I feel happy that you worry about me, little Robin. But don't worry. As I said earlier, I'm a bit strong. Now, do you want to see magic? I can make that big tree become just like it was before falling. He told her. Really? Then please do that. My mother is in there. She requested. Alexander suddenly flew in the air, making Robin wince a little in shock. Haha, calm down, Robin. Just watch. Alexander used his devil fruit ability and specifically reversed the time of the island and its people, leaving only the Marines unaffected. Things started to happen in reverse. The fire started to die down, the fallen tree of knowledge again started to stand up. The people running into the tree of knowledge to save the books started to come out backward. The ship filled with civilians that the Marines destroyed was also brought back to good condition. Finally, after 30 minutes completed, the huge crowd of Aharan scholars was again standing in the open field and all the civilians were yet to board the ship. Alexander then implanted information into everyone about what happened. The ones who were running towards the evacuation ship stopped. The Marines were looking at everything with shocked faces. Marines, go back or die. You have 10 seconds to decide. A loud voice resounded in the sky, making everyone look at Alexander. Many recognized Alexander. But they couldn't understand why he was shouting at them. What do you think you are doing? Do not interfere with the world government's work. Spandine shouted. Spandine, I told you about the curse before. You didn't listen, so here you go. Slash. A sword appeared in Alexander's hand and he made a cutting motion at him. Just the airwave was enough to cut Spandine in half. Though he didn't let his body fall in two halves in a bloody mess as there was a small child with him. But Spandine was dead for sure. Listen, Marines, I have grown tired of all the corruption and incompetence in the government. Seriously? Destroying a kingdom because they came close to finding out the secrets of the world government and hiding it by calling them terrorists? I have resigned from the Marines now, and if any of you even touched a small rock in O'Hara, you will die. It is under my protection from now on, feed that in your brains. He again slashed his sword at all the Marine ships in the sea and the airwave was enough to damage them and also launch them towards the open sea. He looked down at the CP9 people, take his body and throw it at the 5 elders' feet. Go. The men hastily picked up the dead body and ran away. Alexander came to the ground and put Robin down. She quickly ran to her mother and hugged her. Boom. Suddenly something attacked Alexander. It was lava. How dare you stop us? The man grunted. Alexander scoffed, is killing harmless people on an evacuation ship justice? No, that is absolute justice. Rather than doing it half-assed, I'd do it all the way. The man said. Ah, you must be Sakazuki. Z told me you had a sick understanding of what justice is. Let me teach you something. Alexander suddenly teleported to Sakazuki, grabbed his head with his palm, and planted it down on the ground so hard that it made a small crater. Listen to me, boy, you have no idea how corrupted the origination you work for is. If you want to talk about absolute justice, then go to Sabayati Archipelago, then to human auctioning house there. They sell human slaves there. It is run by the permission of the world government, and world nobles buy slaves there. Even when slavery is banned, it is still happening. Go and bring them to justice, only then will you have the right to call it absolute justice. Right now, you are nothing but a sick, disgusting, perverted man who likes killing people in the name of justice. He picked him from his head and threw him towards his ship many miles away in the sea now. He fell hard on it. Alexander then looked back at everyone while calming himself. They all looked at him as well. The oldest of them walked up to him slowly. It seems his gunshot wound had still not healed. He waved his hand and the bullet came out. He then gave him a small vial. Drink this, it will heal your wound. The old man didn't take it and just kneeled near his feet. Thank you. Thank you very much. Following him, everyone kneeled down and started saying thank you. Even little Robin was kneeling and thanking with her eyes watering down. Probably because she finally felt relaxed and her emotions poured out. Alexander quickly used magic to forcibly make them stand up. Ah, no. Don't do that. I just did what was right. Not because I wanted praise. He said. The old man grabbed Alexander's hand with both of his hands. No, you may not show it, but we know what you have done. You became an enemy of the world government for us. They will come after you now. Haha. They have been after me for years, my friend. They just couldn't do anything because I am too strong. You can understand that from the fact that I even killed a celestial dragon on the stairs of Mary Geois and they still couldn't do anything to me. So rest assured, no harm will come to me and neither will I let any harm come to this land. O'Hara will be under me now. However, I will need your help to uncover the whole history of the Void Century, so we can deal with them. Now drink this. He explained. Clover finally drank the liquid and instantly felt good. Oh, this is magical. I feel perfectly fine now. Sol Robin suddenly shouted and ran towards a big chunk of ice. Her mother ran after her. Alexander followed behind. Is this your friend, Robin? She nodded cutely, then I will make him good. But you will have to call me Grandpa from now on. He went close to the ice and put his hand on it. Slowly it started to melt and Sol's giant body fell to the ground. He then went to his head and poured various kinds of potions. He could have used magic but he used potions. He was planning on getting the historians to find substitute plants for potions so they can be made locally later. Okay, he is fine. But he needs rest and will wake up in a few hours. By the way, what was the name of the great kingdom you talked about, that got those old men so worked up? He suddenly asked, making everyone feel nervous. I will answer that. Oh, I haven't introduced myself. I am Professor Clover, Director of O'Hara Library. You can see Kuzan, Little Robin, Sakazuki, and Clover on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. 257. Golly ate a ship. In the whole incident of O'Hara, Dobby was nowhere to be found. The reason was simple. Alexander had tasked him to go and start printing his own newspapers so before the world government started demonizing O'Hara and him, he could start demonizing them. The best part was that his newspaper was going to be extremely cheap, making it accessible everywhere. To deliver, he was going to hijack the News Coup network. Mary Gosa, that was the name of the Great Kingdom. I foolishly thought that the elders would become happy if I told them this, but they instead attacked us. Professor Clover revealed. Alexander fell into deep contemplation then. This is quite intelligent. They made the name of the Great Kingdom the name of their seat of power. Now, even if someone finds out about the ancient kingdom's name, they would first think about informing the world government or just shrug it off. So this means that the 20 original kingdoms lost and surrendered to the Great Kingdom. The Great Kingdom then decided to truly take over the world under the pretense of being righteous. They also invited all the 20 royal families to live within Mary Gos, making it impossible to pass on the knowledge to others and making those nobles dependent on world government. Wayno must know this, that is why they closed their borders, and because they had very strong people the world government just ignored them. He hypothesized. We came up with the same theory, but without proof, this will stay a theory. Professor Clover added. Sigh. Well, let's fix this place first. They will probably soon put a bounty on me, though I doubt they'll send anyone against me. Alexander said. Admiral. Alexander turned to the giant man who just woke up. He was an ex-vice admiral, so he knew Alexander. Saul, he saved you. Also me and the whole of O'Hara. He's not a bad man. Robin told him. Saul looked confused. Alexander decided to speak. She is telling the truth, Saul. I even quit being a marine just now and killed the chief of CP9. Saul understood the grave offense Alexander had done by defecting like him. Dear Shishia Hishi. You are just like me, Admiral. I am Jaguar D. Saul, nice to meet you. Ooh. You have AD in your name too. Alexander interjected. Don't tell me, you have it too, Saul asked. Robin quickly chimed in, how do you not know his full name even after being in the marine? His full name is Alexander Maxim Universe. Alexander then looked at the giant man and spoke, well, Saul, you better stay on this island now and protect its people. Even though I have taken this under my protection, I can't always be here. Of course, I also want to know why they wanted to destroy this place. I will stay here with little Robin. He said and smiled at her. Then Nico Alvia started, I need to continue my research and find more poneglyphs. I need to go to Fishman Island. Alexander angrily looked at her, and if you do that then I will take away little Robin from you. Do you have no shame, you selfish woman? You left her alone at such a young age with no loving family members. She lived her whole childhood in loneliness and sadness. If you couldn't take care of her, then why did you give birth to her? Where is your motherly love? Are poneglyphs really so important? Don't forget, if I wasn't here today you had already brought doom to this island. How stupid could you be to keep written records of your research on your journey when you knew the world government was after you? You gave them a reason to come and destroy the island. You need to understand one simple fact, you are not a fighter but just a simple historian. So stop pretending that you are some kind of a super spy. Do the right thing for once. Sit with your daughter and ask how her life was for once, maybe you'll grow some shame then. Alexander's words pierced her like arrows, instantly hitting her with the reality and the false sense of greatness she was living in. She looked at Robin, who was looking at her with big watery eyes, probably worried that her mother would leave her again. Mama, please don't leave me. Robin pleaded. Alvia quickly got close to Robin and hugged her tightly and teared up. I'm sorry, Robin. Mama will not go anywhere now. Alexander came to Robin and ruffled her hair and gave her a chocolate bar to cheer her up. Here, try this. It's sweet. Then he looked back at Saul, you are in charge of security here until I return. Some of my men will come here too, so don't fight them, they will help you. He took out his anywhere door and left. Alexander came to the island with the headquarters of the Economy News newspaper. He wanted to understand how the owner of it used news coups. Big News Morgans was the president of the World Economy newspaper and one of the emperors of the underworld. He had deep relations with lots of kingdoms. Alexander came directly to the man's office. Morgans was a man who had eaten bird fruit. With his devil fruit powers active, Morgan's had the form of a very tall human albatross hybrid with small eyes and a large beak. His body is covered in white feathers, and he has a large tail and wings that resemble human arms. So, this is where the big news works. Alexander entered the office. Spooking the humanoid bird. What? How did you ent? Oh. Admiral Universe, what can I do for you? The man showed a change of expressions faster than the weather on the Grand Line. Ah, nothing. I was thinking of starting my newspaper. So I came to get some tips. Maybe on how you utilize news coup. Alexander made his wish clear and sat down. Although Morgans was an underworld emperor, he was still timid when it came to messing with people of Alexander's level. Ha, I can absolutely tell you about it. It takes a lot of work to gather news from around the world. I have my reporters everywhere except in a few places. But the news coup is a totally different thing. They work for me because I give them food and a small salary. I can talk to them and they consider me their king. He explained. Oh, then how about you lend me the birds? I will pay for them too. Alexander proposed. But isn't that like destroying my own business? He argued. See, I know you're a criminal. I can take the birds if I want to and you won't be able to do anything about it, I can talk with them too. So, you only have two options. Lose everything or just a little. Alexander threatened. Besides, I will also allow you to open small stalls in all my kind heart malls around the world. We both gain something from this. He proposed. He didn't tell him how cheap he was going to sell his own newspaper. Morgan thought for a long while. Ah, that I can accept. I agree. Alexander shook hands with him and operated back to his ship that was originally exporting shiki. Alexander was shocked seeing that the ship looked damaged from here and there. What happened here? Rena and Golly came running to him with their hands full of potato chips. Welcome back Grandpa, that bad man's friends came to free him, Rena reported. Where are they? Golly looked tensed. Ah. Please don't get mad Grandpa, I ate the ship mistakenly. Though everyone on board jumped down and for some reason, they couldn't swim and drowned. What about Shiki? Alexander asked. This time Rena tensed up. Ah. Grandpa, he tried to fly away so I attacked him. He didn't wake up after I hit him. Take me to him. He instructed. They came to a crowded place, many Marines were surrounding a body. Alexander's jaw fell when he saw it, how the hell could he wake up after that hole in his chest? Sorry Grandpa. The two timidly apologized. It's all right. They were bad guys to begin with. You can go back now. Keep Gina company. He sent them away. Then he looked back at the Marines and said, Boys, what are you looking at? Pick that body and throw it in the sea. After that, gather around on the deck, I have an announcement. You can see Saul, Alvia, and Morgans on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. 258. Alexander Maxim D. Universe dead or alive? Boys, you all have been accompanying me on my journey for such a long time. Many of you received promotions and yet returned to work with me. Bald Chad, you even rejected 2 promotions to stay on being my captain. I am thankful to you all for showing such convictions for me. But, as all stories have an end, I have resigned from Marines because I caught the world government trying to destroy a kingdom because some people there found out some dirty secrets of theirs. I will soon be labeled an enemy of the government and they'll probably put a bounty on me. I am not a pirate and never will be, but they will try to make me appear like that to the world. I respect and like you all, so I don't want to play with your lives. Please leave this ship on the next island. Your friends and family will stay in danger if you associate with me anymore. Alexander respectfully announced. But no one out of the 40 Marines moved an inch. I am coming with you, boss. Bald Chad moved forward. He had already stopped calling him Admiral. I don't follow you because you are my superior, but because I respect you and agree with what you do and stand for, you bring true justice to the people. He said. Yes, old Baldy is right, many of the men voiced. Please take us with you, boss. More men shouted. Soon it was all of them shouting to stay with him. Alexander was touched with their loyalty. I hope you know what you are doing. Okay, I accept you all. We will be known as the Golden Justice Army. All the high-ranking members will wear a golden cape like mine but without stars. Everyone else will wear golden bandanas around your necks. Now, I allow Bald Chad to go with you all on this ship and bring your family to my safe territory that I will soon announce. Dismissed. All the men erupted in loud cheers and hugged each other. Boss. Suddenly a voice appeared near Alexander's ear, spooking him. God damn it, Dobby. What? Look, this is a copy of your newspaper. I've named it Daily Dawn. It also has your whole declaration. Dobby informed. Alexander checked it out first and accepted it. Making the newspaper wasn't hard for him. He already had kind heart malls all around the world and they worked as news gatherers for him. Good, tomorrow's edition will be free for the world. Thrown it in as many places as possible. Price it at 1 berry, 2 berry less than other papers from the day after tomorrow. Mary Gos. The 5 elders met together. But this time Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Kuzan were there too. Who does he think he is? An elder angrily punched the giant marble table and it surprisingly broke down. Sengoku was shocked seeing that. He didn't know that these 5 old fossils had any power outside their administrative powers. He has declared war on the world government. What else did he say to you, Vice Admiral? The bald, mustached elder asked. For some reason, he always sat in the middle even though they were all equal. His exact words were tell them to expect me, that every breath they take from now is a personal loan from me. A loan that I will come to claim myself, with due interest. Kuzan uninterestingly answered. You may leave now, the blonde elder ordered. Both Sengoku and Kuzan started to leave, not you Sengoku. You stay. Tell us, how many men and what power will it take to take this man down? The elders asked. I think you know that better than me. I don't think we can even make a scratch on him if all the vice admirals, and I fight him at the same time. I don't know what his peak power is so I will just say that we will need at least 10 admiral level people and some ancient weapons. Sengoku replied. In all honesty, Sengoku was happy that Alexander stopped the buster call. He already knew the people on O'Hara were innocent but even he couldn't overrule the decision of the 5 elders. Now he truly realized how small and insignificant the position of Fleet Admiral was. Then we can at least keep an eye on whatever he is planning on doing. Put a bounty on him. The elder with katana spoke. How much should the bounty be? Sengoku asked. All the elders looked at each other first and came to conclusions without even talking. One of them signed a paper, Alexander Maxim Universe dead or alive 10 billion berries. Sengoku's eyes widened in shock. This was double of what Roger's bounty was and that in itself was the highest in history. 10 billion. He asked to confirm. Yes, you heard us right, this bounty will encourage people to report him as soon as they see him. You can get to work now, Fleet Admiral. The blonde elder stated. Once they were alone they started discussing other things. We can use the newspaper to start spreading the word that he is an evil demonic man. Should we inform Im-sama? All of them shook their heads after a while. No, he hasn't done anything yet to disturb Im-sama. Let's try to deal with this ourselves. The next day, the newspapers were sent out. The Daily Dawn immediately caught everyone's eye. First, it was free that day, and second, it was a colored newspaper, unlike any other currently in circulation. So, people saw the first page. There were 2 big images. The first column was about Gold Roger and that his real name was Gold Rogers and other things Gold Rogers did in his adventures. He added many heroic stories about him saving people. Then there was Alexander's photo with the caption in bold, World Government Lies. Disappointed Admiral resigns. The article mainly gave the reason why Alexander quit and that the government tried to destroy a kingdom because their people found secrets of the world government. Then there was another thing added to make people angry, the existence of CP9 was revealed. People knew about CP18 but this was new. A secret organization who has the authority to kill anyone, no matter innocent or criminal, man, woman, or child. If they suspected you of anything, you are dead. Everyone is a pest in front of the world government's eyes. Then there were many images of auction houses and world nobles inhumanly buying and torturing slaves. This revealed the double standards of the world government. Then in the end Alexander's own words were, I am Alexander Maxim Universe, I joined Marines because I wanted to help people. Then I slowly realized that the world government used Marines like their extortion racket. If your kingdom doesn't pay heavenly tribute then the Marines won't protect you. But have you ever wondered why there are pirates even after there are so many strong Marines, vice admirals, who can destroy countries alone? I asked this question and got the answers. If the Marines destroyed all the pirates then no one would pay heavenly tribute to the world government. Then I saw the destruction of a small island of peaceful people because they found about the Void Century. A time between 900–800 years ago. All the records of that time have been banned by the government and made it illegal to study. But the people on that island did it out of curiosity. In the end, they received a buster call, a power of world government and marine that lets them call 5 vice admiral with warships and destroy the kingdom to the last human. Don't you wonder why the world government doesn't want you to find out the truth? That is because the world government miraculously came into existence in those 100 years called the Void Century. If the world government were good people then why are they trying to hide it? Ask yourself while you sleep tonight. I am forming the Golden Justice Army. Its purpose is to unmask the evil world government and save the world from their evil motives. Whenever in trouble, Go to any kind heart mall, I will protect you. I am your voice and I am your shield. Remember. The important thing is not to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existing. If questioning is getting you killed, then they are hiding something. Alexander's words made the whole world finally start questioning their stance on the world government. Those who already knew the truth smiled and those who didn't want it to come out, frowned. His words were no less than those of Roger's words, and the biggest thing was that Alexander was still alive. So everyone got excited, thinking about what was next to come. But that wasn't the only earth-shattering news. Alexander's wanted poster was also spread and it made people question the world government even more after reading Alexander's words. Fusha Village. Roger picked up the newspaper and also read everything. He couldn't believe that the old man was taking such a direct approach. Then he saw the wanted poster. 10 billion berries? God damn, he broke my record so soon. He complained while sitting in his bar. He looked out of the window at the sky and smiled. I already miss my old days. I wonder what they all are doing, he reminisced about his crew. You can see the wanted poster, bald mustached elder, blonde elder, and katana elder on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson, Conrad Douglas Flower. 259. Trouble in Wano. Wano. Kojiki Odin, a crew member of Roger Pirates and the son of Shogun Kojiki Sukiyaki. After Roger Pirates disbanded, he returned to his country with thoughts of opening it. But all his hopes were crushed when he found that his father was sick. He tried to take his position as shogun. However, he met opposition from the usurper Kurozumi Orokai and pirate Kaido. As one of the last members of the Kurozumi family, who were disgraced and stripped of their power and authority, Kurozumi Orokai developed immense greed and thirst for power from an early age due to being forced to live in poverty since birth. With his false timid attitude, he made himself the temporary shogun after Kojiki Sukiyaki fell sick. But he secretly shook hands with beast pirates and took over the country. Kaido gave Orokai the manpower to stay shogun and thwart any voice against him, while Orokai allowed Kaido to use his mineral-rich land and master craftsmen to produce weapons. Orokai brought down the image of Kojiki clan in the eyes of people. Kojiki Odin was nicknamed Idiot Lord because he danced naked every week in different towns, making it easy for Orokai to manipulate people, spreading lies that the Kojiki clan was unfit to rule and they wanted to open the borders and sell out the country. After that, Odin and all his retainers, which includes the 9 red scabbards, were sentenced to death by boiling oil. Alexander's kind heart mall was present in the country, so the newspaper reported all the happenings there to the world. Fusha Village. Rogers, now known as Robbie, sat in his bar. Garp sat in front of him, drinking Alexander's fire whiskey. Wahahaha. Who would have guessed the old man could make such amazing stuff? He praised. Damn it, Garp. This is your 3rd glass. I hope you pay this time. Roger complained. Ah, friends, don't worry about such small things. Uncle Robbie, do you want a newspaper? Gina asked with a big bag on her back. She was the village's newspaper girl. Though she was too biased for her grandpa and only sold the Daily Dawn. Girls in Fihame had asked him to come out and live there. So Alexander made them a nice small castle, and soon everyone moved into it. Rena, Amy, Golly, Jenny, Gina, Olivia, Douglas, and Hats the cat. Meanwhile, Connor was spread around the world with his 100 clones and Brian was busy managing the business, something he loved. The whole Goa kingdom was their playground and no one dared to mess with them. Haha, yes I will, Gina. Come here, your favorite ice cream is waiting. Roger said. Since Ace was born he dotted on every child he sees. Yai. Gina happily went ahead and ate her ice cream. A small perk of being the paper girl. Roger saw the newspaper and on the first page was news about Wano. That Odin was captured. Tell me, Garp. Why is Kaido given so much freedom by the world government? Can't they just kill him while he's not that big of a threat? He asked. Garp also saw the news and grimaced. Sigh, the world government buys weapons from Wano now. Wano is the only place that makes sea stones weapons. It's all about gaining something and losing something for the higher ups. That's why you rejected the promotion. Roger guessed. Yeah. I'd rather stay away from that pit of vipers. Anyways, I gotta go now. See you someday later. Garp went away to do his job. Ah. Thank you, Uncle Robbie. I'm off to work too. Gina also hopped away. Roger alone looked at the paper. I can't let this happen. Roger Pirates may have disbanded. But our brotherhood stays. He closed his shop and called Alexander. Alexander was currently in the New World, looking for a territory to take over and call it Justice Land. But most of the islands on the Grand Line were so unstable that he couldn't decide. Peru. Yeah, who? He asked. On the other side was an android of Alexander. He had put these androids as workers in kind heart malls. What? Why did you even let that happen? He scolded. Yes, our policy is not to meddle with the kingdom's policy. But we should save them if the kingdom itself is in danger. Okay, I will come there. He hung up. He had just received the news about Wano. Not just that, beast pirates were also attacking kind heart malls in Wano since the morning newspaper was sold. Peru. What now? Oh, Roger. Yes, I know. Don't worry, you don't have to do anything. I will go there personally now. He reassured. Kaido and Orakai sat on their big chairs. Around them was a big crowd and in the middle was a huge pot with boiling oil. Odin and the 9 red scabbards were made to stand near it. Odin looked at the boiling oil and then looked back at Kaido. I want a chance to get through this, I must live no matter what, he firmly said. The guard nearby him made fun of him. Ah, get in. Begging for your life like this. You're a funny guy. Odin simply pushed him into the tub. The man screamed and his body caught fire. He somehow got out with the burning body and ran to the crowd but no one helped him and he died. Odin then looked back at Kaido, the 10 of us will enter this, but you shall free the ones who survive, the time you decide. Orakai giggled with his ugly teeth showing, survive. The point of this punishment is that you instantly die, muahahaha. But Kaido had a different thought in his mind. He knew that Odin was a strong man and Kaido won the battle with him by dirty means, even though Odin could still not have defeated him but Kurozumi Higarashi's meddling made it look like Odin would have won against him. It was a shame for Kaido, that his new scar on the chest would keep reminding him. Even more so when his own daughter admired Odin more than him. Kaido looked at one of his lackeys, bring me a clock. You have 1 hour. Worororo. Try to survive that, it's even too long for a regular bath. Kaido announced while laughing. You will hold your words? Odin lastly asked. Of course, Kaido promised. Meanwhile, the public was booing and calling him disgraceful and shouting at him to quickly just jump in the tub and die. Odin went ahead and jumped in, he shouted loudly for a second. His retainers also followed him but when they were all on the plank leading to the tub, Odin picked it over his head. Go and watch the images before reading further on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. It was a shock to the 9 red scabbards. They quickly understood that their lord was trying to save them. Please stop, Lord Odin. It should be us, Lord Odin. We will carry you. They all yelled, but they were silenced by a growling shout from Odin, shut up and stay still, that's an order. Orakai seethed in anger, what's the deal here, his retainers aren't submerged in oil. Rororo. But all 10 of them are in the pot. I have no complaints, Kaido remarked and sipped on sake. On the other hand, the public was in total shock, they had been calling him idiot or weak for losing to Kaido but now they saw him carrying 9 fully grown samurais on his shoulder, even that in boiling oil. Their cold hearts started to change a little. Kaido's commanders were wondering what kind of skin the man had. While the 9 red scabbards were crying on the plank. Even the smoke was enough to burn their skin and they wondered what their lord was going through. Ah, this is boring. I thought there would be more screams. When will the idiot lord die? Some people commented. Among them was Yamato, daughter of Kaido. She punched the man who trash-talked about Odin. You are the idiots, she shouted. To whom do you think you owe this peace you are living in today? She told everyone that Orakai doesn't care about anyone and only wants to destroy the country to exact his revenge. Because his father was made to commit seppuku for killing 2 other daimyos to get their lands. But his family was persecuted in the whole of Wano even after his father's death and Orakai blamed every citizen of Wano for that. Odin then discovered countless weapons and kidnapped people, prepared as offerings to Kaido by Orakai, for selling, to have fun, or just kill them. Odin knew he couldn't win a fight so he accepted the offer of Orakai. The offer was to dance naked in the streets as a sign of apology towards the Kurozumi family. Each time he did it he saved 100 people. He believed that Kaido would leave after 5 years as promised after their shipbuilding was complete. She shouted at all of them. Finally opening their eyes about how deep in trouble they were. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. 260. Being People's Shield. Although people didn't believe her instantly, doubts had taken place in their minds. Yamato was made to shut up by Beast Pirates member but she angrily told them that she would join the Kojiki family and fulfill his wish of opening the country. Some people in the crowd started prostrating and pleaded, Shogun Orakai, please end this punishment. Please. But to their shock-filled faces, they received an arrow to their chests. The crowd instantly understood they had messed up. That there was no hope for Wano. The people realized this while the subordinates of Kaido and Orokai surrounded them with weapons in hand. The reasons for Oden's strange actions these last 5 years were quickly communicated to all across Wano. Long-distance message arrows were shot towards every village in the country to spread the word in an instant. By that point, the oil in the pot was heated over 700 degrees and it kept rising. Even the retainers of Oden that he was carrying just realized the truth behind their lord's strange behavior. People started to shout, "Thank you for protecting us." Oden finally announced his last wish to his people. "If I survive this scalding, I would like to open this country." Oden told everyone that a long time ago, the Kojiki clan sank the country from the outside world to protect it from a gigantic power. He told them that the world is waiting for a particular individual who will appear traversing through 800 years of time and they must be a country that can welcome and support him/her. Oden clenched his teeth, "I'll be blunt. Those guys will kill me today, I want you to open Wano for me." Alexander and Dobby had already arrived at the location 40 minutes ago and 30 minutes had passed since Oden jumped into the pot. He waited this long because he knew that if he stopped everything before the people realized the truth then even if he kills Kaido and Orokai the people wouldn't accept Oden as their shogun. But now he had no reason to wait. "That is truly a respectable man, Dobby. I wonder why they didn't contact you with that two-way mirror you gave them." Dobby wondered. "Let's ask that ourselves," he said and jumped down from a rooftop to the middle of where Kaido sat in the pot. He first walked to the pot and pointed his finger at it. It instantly turned to normal temperature and the fire under it extinguished. Then he took out a small vial and poured in its contents. "Stay in there, kid. It will heal your skin. Now, where is your damn father and why didn't he contact me?" he asked. But no one spoke, only silence was there. Finally, Orokai screeched. "Who are these? Interfering in the execution. Kill them too, throw them in the oil, muhahaha." But no one moved. Maybe Orokai was the lazy guy and didn't read the newspaper but the beast pirates and everyone else did read it. Alexander's 10 billion bounty was enough to make them understand his level of power. "Oden, you're fine now. Why are you still bathing in oil? Come out." Alexander ordered after a few minutes. Oden came out of the shock and put the plank down and came out. He looked at his body below the waist and it was totally unharmed. It didn't even have slight burns. "Haha, my medicine is amazing," Dobby commented. "Universe, what do you want?" Kaido raged. Alexander uninterestingly looked at him. "Didn't you read the paper? I said I would be people's voice and shields. Wano needed a shield so here I am. Now, sit down like a good puppy, I will deal with you soon." "You." Kaido jumped towards him to attack. But Alexander just lifted his hand and gestured. Kaido's huge body fell to the ground at a high force, making a small crater. Then out of nowhere, stone rods came out of the ground and put his neck, hands, and feet in shackles. "I told you I'd deal with you soon. Now stay silent, and don't try to fight them, the more you move the tighter they will get. Also, they are made of the same material as poneglyphs," he revealed. Even Kaido can't destroy poneglyphs after all. His mention of poneglyphs shocked everyone. It was common knowledge that only the Kojiki family knew how to make them. Alexander then slowly walked to Orokai. Orokai was a large man but in a weird way. It was like he was giant and a dwarf at the same time. "I do feel bad for what happened to you and your family in your childhood. But what you did cannot be ignored. Instead of working to erase the bad reputation that your father brought to your family, you decided to spoil it more. You selected the punishment for Oden, right? Then you must also be prepared to face it yourself." He put him in time torture in which Alexander grabbed his neck and threw him into the pot which was again filled with boiling oil. The catch was that he would not die and constantly feel the pain of being boiled. It would last for 5 days in his mind. Orokai screamed heavily in his seat. He rolled on the ground. "Oxyo, all Orokai's local supporters." Instantly about 50 people popped in. They all were high-ranking people in the country. So many fools. He put them in the same torture. Then he looked at the beast pirates. He segregated everyone that had a sin percentage higher than 52%. All of them had bounties on their heads. So Alexander put those in early category 3 in shackles and those in late category 3 or above were put to death by snapping their necks after being time tortured in boiling oil for 10 hours. Those in early category 3 and the dead bodies would be handed over to the world government for bounties. The money would help Wano a lot. He could throw in as much gold as he wanted but that would be a short-term solution. "Oden, what do you want to do with Orokai?" Alexander asked. The 9 red scabbards were aware of Alexander so they didn't react to him as Oden. "How do you know me?" Oden shockingly asked. "Haha. Your father told me about you. He said you are foolish and rash in making decisions. But, you are also a brave strong man. You have earned my respect. Now, where is Koja Kisukiyaki? He asked. He is sick and currently kept in the prison, Odin informed. Alexander looked back at Dabi, give him the medicine and bring him here. And to Orakai. He didn't just deceive me but the whole Wano. So it should be Wano who decides his fate. Odin added. Alexander agreed and picked Orakai up by his neck again and brought him to the front. Go ahead, do your job, Odin. Alexander gestured at him. Odin walked forward and started talking to his people. He told them everything that had been happening in the country lately. In the end, Orakai was sentenced to death by the people. Even Alexander wouldn't have let him go as his sins were too high. The man was a backstabbing opportunist. He was told to commit seppuku right there in front of everyone. Seppuku was an honorable death. However, after going through the time torture, his will was completely broken and his true nature was out. He couldn't even lift the knife to kill himself. In the end, Odin did it himself by chopping his head off. Looking at the head roll on the ground, Alexander wrote it down to make a law for the future that lets executions happen without such gory scenes. I will return as soon as your father comes. Until then, address your people. I will deal with Kaido in the meantime. Alexander stated and walked to shackled Kaido. I don't care if you are a demon who ate dragon fruit or a dragon who ate demon fruit. Your days of being a pirate will end today. He then checked his sins. Kaido Category 4. Murder 4,432,456. Indirect murder 5,678,643. Slavery 3,543,788. RPE 12,567. Torture 5,654,759. Robbery 73,456,644. Sin percentage 87%. Hey, what else was I expecting? He muttered and dragged Kaido to an open area. The world would soon witness true justice. You can see Kojaki Odin on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. 261. Kaido is weak. Alexander stood relaxed. A distance away was Kaido standing. Dabi is busy, who will hold the camera now, he thought and finally called for one of Connor's clones. Here, hold this camera for me and capture some nice shots. He instructed. Alexander decided to get on with it. You gave Odin 1 hour, right? Then I give you 1 hour too. In that time you can attack however you want and I won't retaliate. I will only defend. After 1 hour, it will be you boiling in that pot. His proclamation was huge. The people tensed up, worrying that if Alexander lost then they would really go through hell. Kaido, however, didn't hold back. Too overconfident. He appeared in front of Alexander at a speed that couldn't be followed through normal eyes. He punched Alexander in the head. It was so strong that the airwaves generated from it destroyed a mountain behind Alexander. But Alexander was unfazed. Haha, you are weak, Kaido, pathetically weak. This was the first time Kaido had heard such a thing. He tried many other combinations of attacks but nothing seemed to work. Not even Alexander's clothes were harmed. 15 minutes left. Finally, Kaido decided to get serious and turned into his dragon form. He flew in the sky and sent some red beam from his mouth. Alexander just lifted his palm and slapped the beam in another direction. Haha, such a weak dragon. The time kept on passing and Kaido started to realize he wouldn't be able to kill Alexander. So he did the only logical thing. Run. He tried to fly away in his dragon form. Haha. See everyone, the strongest creature in the world is scared and running away. But not today. Iron shackles came out and caught fleeing Kaido. Time is ticking, Kaido. Why are you wasting it? Ting. Finally, the bell rings. Telling that the time was up. Alexander put Kaido in sea stone shackle which made his devil fruit ability useless. It surprisingly made him return to his humanoid demonic form. Ho ho. So you are actually a demon who ate dragon fruit? Alexander exclaimed. Alexander dragged him back to the hall where the pot was. Jump in Kaido, it's time to deep fry you. In the audience, Kaido's daughter was seeing everything with no emotions. She just came to the realization that her father was such a monster in her mind that she didn't even feel anything when he was about to die. Kaido was pushed into the pot. It was boiling at a much higher temperature than Odin's turn. It was so hot that Kaido could only resist for a few minutes before he started screaming in pain. But he was still not dying. His mind may not be strong enough to shrug off the pain but his body was strong enough to not burn. Sigh. Alexander took out his Dragon Slayer sword which was repaired now and went closer to him. Kaido, for the murder and enslavement of millions. You are hereby sentenced to die. Have fun in hell. Slash. Alexander's sword cut his neck like butter and severed his head. Instantly dark blackish red blood filled the pot. All the people cheered at his death. Yamato circled around and came to Odin. She was an Odin fanatic for some reason. Alexander instantly took out a huge basket filled with all kinds of fruits. Then right in front of him, an invisible energy came out of Kaido and entered an apple. The apple then turned blue with flame texture. The apple didn't have a stem, so why does the devil fruit have one? Was there a devil fruit tree once? He thought. Alexander then noticed a girl staring at him. What is it, kid? What are you going to do with that fruit? Yamato asked. Why, do you want it? Odin saw the situation and introduced her. This is Yamato. Daughter of Kaido. She is a very good girl. Alexander nodded, he could see from her sins that she wasn't bad. Girl, if you want this fruit then you need to sign a contract. It states that you will not use your powers for any wrongdoings. He proposed. She instantly signed it without even reading. It seems she was in a hurry to eat it. Go ahead. Soon Dabi came back with Kojiki Sukiyaki. Alexander first gave him a hard knock on his head. Why didn't you call me the day Kaido entered here? Haha. I forgot about that and when I remembered, they had taken my belongings away. I told Odin about it too but he couldn't find it. Sukiyaki clarified. Hey, so many lives could have been saved. Anyways, I have decided. I am going to make Wano my Golden Justice Army headquarters for now. You guys are already not mingled with the world government so it'll be nice. He declared. You are welcome anytime, old man. Everyone, human and animal in this country is indebted to you. He deeply bowed. He patted his shoulder, then you better not slack and do your job. I will keep an eye on you. I will get bounties from the world government on these pirates. Kaido alone was worth 3 billion. I will take gold instead of berries from them. Sukiyaki was confused, but aren't you retired? How can you get bounties? Haha, I have my ways. Alexander laughed and went to a corner and called someone on Den Den Mushi. Mary Gosa. The office of the Commander-in-Chief of World Government was deep under the castle Pangdia. Peru. Kong picked up the call in his lavish office with a huge glass wall on whose other side was the sea and many water creatures. Who is it? He asked. King Kong, it's me, your employee of the decade, Alexander answered. God damn it, you are a wanted man now, Universe. Why do you still call me? He questioned with a headache. Well, you know, I am an adventurous man. I came to Wano and saw Kaido killing people. So I killed him and his pirates. Give me his bounties. He demanded. Then his headache instantly cleared. What? You killed Kaido? Where? You want their bounties in gold? Do you know what you're asking? Why would the world government deal with criminals? He refuted. Oh, I wonder what I should do with all these documents signed by the world government and Kaido for weapons purchase. All of Kong's ego died down when he heard Alexander. No. Don't do that. Don't publish about the world government buying weapons from Kaido. I will send a small fleet with an admiral. Don't call me again, please. Ha, I know I can count on you, King Kong, if you ever decide to retire and need a job, I will always have a place for you. Bye. Alexander hung up. Kong sat in his chair, both relaxed and conflicted. Thinking about how this matter should be reported above. Alexander showed a thumbs up to everyone which made them all cheer. Then he started showing his magic, making lots of food appear. He also sent his men to do the same all around the country because Kaido had left a lot of villages without food and they were starving. So, where should I set up my base? He asked Sukiyaki. What about Kaido's base on Onigashima Island? It has natural defenses. The island is surrounded by whirlpools and has only one way in and out. Sukiyaki suggested. I guess I'll take that. It already has infrastructure. It just needs some upgrades. Okay, I will be on my way now. The incident will be reported in the newspaper, so if you want to open Wano then you should tell Odin to give an interview. Alexander advised. After that, he first went to his new base. It was a depression island. Gloomy thunderclouds were above it and also the skull-shaped huge structure in the middle. He first got rid of all that and turned it into a true shining base. He worked to make another entrance to the island. Just having one could be dangerous as anyone could block it from outside. Let's go, Dobby. Alfred must have completed my fleet by now. You can see Kaido in his dragon form in Kong on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. 262. Amber Lead. Haha, good job, Alfred. This will surely help me. Alexander praised him while assessing the entire fleet of 300 metal warships, 50 submarines, and 150 frigates. Do you even have enough people to man these ships? Alfred asked. No, not yet. For now, I will take help from Unsullieds and Seraphs. Alright, take care then. I'll go and check up on a few places. Alexander and Dobby appeared in O'Hara. Deerishishishi. Grandpa. He heard a cute childish voice calling him. He looked towards it and sure enough, it was little Robin. He went ahead and ruffled her hair. What are you doing sitting here? Playing with Saul. I'm bored. They still didn't allow me to join them and study. She complained. Oh, why is that? He asked. She looked down and pouted, because I'm small. Alexander laughed and put her on his shoulders. Who said that? Our Robin may be small, but she is very strong. Let's go, I'll tell them to take you in. Really? Yai, she happily threw her arms in the air. How is everything on the island, Saul? Alexander asked the giant good man. Everything is okay, boss. No marine ship came here since the last time. He reported. Good, do you want to join my Golden Justice Army? You will become the commander of this island. Alexander proposed. Saul was, after all, a vice admiral. You don't reach that rank with just raw power, you also need a brain. I don't have anywhere else to go or to do, so I will, boss. He accepted. Alexander laughed and told him about his job. Haha, good. I will be placing 5 warships and lots of artillery on the island shores. A small base of 100 soldiers will be made here. You will command all of it. After that, he took Robin to the library. Oi, Clover. Why did you leave her out of research? She already knows everything and the world government has also put a bounty on everyone on this island, so what's the point now? I also promised her that I'll let her study. Ah, but her mother is the one who denied it. She said Robin isn't ready yet, Clover told him. Come on, she can't decide that. After all that Robin has been through, I think she deserves it. Can you imagine what her life would have been like if I hadn't come and she was the lone survivor? I order you to take her in or I will not help you collect the poneglyphs. I will take Robin with me and teach her everything myself. He threatened them with something they understood. Ah. Please don't get angry, Mr. Universe. We will let her join us. Come, Robin, I will show you my research. Clover called her. Robin excitedly heard everything from Alexander's shoulders and after finally getting the permission she was on cloud 9. She quickly jumped down and ran to Clover but then, she stopped and came back to Alexander. Grandpa, I want to tell you something. She said. Alexander sat down and let her come to his ear. Robin slowly came to his side and kissed his cheek. Thank you, Grandpa. She blushed and ran away. Alexander loudly laughed at her cute behavior. He loved seeing her smile from her heart. He couldn't imagine the life she had lived till now. There must be millions of kids like her in the world. I guess it's time to eradicate world hunger, he thought. After that, he returned back to Fuchsia village. Grandpa Ace-chan, your food. Ace had started walking and talking by now and he walked very fast. He made Rouge go through hellish exercise every day. Ace saw Alexander and came to him for the piggyback ride. Something he always gets. Haha, teasing your mother ha. He picked him up. Rouge soon came with a plate filled with baby food. Ah, you all have spoiled him too much. He doesn't listen to me at all. Don't forget Rouge. Ace has the blood of you and Roger. Can you imagine the son of Roger being a tomboy? Alexander asked. She sighed and shook her head, you always have answers. Help me make him eat this. Wait, why not make him some flavored baby food? Ace-chan, what do you like eating the most? He asked. Cho-co-co tate. He chirped happily. Alexander then gave Rouge chocolate-flavored baby food. Ace enjoyed that a lot. Old man, you are becoming famous these days. Roger entered with an economic news newspaper. He showed it to Alexander. Haha, they are calling me demon of pirates, such hypocrisy. I think I should start putting bounties on them too. He commented looking at the newspaper. Ha ha ha. Wait, are you serious? Putting bounties on them? Roger asked in disbelief. Yeah, I have a lot of money so it's better used than left lying around. Anyways, I'll go to my place now. Alexander had his own small castle there where his big family lived. He entered and as usual was greeted with cute giggles from the girls. He found Olivia first. Oli, you need to start working. I want to provide food to the whole world for a while. Until I can make them self-reliant. Ah, I've already started working on that. Your kind heart shops will soon become distributors of cheap food for the poor. She informed. Alexander then looked around for all the dwellers of the castle. Hey, where are Hats and Douglas? Ah, Grandpa. Kitty said he wanted to see the city so he went there with Uncle Douglas and Barry. I hope he's okay. Gina told him, it seems she had a soft spot for her fluffy friend. Yeah, I hope the city is fine he thought. Flavance, a country in the North Blue. Flavance was said to be straight out of a snowy country in a fairy tale, as the earth, trees and grass were all pure white, and the beauty was so stunning that it left visitors wondering whether the island was real or not. A special and rare kind of ore, amber lead, was discovered underneath the kingdom and was determined to be the source of Flavance's marvelous white nature. With the discovery of amber lead, a variety of goods such as utensils, paint, sweets, makeup, and weapons were made out of the ore. People from all over the world bought those high-quality goods, leading to the kingdom's eventual rise to affluence. However, 100 years ago when the industry came to be, the world government and the country's royal family discovered that amber lead was poisonous, but chose not to inform the country of its harmful nature to gain profit from the industry. As part of the adverse effects, each succeeding generation that came to be had a shorter lifespan than their predecessors. By the time the world discovered the toxicity of amber lead, it was too late to save the heavily poisoned country. While the royal family selfishly escaped with the assistance of the world government, abandoning their people in the process. The people were left alone to die. Alexander just found out about this thing from his kind heart mall in that country. The news was going to be in the next day's paper too. But Alexander decided to act fast before something bad happens. After all, the country was abandoned by its ruling monarch. What are we going to do, boss? Dobby asked. Ha ha ha, get 10 warships, and let's go and claim the abandoned country. It is a free real estate. Alexander laughingly announced. Yes, boss. I'll also have the medical experts in Seraph's and Unsullied's ranks to come along. When all this was happening, a certain fishman ex-slave who ran out of Mary Gosa some time ago returned to the same place by climbing the red line with sheer physical strength. He had only one thought in mind which kept him climbing the 7,000 meters high wall, that was to free others from the same fate as his own. He went to free the fisherman mainly, but the teachings of Queen Otohim and the words of that certain old man in his childhood made him free everyone without prejudice. Among them were many children too. They all ran for their lives as fast as they could. It was chaotic. The world government tried to stop them, but the fishman had also started fires in many buildings for diversion. Now, it was yet to be seen how Alexander will react when the news would reach him. A few days later, in the human auction houses in Sabayati archipelago, a certain old man magically appeared out of thin air. He himself looked confused about his whereabouts. God damn it, I didn't sign up for this, he complained. You can see Robin, Flavance, Fishman, and the human shop on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson, Conrad Douglas Flower. 263. I got the cure. Flavance, North Blue. Alexander was about to reach the kingdom. Dobby, take the anywhere door and arrest the fleeing royal family of Flavance. Bring them here after that. He ordered. Blue Fang, you go and seal all the borders. Stop any conflict going on. Other kingdoms are trying to destroy Flavance because they think this disease is communicable. Okay, boss. Blue Fang left with a dozen seraphs. Alexander then went alone into the kingdom. Most of the people there were already sick. He saw some kids around too and they looked weak. He used his magic to quickly make them a bit better. The disease was hereditary, so the current generation of children would die even before they reached their teens. Alexander went straight to the hospital to test his medicine. It was a simple blood purifying potion that removes all the impurities from the blood. He had guessed that amber lead ore's dust must be the reason behind the problem. When he entered the place, it was filled with patients. Most people recognized him. He was quite famous as his posters and images in the newspaper were a daily occurrence. Some of them got scared, but a doctor did come to him with no fear. What can I do for you, sir? Ha, I should be the one asking that. The world government and your king have abandoned this country. Someone had to come. He babbled. By now everyone already knew that they had been betrayed by the government, both local and world. Alexander continued, who would have thought the thing that made this country so rich would become its curse? Have you found any remedy yet? No, we haven't found any remedy yet. My wife and I are still working on it. My daughter is also sick, so I am doing everything in my power to find the cure. But we are running low on supplies as the borders have been sealed and the seashores are surrounded. The doctor reported. Ah, well, you don't need to worry anymore. What's your name? My name is Trafalgar Water Milan. The doctor introduced himself. Well, Milan. I have a cure for this disease. Let's go and try it out on your daughter first. Alexander proposed. Milan's eyes widened in disbelief. Does it work? There's only one way to find it. Though I am 100% sure it will work. He said and took out a small vial. What's your decision? Alexander asked. Milan knew that finding a cure for his daughter in time was impossible and she was in the last stage of the disease. The only chance he could see for her survival was standing in front of him. Okay, let's go. If this works we can distribute it to everyone. They came to a separate room. There were 3 people in there. A little girl on the bed, a little boy and probably their mother. The woman looked at her husband and then Alexander. Her eyes widened in shock and worry, thinking about what trouble had come to their lives now. The world government's wanted poster really made people unconsciously fear him. But that will soon change when he starts spreading wanted posters with world government employees' faces on them. He was not going to make it a fight between just him and them but instead 2 government factions. People may not have realized this but Alexander was slowly taking over kingdoms and bringing them under his banner. Mr. Universe, this is my wife, Trafalgar Water Sylvie. Sylvie, he has medicine that can treat our little Lami. He explained. The boy who had been silent till now loudly exclaimed, Really? Please treat her then. I will give you all my savings. The kid took out some coins and currency notes from his pocket. Alexander kindly smiled at him and asked, What's your name, boy? Trafalgar Water Law. Please heal her. He pleaded. Alexander ruffled his hair, Kid, you are sick too. Here, drink this and give one to your sister. This is the medicine. The little girl looked at Alexander with a wide cheerful smile, Uncle, is there a festival going on outside? Why did the firecrackers stop? Alexander quickly realized that the girl was not told about the current situation in the country and the loud gunshots were festive firecrackers for her. She was just 5 or so years old so telling her didn't make sense anyway. Ah, yes, there is a festival going on, sweetheart. But I told them to stop. Once you drink this and get better we will continue with them. He replied. Her brother, mother, and father took a sigh of relief. What is your name? He asked. Lami, she answered. Okay, Lami. Quickly drink it so grandpa can take you to the festival. He encouraged her. He could feel that her body was in a very dangerous state and even a single mental shock could kill her. She got encouraged and quickly drank it. It was a bit sour and bitter so she made faces but didn't complain. La Chan. You drink it too. He said when he noticed the boy was not drinking. After a few minutes, the white marks from her body started to disappear, bringing back the normal skin color. Milan quickly used his stethoscope and checked her. How do you feel, Lami? She cutely lifted her hands and checked the white marks.Yaa. They are really gone. I feel good, Papa. Her mother then picked La up and put him on the bed. She quickly took off his shirt and checked him. La's face became red with embarrassment. La, how do you feel? She asked. La looked at his skin and also noticed the changes. He didn't feel much pain so he couldn't tell if there were any changes inside his body. I don't know Mama, but the white spots are gone. He exclaimed. Haha, of course, they would. You two can do a quick blood test if you want. I'll get doses for everyone. He suggested. The husband and wife doctor took a blood sample from La and went to do some quick tests. Only Alexander and the kids were left behind. So, you two wanna go out? Alexander asked. Yai. Lami quickly jumped to him but La pulled her back. But how can we trust you? I saw your bounty poster. La smartly pointed out. HOH, aren't you a smart one? Okay, answer me. What if the bad king of this country was caught by you and you punished him? In return, they released a wanted poster of you, saying you committed a crime. Then are you a bad boy? Alexander questioned. La thought for a second, they abandoned us and withheld the information that amber lead is poisonous, all for money. If I punish them then I am a good boy. Yes, exactly. Not everyone you see on a bounty poster is a bad person. I went against the world government and stopped them from doing something bad so they put me on a poster. Though thankfully it's a nice picture. He sidetracked a bit at the end. La looked at him with a newfound understanding and admiration. Can I join your Golden Justice Army? Yes you can. But you will need your parents' approval first. Can we go out Grandpa? Lami chimed in, pouting cutely. Haha, yes you can, little one. Come, you are still weak. Sit on Grandpa's shoulder. Alexander picked her. Then he looked at Law. Law understood and quickly moved a few feet back. I can walk. No thanks. Haha. Okay, kid. Law still couldn't stop Alexander from getting his hair ruffled. Meanwhile, Dobby reached a marine ship a few hundred kilometers off the shore of Flavance. It had the kingdom's royal family traveling on it. Dobby stood on the bow of marine ship and spoke through a loudspeaker, all the marine personnel. This is the Vice Commander-in-Chief of the Golden Justice Army speaking. Hand the royal family back and we will let you go. Fight and you may find yourself swimming today. All the marines scaredly ran into their various rooms on the ship as soon as they recognized him. Dobby himself had a bounty of 6 billion on him, so no one wanted to mess with him. The highest rank on the ship was just a captain and no one had the confidence to ward off Dobby. Suddenly a door opened and a middle-aged man and a woman were thrown out. They looked hideous and wore huge regal gowns and excessive makeup. Take them, please just let us go. A loud voice came from behind the closed door. The husband and wife beat the door but no one opened it. Dobby scratched his beard, that was easy. He went ahead and put the two in cuffs, let's go. You two have a lot of people to answer to. You can see Lami on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson, Conrad Douglas Flower. 264. D family. Yai. So pretty. Lami excitedly looked at the night sky from Alexander's shoulder. Beside them, Law was standing and admiring the scene. How did you do that? He asked amusingly. Haha, it's magic. In the sky were thousands of firecrackers. The medicine had already started to get distributed. The people were recovering and coming out to see the beautiful sky. Some even cried, feeling the newfound hope of living. Soon they heard loud booing sound coming from the right like a wave. After a while the reason also became clear. Dobby was dragging the two culprits towards him. Boss, I caught them fleeing on a marine ship. What do we do? Well, we are the controlling government now, so they should be given a trial. Right here and now. You two got anything to say? He asked. The two looked at him with disdain. Who do you think you are? We are the royal family of this kingdom, you have no right to judge us. Let us go, you still have time or else the wrath of the world government will fall upon you. Then they noticed that Alexander wasn't even looking at them. He was busy distributing candies to kids. Alexander looked back. Ah, yes. You said you are deserters who poisoned their homeland and then tried to flee. I already know all that, tell me something new. What? We didn't say that. Sigh. You give yourself too much importance. Do you really think the world government would care about two people who have lost their kingdom and the means to make money? Hey, they are just like you. Greedy and opportunistic. You have no worth anymore. Alexander lectured. He then looked towards the people after seeing their sins. For your crimes. You will get death. But not here. Not in front of little children. Dobby, take them to the city hall and hang them there. Take some witnesses with you. Once they were taken to their execution, Law came to Alexander. Mister, my mama and papa want to talk to you in private. Alexander lightly knocked on his head. Grandpa, that's the right word. Now let's go. Once in a private room, he sat on one side and the family of 4 on the other. Milan clenched his fist but his wife calmed him down and gave an encouraging nod. Alexander was now interested in knowing what they were getting so worked up on. Milan started to speak. Sir, we lied to you when we told you our name. My real name is Trafalgar D. Water Milan. My wife and children also have it in our names. Oh, interesting. Why were you hiding it? Alexander interestingly asked. Because that is what we've been taught since our childhood. That we should keep D in our names a secret. They said that this name has many enemies. Even my grandfather was killed because of revealing this name, that is what my father told me, Milan explained. You are right. I don't know much about why people have this in their name. But I do know that it has something to do with the Void Century, which makes everyone with D in their names an enemy of the world government. Alexander explained. Both adults got worried about their kids. Ah, you 4 can come and live on my island. It's in the East Blue. It is probably the safest place in the world. Many other people with D in their names live there. It is the Marine Hero, Vice Admiral, Monkey D. Garp, and my birthplace. He offered. What about this place? We are the most knowledgeable doctors here. Sylvie asked. Don't worry about this place. It will now be my territory, so there will be lots of new people coming. Including all kinds of professionals. You should just worry about your own safety. Mama, let's go with Grandpa. He said he will let me play with his granddaughters, his cat, and his bird. I want to play with them. Lami spoke. Looking at her wide radiation smile, their hearts quickly made a decision. Okay, we will go with Mr. Universe. We will go and pack our bags. Haha, good choice. I will be leaving this island in 2 days. Get ready by then. He informed and left to solve the mess of a kingdom. The family happily looked at his back with gratitude in their eyes. For now, Alexander had Wano, Flavance, O'Hara, and partially Dawn Island, Goa Kingdom, under him. He was slowly moving forward on talking over the world. 2 days later, Alexander left one of Connor's clones on the island to set up everything. 10 warships were also left behind. These new metal warships had become a topic of gossip in the seas. Most pirates would simply steer away if they saw one of them. For the past few days, Alexander spent most of his time removing all of amber lead ore and dumping them into the sea. It wasn't harmful to any animal, he had done the tests. Reason for throwing it was because as long as it was there, the people would be in danger. For now, Connor's clone will work at the top while at the grassroots level, the local leaders will. Alexander also left a lot of food rations to ease the load on the people for now. After that, he just boarded the ship and got ready to return to the Goa Kingdom. Grandpa, can we see the red line? I read in the school book that it is very tall. Lami cutely asked while jumping on the ship's deck. It seems her disease had held her cheerful nature back. Alexander could have gone through the anywhere door, but that wouldn't be helpful in the current position he was in. He wanted to go through any island in trouble which he could take over. Yes, Lami-chan. We will see the red line soon. Do you know what's above the red line? He asked. She shook her head. The world's worst criminals live there. But no one can catch them because they run the world. He revealed. Oh, not even you can beat them? She asked. Haha. Of course, I can. It's just that I don't. Because then the whole world would fall into a disorderly mess. Oh, look, we're there. He pointed at the horizon. She excitedly looked back at the sea. Whoa. How will we climb it, Grandpa? I'm just a small little girl. Her face showed genuine worry. It made Alexander laugh. Ha ha ha. No, we won't be climbing it, sweetie. We will be flying over it. He answered. But won't the bad guys catch us then? She inquired. Bad guys live in the area of the red line that lies in the Grand Line. While we are in the North Blue. He explained. Besides them, Law was listening to everything and learning new knowledge. Grandpa, I also read that there is Fish Island in the sea and Sky Islands up there. Is that true? From there Alexander's time went by answering Lami's various questions. Her mind may be small, but it was full of curiosity. It was the first time she or any of her family came out of their home kingdom after all. Everything went normal until they came near paradise. A few thousand kilometers away from the Red Line, he saw a ship with Amazon Lily's flag. It was being attacked by 3 pirate ships. Alexander flew to the ship and saw the Empress Gloriosa on the ship. Though she had grown old now. Oh, what a surprise seeing you here, Gloriosa. I thought the Empress didn't come out of the safe waters. He voiced. Gloriosa looked at him in shock and relief. I wanted some adventures of my own. We all need some stories to tell to the later generation. Haha. That is true. Wait, I'll deal with these. He turned back and punched towards the 3 ships with so much force that the airwaves left many holes in them. So now the pirates were more focused on saving their sinking ship. Alexander left them as they were, deciding to deal with them later. So, care to explain why they were attacking? He asked. Ah, there's no point in hiding now. 3 girls from Amazon Lily went missing a few years back. In the recent fire of Mary Gosa, they were successful in running away. The pirates thought they could sell them back for money. She answered. Why didn't you tell me when they went missing? Where are they? Take me to them. I will ban slavery today. He announced. Gloriosa thought it was an arrogant thought, but again, when she thought who said it, it didn't seem impossible. You can see D Family and Kuja ship on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson, Conrad Douglas Flower. 265. Slavery is banned. Gloriosa took him to a room where the 3 sisters were. When they first saw Alexander they looked very scared and ready to attack. Surprisingly, the smallest of them in size was also the eldest of them. They have grown to hate men now. I can't even imagine the horrors they went through in there. Gloriosa told him. Alexander just sat down in front of the 3 and didn't go any closer. What's your name, children? What do you want? We won't go back with you, the black-haired one growled. Gloriosia chipped in, Hancock, be respectful. He is the same Mr. Universe you all grew up reading about in your school books. They have textbooks on me, Alexander asked internally. It's all right, Glossoria. After all that they've been through. Trusting people can get hard. Tell me, Hancock. Can you tell me the name of the man who did this to you? I promise to bring you his head right now. He told her. She clenched her fist. No, I want him alive. I want to kill him with my own hands. That animal. She had started to go out of control, so Alexander had to give them calming draughts. Finally, she did tell him the name. It was Saint Charlos. Ah, I know this man. Okay, girls. A promise is a promise. You're going to get him alive. Take care till then. Before he went away, he left lots of tasty food for them. When Alexander was gone, Hancock looked at Glossoria. Why didn't he become petrified? Gloriosia just shrugged her shoulders as she didn't know the answer. He probably only sees you as a small child. Hell, I'm in my 60s and I felt like he even sees me as a child. Who was going to tell her that he even saw a 1,000-year-old elephant as a child? Even Alexander felt strange sometimes with his own behavior. Sabayati Archipelago, Human Shop. Today, a round of slave auctions was going on. The main attraction of the event was an old man who only looked old but was actually as strong as thousands of men. He had white hair and a nice scar on his eye which showed that he was a warrior. The old man only agreed to participate because he was promised riches, something he never turned down. The announcer talked loudly from the stage. Today's final item, a man as strong as a dragon. His name is Ragnarok, the ender of worlds. The starting price is 100 million berries. Ragnarok stood on the stage with a wide grin, thinking he'd get lots of gold soon. It was his natural instinct to lust for gold, so he couldn't do anything about it. Oh, we have a new bid. 200 million. Ragnarok was irked that no one was bidding anymore. So he decided to motivate the audience. Is that all you got? Is that all your daddy let you spend? Ha ha ha. Ragnarok's mocking worked and bids started increasing. Beep beep. Ragnarok took out the phone and saw a message. It was a message that Alexander sent a long time ago. It read, "Call me when you see this." So he called. Alexander had left and was already flying to marry Gosa. Ring ring. This was a real cell phone and not a den mushy, so he knew someone from the family was on the other side. Yes, Universe speaking. A laughing voice came from the other side, ha ha ha. I finally found you, old friend. Alexander was elated. Ragnarok, where the hell were you? It's been more than 50 years since I came here and you went missing. What? But Alex, I just came here a few days ago. Alexander suddenly remembered his father's words, space and time is my bitch. The bitch is out of control, it seems, he thought. Ah, forget it. Where are you right now? Alexander asked. I'm in an auction in some mangrove forest. Alexander quickly guessed the location, Sabayati Archipelago. What are you buying? Ha ha ha, I ain't buying. I'm getting sold. These fools are buying me for millions. And they call their gold, berries, haha, who does that? Ragnarok loudly answers. Alexander facepalmed himself. Ragnarok, berries are not gold. It's the local currency of this world. I even have a 10 billion berries bounty on my head and it's roughly $100 million in Earth currency. Ragnarok didn't reply for a second. Alexander could hear the greedy dragon's hopes and dreams shattering. What the FCK? So they bought me for 600 million berries, which is roughly $6 million. God damn it, this dragon got an image to maintain. I can't let this deal happen. I'm gonna kill these criminals. Ragnarok raged. Talking about his image? Did the sun rise in the west? Ragnarok, tell me if there is a guy in an astronaut suit, an ugly face, snort from nose sliding out. Alexander described Saint Charlos. Actually, he's the one who bought me, Ragnarok revealed. Haha, then capture him and wait for me there. Alexander hung up and apparat to Sabayati Archipelago. There he saw the whole island in a mess. Because Ragnarok had also taken out a bit of his annoyance on him and had beaten him up, an admiral was called from the headquarters. All the people were trying to run away now. Alexander soon saw his old friend. Both of them went ahead and hugged each other. Ragnarok had the ability to increase his size so it wasn't very cringy. Boom! A cannonball struck the building. Surprisingly, on the ball was a man in a yellow suit. The man moved like lightning and kicked Ragnarok's head. Boom! Everything but Ragnarok got destroyed. Who the hell is this sparkling Christmas boy? Alexander laughed. Haha, he is supposed to be a marine admiral. One of the top powerhouses in the world. Hey! Powerhouse? His kick was so weak, it couldn't even scratch the itchy spot behind my ear. Ragnarok scoffed. Ooh! Kizaru is here. That was just the starter. Don't worry, I will serve the main course as hot as the lightning. Kizaru spoke in his chilling sadistic voice. Again an attack came and Ragnarok tried to catch it but the light was intangible. Haha, Ragnarok, his body becomes light. You can't grab that. For that, you need this. Alexander's arm became pitch black, covered in armament haki. Kizaru again came to attack and Alexander grabbed him by his neck. Kizaru's own momentum was enough to damage his neck and make him fall unconscious. Alexander just threw him to the side like some trash. See, that was called haki. Let's go. I will teach you. Oh, wait. I have an announcement to make. Here, you take some pictures. Alexander instructed. He stood up on the back of Saint Charlos's body that was laid on the ground. He was neither dead nor unconscious. Alexander amplified his voice with magic. Listen to me. The world government cannot save you. If I see any slave shop open in the world, I will not just destroy the shop but its owner, his family, and the staff of the shop. So, if you are an owner, stop this business. If you are a staff member, quit the job. Believe me, you don't want to see me knocking on your door. So from today onwards, I declare slavery banned in the world. Any seller or buyer will be put to death if found guilty. Then Alexander flew up and sent a powerful punch towards the auction house, completely leveling it. Its owner was also turned into a paste inside. He also called for his Golden Justice Army to come and help the slave that he had just liberated settle down. Alexander grabbed the collar of Saint Charlos and started dragging him. His sister, Saint Shalria then screamed, "What are you doing? Release him!" Why? Saint Shalria Category 4. Murder 400. Indirect murder 500. Torture 5000. RPE 2,123,069. Enslaving 5,600,000. Kidnapping 101,000. Sin percentage 72%. Shut up, you won't be going back today. You are a Category 4 sinner, Alexander loudly exclaimed after reading her sins. No more words came out of her mouth as she suddenly lost her head the moment she tried to speak. No one saw Alexander or anyone else moving, it was all so sudden. A good end to a sinner. Let's go, Raggy. Alexander walked away. But my gold. He complained. I will give you a job which involves stealing wealth from people like this fat boy. Alexander proposed while kicking Saint Charlos. You can see Saint Charlos and Saint Shalria on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 266, 266. Red Hair Boy. Alexander and Ragnarok came back to the ship of Amazon Lily. This time with a scared Saint Charlos. Closaria saw the man and looked at him disgustfully, he even looks filthy. So-called celestial dragon. Ha! Yeah, they looked neither celestial nor like a dragon. Alexander added. Saint Charlos suddenly thought of protesting, why you just wait. The whole marine and world government will come for you soon. He received a kick from Ragnarok and shut up. If you open that mouth again I will throw you into the sea. You see that sea monster over there? I'll feed you to him. Noodles, who was just playing nearby, heard Ragnarok and got upset for being called a monster. Alexander went and punched Ragnarok lightly to show Noodles that he was on his side. He then whispered in Ragnarok's ears, don't call him a monster. He's a bit emotional. Now you go and play with him. He threw Ragnarok off the ship and brought Saint Carlos to the three sisters. Hancock was the first one to stand up and come closer, albeit scaredly. See, I helped you. I can also help you to get rid of these tattoos. I'm sure you're concerned about that. Hancock looked at Alexander. She was on the verge of tearing up. Why are you doing all this for us? She asked with genuine confusion. She had never known someone who would help a stranger for no reason. Alexander used his magic and made their tattoos go away. Answer's very simple, child. Because I can. Now, I'm leaving this guy to you. Even if you don't kill him he will still die in a few hours. Don't worry about Marines following you here. Take care. With that, he left them alone and returned to his ship. Fusha village. A new person had arrived on the island. He had red hair and a small pirate crew. The crew didn't really have the knowledge that so many powerful monsters lived there and proclaimed the village their base for now. Roger was shocked when he saw his ship's chore boy had grown so big and strong. Ha ha ha, here, kid. Try this one. It's a true man's drink. Roger passed him a small glass of his home-brewed strong whiskey. Ha, why are you giving the drink? Where is Makina? Shanks asked. You came to the wrong bar, fool, Roger replied and drank the shot himself. I was gonna drink that. Me too, Roger shrugged and poured another one. So, you wanna become a big-time pirate now? Why are you in East Blue, then? Roger asked. Ah, nothing. Just passing by. Shanks changed the topic. What the hell is this kid up to? Roger asked himself. Then you might wanna run away before Garp or Old Man Universe comes back. Wait, I know why Garp would come, but why would he come here? Isn't he like the enemy of Garp? Shanks asked. Ha ha ha. That is the worst joke I've ever heard. Even if Garp wanted to be the old man's enemy, he couldn't. The old man would beat the crap out of Garp otherwise. Roger continually laughed, remembering some of the days when Garp got beaten for picking his nose in front of Alexander. Didn't know he hated pirates so much, Shanks responded. Roger shook his head, he doesn't. He hates those who kill and plunder for fun. Look what happened to Kaido, the so-called Emperor of the Sea. Shanks twitched remembering that. The image of the dead Kaido was clear in the newspaper. The strongest creature in the world died by just a single sword strike. The pirates and other people had now started calling Alexander the strongest being in the world after that incident. Yeah, you're right. I guess my visit here will end a bit early. He said and got up to leave. Take my advice, kid. Leave this pirate's job. That's where the future is headed. Roger advised. Thanks for the advice, old man. But I want to try it once. He smiled at him and left. Alexander's ship was about to reach the Fuchsia village harbor when he saw a pirate ship just departing. Who is that? Do you know that flag, Dobby? He asked. I think they are the Red Hair Pirates. Don't know what they're doing here. They were supposed to be quite famous in the New World. Dobby informed. Let's meet him. Let's see what kind of pirate he is. Alexander decided. He suddenly jumped from his ship to Shanks. The first thing he noticed was that Shanks was missing an arm for some reason. It seems fate really wanted us to meet, Mr. Universe. Shanks got up from a corner. Alexander spoke, oh, so you believe in fate? Haha. It is what drives the world. Everything happens for a reason. Alexander amusingly looked at him, then what reason did you come here for? Nothing, I had a dream a few months ago, I saw a kid growing up and doing good. I'm just looking for him. Shanks informed. So you're on a goose chase? Alexander mocked and continued. Tell me, what kind of pirate are you? What's your motivation? One Piece? Wealth? Fame? Shanks and his crew tensed up. They knew that the next words of their captain could decide their fate. Ah, why so serious, old man? I am a pirate just because I like sailing and exploring. Looking for treasures. There's no point settling down after being a crew member of Roger Pirates. I was just a chore boy and received a bounty on my head. It was either fight back or just die. Shanks explained. Alexander nodded, the world government itself was the problem when it came to why there were so many pirates. The government didn't do anything to make the quality of life better and whoever raised their voice either dies or becomes wanted by them. Just like some certain countries in the real world. Alexander quickly looked at his sins. Shanks Category 3. Murder 30. Robbery 10,123. Sin percentage 52%. Sigh, you are right. The government indeed wouldn't have let you live. But you could also have fought them. Anyways, I advise you to not commit any more crimes. The era of pirates was over the moment I formed the Golden Justice Army. You could probably go on your adventures as an adventurer group but not as pirates. Alexander advised him. I will think about it. Shanks agreed. Alexander left them to their device and returned to his ship that had already docked at the harbor. He picked little Lami and Law in his arms. Let's go. I'll show you your new home. Lots of nice people live here. Let me down. I can walk on my own. Law complained. Alexander instantly flew in the air and then started walking towards the town center. Haha, you still want me to let you down? Alexander asked. This time Law didn't speak. He took the family of 4 to the town center and got them registered as citizens. The mayor was extremely happy to get 2 amazing doctors in the village. Then he brought them to their new house. It was a nice cottage with gardens around it. Alright, this is the place. Settle down and relax. There is a school nearby where you can send the kids. It is sometimes taught by my granddaughters or wife. See you later, Lami-chan and Law-chan. Alexander left the place and started walking towards his castle. When he was passing by some trees he heard a known voice. He went to it and saw Garp holding a kid from his shirt. Who did you kidnap this time, Garp? Alexander asked. The kid thought it was his chance. Save me, I am being kidnapped. Bam. He received a knock on his head and it swole up. Old man, this is my grandson, Luffy. Oi, say hello. Garp introduced him. Yo, Luffy just waved his hand. Ha ha ha, so this is Dragon Chan's kid. He does look like him. But why did he dump him on you? Garp grunted in annoyance. Arg. Dragon sent a letter saying he doesn't have time or a safe place to keep him. Alexander walked to Luffy and patted his head. Kid, I am your grandpa's grandpa. Wait, where did you get this straw hat? Luffy suddenly turned proud and puffed out his chest. Shanks gave it to me. That explains it. Does that mean Luffy is the child he was looking for, he thought. Luffy, a new family has come to town. There are kids too. Go and meet them. He told him. Luffy was always up for an adventure and this was also like that for him. So he just ran away. Who did you bring this time? Garp asked. A family from Flavance. They also have D in their name but keep it a secret. He informed. Garp turned serious at that mention. Good, they will be safer here. Let's go and grab a drink. After that, you will probably have to go to the Goa Kingdom. Why, what happened? Your new talking cat, Bird, and that boy Douglas have taken over the royal castle, Garp informed. Making Alexander facepalm. You can see Shanks and Little Luffy on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 267. Freaky Island. Alexander appeared in the Goa Kingdom. Thanks to him, the quality of life had gotten much better there. The Great Terminal was not just a lawless area anymore. It had become a recycling hub. He went straight to the royal palace and found the three mischievous fellas. Ah, yes, right there. That's the spot. Hats directed a servant to scratch his back. Barry was getting a massage on his back and Douglas sat on a recliner with cucumbers on his eyes. Bam bam bam. The three received a hard knock on their heads. What the hell are you three doing? What did you do to the family living here? Ah, what is it, old man? We're just relaxing. Besides, we deserve this after what we did. Douglas argued. Alexander shrank one eye in doubt. What did you do? This time Barry spoke proudly. Hee hee hee. A little kid named Shampoo ca. Douglas interrupted him. Barry, you dumb bird, his name was not Shampoo, his name was Saru. You both are dumb it seems, it was neither Shampoo nor Saru. It was Sabo, Huts corrected them. Barry then continued, anyway, Sabo came to us and told us that his parents were planning on burning the Great Terminal because it was generating more money than the kingdom itself and a celestial dragon was coming to visit. The boy was the son of a noble family. So we decided to help. Hats here planned we should take over the kingdom, it's better under us than those racist royals. What about the celestial dragon? Alexander asked. In the dungeon, Hats answered. Sigh. If you three think the kingdom is better under you then why are you sitting here like some pompous kings and not working? It's our break time, Douglas interjected. Yes, we worked a lot last week, Barry added. Both Hats and Douglas looked at him and face-palmed. Alexander laughed and cracked his knuckles. Douglas quickly got up and started to leave. I'll go and cut the grass in the castle. Wait here boy, you started this mess so you will clean it. I appoint you as this kingdom's administrator. Your job will be to keep a watch on all the trade, law and order while increasing the GDP and quality of life. You have 3 months to show progress or else you will cut the grass in Fahame again but with an even smaller scissors this time. The more Alexander spoke, the more horrified Douglas became. But old man, what about my fight lessons? He tried to find a way out. No slacking. I found Ragnarok so he will continue giving you lessons. He will be keeping an eye on you three as well. He announced. While Alexander was talking, Barry tried to sneak away but Alexander oxyed him back. Damn it, Barry cursed. Barry, you are growing dumber by the day. You are banned from playing video games and watching movies. You will be going to the local school from now on. He declared. Barry's wings fell down. I don't want to teach, Dad. Alexander lightly knocked on his head. You will be studying there. Now go home and ask Olivia for a school bag and books. Lastly, it came to Hats. Now you. You call yourself the Lord of Chaos, right? Then I want you to go and annoy the celestial dragons and the world government. That's your job. This was more like a happy job for him. That's what he was good at. Ho ho. I am going to have so much fun now. But you must inform me if you find anything important. Okay. Alexander instructed. Yes, boss. Hats will do his best. Bye-bye he said that and poofed away. Alexander looked back and saw Douglas and Barry still standing. What the hell are you still doing here? Go to work. The two ran away like they had rockets on their backs. Just then Garp also entered. laughing. Ha ha ha. You really have a fun family. Each one of them is unique. Though do tell me why a bird calls you dad. Ah, it's a long story. He saw me first when he hatched out of an egg and I adopted him. Forget this, let's go and see the royal family and the celestial dragon in dungeons. Alexander walked away. In their way, Alexander asked something, Garp, I never asked this but who is Luffy's mother? Garp scratched his bead, AAA. Dragon never told me. He said it must be kept a secret so I never asked. I should pay a visit to him someday. Alexander thought out loud. No one knows where his base is, Garp argued. Haha, that no one doesn't include me, boy. Now, let's see why a celestial dragon decided to visit this place. They both came to the underground dungeon and saw 4 people tied there. 3 of them were members of the royal family and the other was probably a celestial dragon. Garp, get me out of here. Those peasants locked me in here. Outlook 3 shouted. Alexander nearly laughed. The beings they were calling peasants were an angel, divine phoenix, and a god of chaos. Garp whistled his way to the celestial dragon, ignoring them. This celestial dragon was a man and he looked surprisingly calm. Who are you and why did you come here? Alexander asked and also checked his sins. Saint Divine Category 2. Theft 300. Sin percentage 35%. Alexander blinked his eyes repeatedly in disbelief. How is this guy so pure? I am Saint Divine. I came to meet you but they put me here for some reason. He said and cleaned his clothes of the dust. Now Alexander noticed that the man was also not wearing the notorious oxygen mask that those celestial dragons wore when leaving Mary Gosa. What does a celestial dragon want with me? He asked. I will be blunt. I genuinely believe that you are the strongest being in the world and can destroy the world government. I'd love for that to happen. What I want from you is a way out. Unlike others in my community, I strictly abhor slavery and other preferential treatments we get. I want to leave Mary Gosa and live here with my family, on this island under your security. Saint Divine explained. Alexander nodded, do tell me why haven't you done that by now? Saint Divine looked at him with firm resolve, because I know how the world works. If I had gotten out like that foolish homing, my family would have been killed by angry mobs. Just like the Donquixote family. Alexander still felt like the man was just telling the half-truth and decided to force him to say, I want the truth. Saint Divine felt dejected and sat down. Sigh 8 years ago. My sister married a commoner and gave birth to a baby. The child and his father were said to have been killed by CP0 but my sister was locked in Mary Gosa. I want to take her away from there. Alright, Dobby will go with you and bring her here. Your arrival here is something that most likely didn't go unnoticed by the 5 elders. Alexander nonchalantly said and started to leave. Saint Divine was shocked for a bit, just like that. Alexander smirked, yeah, what were you expecting to happen? Did you think I'd ask for money? I'm not a pirate, boy. Just so you know, Homing and his family didn't die either. He called me just before the mob was about to get him. I saved his sick wife and faked all their deaths. His family now lives here and his 2 sons are commanders in the Golden Justice Army. Now go. Once Alexander and Garp were alone, Garp spoke. Ha ha ha, so the world's most wanted, the hero of Marines and a family of celestial dragons will be living in the same freaky island. Add a pirate king, an elf, a phoenix, an angel, a lord of chaos, and a planet-sized dragon to it, he said to himself. That is what I call progress, Garp. Now I'll go and deal with the royal family by stripping them of their titles. See you later. You can see Outlook 3, Donquixote Doflamingo and Donquixote Rosinante on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 268. Grandpa is angry. A week later, Dobby returned with 2 new people. They were an addition to the village. But just the day after, the newspaper arrived with big news. Headline: Dobby the Dread destroys Red Port. It turned out, to stop people from pursuing him, he destroyed the port just below the red line. So, the world government did what they do best. They increased their bounties. Now Dobby had 8 billion and Alexander had 15 billion bounty on their heads. Alexander put down his newspaper while he sat at the beach. In front of him, all the children were happily playing in the water. Ahaha, Noodles, come here, we will brush you. Rena and Golly lead the children on their mission to give a good cleaning to Noodles. All of a sudden, a man walked up to him. He was one of the soldiers in his army. Boss, these are the wanted posters. Please approve them before we release them out. Alexander looked into them. The highest bounty he had added was of the 5 elders. Each had 10 billion berries. But he added that the bounty could also be paid in gold. Big Mom, Whitebeard, and Shanks were awarded 5 billion berries on their heads. All of their commanders/children had 2 billion each. Then there were all the members of CP0 and CP9, each having a 500 million bounty with their chiefs having 900 million. Then there were small bounties. A total of 3,000 men and women had a 500,000 to a million bounty. They all were slave traders and their punishment was death, so their poster had only dead words. Yeah, these are right. Spread them around the world. He ordered. His Golden Justice Army didn't have any headquarters, so the world government could never do anything against him. This also let Alexander have better control over the sea. If anyone completes the bounty, then they could go to any personnel of his army and ask for bounty. Gomu no. Out of nowhere, Alexander heard the sound and turned around. He saw Luffy doing something with his rubber arms and trying to projectile himself onto the back of Noodles. But one of his hands slipped and he came straight at Alexander like a bullet. Alexander caught him with one hand. Be careful, kid. Haha, I don't fear anything. I'm going to be the Pirate King someday. Luffy proudly announced. He had been saying that since the day he heard the story of Roger the Pirate King. Not knowing that just a few feet away from him the real Pirate King was sleeping on the recliner. Kid, by the time you grow up, the seas would not have pirates. Besides, pirates kill and rob people. Are you aiming to become that? Alexander asked. No, I will become a good pirate. Luffy immediately answered. Alexander just let him go. By now he had understood that arguing with Luffy was pointless. The kid was more stubborn than anyone he had ever seen. Just like that, a few years passed. In those years, Alexander's bounty increased to 20 billion. This was because he infiltrated the marine ford like it was a walk in the park and stole away all the devil fruit the marine had collected or bought. This was a huge setback for the world government and angered a lot of celestial dragons because now they could not have fun by force feeding their servants the devil fruits. The celestial dragons had stopped buying slaves now due to fear and now paid people to work. But behind the scenes, they still treated people like slaves. Alexander went back to the island and started giving his trusted people the fruits. He honestly didn't know why an amazing thing like devil fruit wasn't used for doing good. He gave fruits like grow fruit to Lami. She liked growing flowers, so he gave her the fruit that could influence plants. Then there was earth fruit that Sabo ate. It gave him the ability to manipulate or become earth. A fruit named OP fruit was very useful for doctors, so Law ate it because his dream was to become a doctor. Many more fruits were lying with him. More fruits than the people who could eat them. Currently, Alexander was on his way back from O'Hara. Little Robin had now grown to her teens. She wanted to set sail to outside and have her adventure. So he brought her along, deciding to train her first. Robin sweetie, no, not like this. You first concentrate and imagine and then punch. Alexander showed her how to use armament haki. But Grandpa, this is so hard to do, I'd rather go and read books, she cutely said. Patience my child, and do you want to make the same mistake as your mother? If you don't get stronger, then not only your life will be in danger but your future friends too. His words did magic and she seriously started practicing. Her memory of burning O'Hara was still alive. Bells. Boss, there's a pirate ship standing still nearby. What are the orders? A sailor informed. Who are the pirates? Alexander asked. They are sun pirates. Their captain, Fisher Tiger, has a 230 million bounty on his head. The sailor answered. Ha ha ha, isn't he the one who freed the slaves of Mary Gosa? That man deserves a drink. Anchor the ship here. Then he looked back at the concentration of Robin. Robin, wanna come with me? He asked. Robin opened her eyes in a second and jumped on his back without even asking. She was always up for an adventure. Ha ha ha, alright, let's go. The Sun Pirates was a group solely made of ex-fishermen slaves or just normal fishermen. They loathed humans because no matter how much they tried to act good, humans always differentiated against them. Currently, on the deck of the ship, a scene was going on. A small human girl, just 11 years old, was thrown out of the captain's cabin. Fisher Tiger came out with furrowed brows. It is okay to cry. Don't think we're like those celestial dragons. Then he proceeded to throw his gun into the sea. The girl was shocked by the scene. The gun was deeply implanted in her mind as it was used to scare her every day in the past. Fisher Tiger looked back at his men. We won't kill anybody. This was enough to make the little girl understand that she was not a slave anymore and that no one would kill her if she cried. And that was exactly what she did. She cried as loud as possible, releasing all the pent-up emotions from all those years of torture. Captain, a steel warship? One of them shouted. But that was exactly when Alexander appeared on their deck. Haha, nothing to worry about. I'm not gonna hurt you. How are you, kid? Remember me? Fisher Tiger looked at Alexander with respect. Fisher Tiger didn't remember many humans in his life who were unbiased against his kind, but Alexander was the only human that he did remember. He now respected him even more as he was fighting the world government directly. We finally meet again, old man. Thank you for the chocolates that day, drop your swords everyone, he's a friend, Fisher Tiger ordered his crew, showing an extremely rare smile. Haha, it's grandpa or just old man for you, and now is not the time for chocolates, it's time for drin. Alexander suddenly stopped speaking as he noticed a girl crying loudly. Alexander thought she must be spooked by the fishmen because that was a common occurrence due to human ignorance and the lack of teaching. He went to her and tried to comfort her. Hey, little one. Why are you crying? He warmly asked. But for some reason, she got even more scared after seeing him and ran to Fisher Tiger and hid behind his legs. Alexander scratched his beard seeing that unusual scene. What happened to her, Tiger? Sigh. Fisher Tiger started to tell him the story. Her name is Koala, she's 11 years old. She was abducted at a very small age and was sold as a slave to celestial dragons, God knows what harm they brought to her small mind. She became so mentally stressed that she stopped crying and only smiled no matter what, in fear of getting killed by their guns if she cried. She probably ran away from Mary Gosa 3 years ago when I burned that place down. She was trapped on an island with some other slaves for 3 years and they gave her to us to get her back to her home. I just made her realize that she is safe now. Fisher Tiger explained to him, he was getting emotional too. Alexander just sat down on the floor with his legs crossed and his shoulders slanted down. I should have done something earlier. At least about this slavery. He looked back up at Koala with a sad face, imagining what mental trauma, sad and hopeless days she went through. He thought that if she escaped 3 years ago when she was just 8, then at what age was she abducted and made a slave? A child of her age should have spent her time with her family, living innocent days filled with love and fun. Poor child, her childhood was stolen from her by those good-for-nothing garbage, he cursed. It's okay, child. I'm not like those bad people. I am in fact their biggest enemy and death, soon. Come, see these beautiful flowers. He warmly called her to him. Koala finally showed an expression a child should have on her face. She slowly but carefully walked to him and took the colorful flowers. Robin, please play with her for a while, until I come back. He instructed. Where are you going, Grandpa? Robin inquired. Alexander kept on looking at little Koala smiling at the flowers with a sad face, surprising to even himself. A tiny tears rolled down his cheek from under his sunglasses that covered his eyes. They took her childhood, now they will pay the price. A mistake has been made, 1 out of 5 fingers needs to be cut. He just said that and flew away. Not many people understood the meaning behind his words, but Robin, Fisher Tiger, and Jinbei did. They understood what 5 fingers he was talking about. You can see Fisher Tiger and Koala on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 269. 269. One less finger. Mary Gosa. It was a normal day for the people living in the so-called Holy Land. All the celestial dragons lived in the Pangdia castle. All the servants, cooks, and others lived in a town away from the castle. A lot more commoners lived there than the nobles. The commoners living there considered themselves lucky to even have the opportunity to be there, but they often find themselves at the mercy of the celestial dragons. They all knew that they were unofficial slaves. Their lives had no meaning but to serve all demands or die. Boom! Suddenly a sonic boom was heard in the sky. People saw someone in a golden cloak slowly descending in front of the gate leading to the castle. The guards in shining useless armor there got alerted and decided to fight him. But a single slap from Alexander threw them away into the jungle. Everyone knew that these guards were made to keep the commoners away and not people of Alexander's caliber. Hence came the CP0. People responsible for protecting the celestial dragons. Alexander didn't hold back against them. They all deserved to die. One by one he purified them all. CP0 was eradicated in a matter of minutes. Stop it! A loud shout came from behind the huge gates, then suddenly Kong came out of them. He had used his Conqueror's haki but it did not affect Alexander. So you came out. I knew you would come to protect your masters. Alexander angrily said. Kong didn't waste a second and in a blink, he appeared in front of Alexander to punch him. Stop this and go away. Alexander ignored him and fought him for a while. Kong was really very strong and all that without a devil fruit. Damn it, universe. Understand my words, go away, please. Kong sounded much different now. It didn't feel like he was saying that in anger. Alexander was surprised with that please at the end. They enslaved a 6-year-old girl, Kong. This time one of the elders dies and I won't stop until then. Alexander punched Kong down very hard. They both collided with the huge doors of Pangdia Castle and passed through. Kong may be extremely strong, maybe even stronger than Garp, but he was no match for him. Alexander was about to throw his last punch to make him fall unconscious, but he stopped midway as he didn't see hatred, anger, or anything extreme like that in Kong's eyes. Instead, there was fear, helplessness, and loss. Alexander grabbed his collar. What the hell is your problem? Tell me the truth. Alexander forced him to speak up with legitimacy. Kong was strong and could have fought off an amateur legilimens, but not him. Kong started to stutter. God damn it, Universe. My whole life has become hell because of you. I should have never become a fleet admiral. Get to the point, what are you talking about? Alexander yanked him. They have my family as hostages. They've been hostages for the last 13 years. My wife, my daughter. Now they will kill her. Kong looked horrified. Alexander released his collar and Kong fell down on the ground. He didn't even get up to fight now. If I save your family, then will you resign? Alexander asked. I never joined the Marines to become their lapdog. I did it for bringing good, but I was too naive. Of course, I'd resign if I could save my family and get away. Oxio Kong's family. Pop pop. Two new people popped there out of nowhere. The two looked malnourished. Liza? Hannah? Kong ran to them in disbelief. The two women were in the same weak condition. By then Alexander had taken out his anywhere door. Kong, take your family and pass through the door. You will reach my kingdom. Find a doctor there and my second in command, they will help your wife and daughter get better. Kong picked up his wife and daughter and left through the door with a gratitude-filled note. Then Alexander was about to leave to find the elders, but he heard something. Please save us. Alexander heard this noise coming from the ground below. He looked down and took off the whole surface. Under it, he found many slaves tied to a gear mechanism that moves the whole stretch of the road like a moving walkway. He quickly took care of all the guards beating them with whips and looked at them. You all are free now. Stay here until I come back. I will take you all with me. Till then, eat this. He threw lots of energy bars for them and went into the castle. Once there he saw the 5 elders already waiting for him in the giant hall. We finally met face to face. Why have you created so much destruction? The elder with katana asked. His sword was unsheathed at that moment. Ha ha ha. It is not I who has created destruction, it is you. What kind of sick amusement do you all get by enslaving and torturing people? Children included. The more Alexander spoke, the more angry he started to get. Koala's face was constantly reappearing in his mind. You made her feel hopeless and scared. I will make you beg for death. After his declaration, he dashed at the 5 of them. Alexander jumped and first struck the one with a sword. The sword instantly got sliced in 2. But the punch from Alexander was so strong that he also received an injury to his chest. Stay down if you don't want to die instantly. He shouted. Then he clashed with the blonde one. The man used his legs to attack Alexander. Alexander had to agree that these men were the strongest people he had met on the planet, and he still didn't know if they had devil fruit abilities. Soon he broke the legs of the guy. You all are thousands of years too early to fight me. Then Alexander looked at the shortest one. He had a staff in his hands. But the man didn't come to attack Alexander. He looked at all the other elders and nodded. Let's do it. All the 2 injured elders got up somehow and their bodies started to shine in golden light, and once their body became fully golden they all flew to each other and the light started to dissolve into each other. Soon, just a golden humanoid body stood in front of him. It started to say something with its echoing and muffled voice. You made a big mistake by coming here, Universe. We were already the strongest individually, now all 5 of our powers have combined. This is the greatest devil fruit in existence, that comes in parts of 5. So this is how you guys have been able to rule till this long. But sad for you, I am stronger than you can even imagine. Alexander started to hover and quickly flew towards them with supersonic speed. They did the same. Soon their fists collided, creating an energy wave so powerful that nearby walls of the castle fell down. Many normal celestial dragons died just from being stuck under the rubble. But Alexander was unscathed, and on the other hand, the golden entity's hand had been broken. See, that is what truly being strong means. This is not a power from a devil fruit but my sheer physical strength. And sorry to tell you this, that was not even my strongest punch. He again flew towards them, this time even faster than before, and his fist also turned black with armament haki. The elders felt their lives threatened from the punch, so before the punch connected them they quickly stopped whatever power they were using and separated from each other. Sama will not forgive you for this, Universe. The fat bald one shouted. He sidestepped from the coming punch, but Alexander also changed his direction towards him. Oh, so there is someone above you. Can't say I'm surprised. You 5 are too dumb to even have 1% of the genius it takes to create a complex government like this. But now, one of you must die. You asked the question, so it'll be you. He also checked his sins at the same time. Saint Christopher Category 4. Murder 678,000. Indirect murder 20,897,678. Slavery 47,003,765. Kidnapping 23,786,987. RPE 6,900. Demon worship 1. Sin percentage 83%. Bam! Alexander punched him in the chest. His hand went straight through the man's chest and came out from his back. Alexander had the elder's heart in his palm. Crush! He squeezed it and it burst like a balloon. With it, the elder also died. He just burned his body as soon as he died. He didn't want a zombie celestial dragon in the future. Listen, you four. Release all the slaves in the whole world. If I catch any cruelties happening because of you, 4 of you will become 3. From now on, everything bad you do will have a price you will have to pay. Now go away. Alexander's method created true dread in their hearts, so the moment Alexander left, the 4 ran to Imsama, who was sitting on the empty throne. Imsama. Bad news. We were attacked. 1 elder is dead, another one is badly injured, and we lost the fleet admiral. The 3 said and kneeled in front of the not-so-empty throne at a very high place. Alexander helped the people he freed to reach the Goa kingdom and appeared back on the ship. He had decided to accompany little Koala and try to make her forget and move on from her sad past. Hey, Koala, catch! He threw an inflatable ball at her and she loved it. Alexander wanted to give her everything that she was deprived of. Koala also started acting like a child slowly, showing her smile and emotions whenever she could. You are a good man, a voice came from behind him. Alexander looked back and it was the second in command of the Sun Pirates, Jinbi. I only care about making people happy and living a better life. If that makes me a good man, then that's good. Alexander shrugged. Alexander organized feasts on the ship every day to make her happy. The crew of the Sun Pirates was also comfortable around him, as he was probably the only human they respected. All except a few, like the shark fishman, Arlong. Koala-chan, come here. I will give you a good haircut. Alexander prepared a small chair for her. Her hair had become very messy, she probably never got to comb them in so many years. So after a nice haircut and removing the hardened hair, she looked like what she was supposed to. A cute little child. Look, everyone, our little Koala is such a pretty lady, he proudly shouted. Robin laughed, seeing Koala blushing in embarrassment. In a matter of a few months, they reached the Full Shout Island, the hometown of Koala. Alexander and Fisher Tiger went ahead and brought her to her family. She walked in between them and held Alexander's and Tiger's hands. Grandpa, Uncle Tiger, what do you think Mother will do? Would she remember me? She nervously asked. Of course she will, Koala. And if she doesn't, then I will take you with me to where I live. A talking fat cat, a talking bird, and many more fun people live there. His words really made her feel like she wanted to go with him. Soon they came to the town, lots of people were waiting for them there. In the front was a woman. Koala instantly recognized her mother and ran to her with teary eyes. They hugged each other and Koala finally felt the warmth of her mother after so many years. She then looked back. Grandpa, Uncle Tiger, thank you. She shouted while crying. She understood now that the world was not all bad, there were good people too. You can see Mary Gosa, slaves, elders, and Koala on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 270. A little cook. Why don't I take over this island and bring Koala and her mother back to my island with me, he thought. He went ahead and the people there didn't look any bit afraid of him. Courtesy of Daily Dawn newspaper's PR work. Alexander also published the world government's and celestial dragons' cruelties daily, so they had already lost the people's mandate. People of this town. I have an announcement to make. I will be taking over this island and making it my territory. So some men from my army will come here and start hiring people for many kinds of jobs like farming, construction, and other things. Do enroll yourself in that, he announced. His announcement made people jump in joy. They all had seen in the newspaper how prosperous all the islands under Alexander were. Even the nearly destroyed Flavance had now developed into a major industrial hub, and even without the amber lead mineral, the people there were prosperous. In comparison, Full Shout Island, although had everything needed to survive nicely, there was still a lack of jobs. Then Alexander went to Koala. Koala-chan, would you like to come to my island and live there? Your mother can also come. Koala was excited with this prospect, really. Then she looked at her mother cutely. Mama, let's go. Grandpa said he has a talking cat and a bird. It will be so fun. Alexander sent a small compulsion to the mother so she would make up her mind. He wanted her to think for Koala right now and less for herself. Koala needed her lost childhood back. Yes, sweetie. We can go, she agreed. Koala jumped in excitement hearing that and jumped to Alexander. He also picked her up and put her on his shoulder. Haha, pack your bags then. I will be waiting on my ship. He said and walked back to the ship with Koala. Just as he was walking back, he saw Fisher Tiger being surrounded by Marines with guns pointed at him. Fishman, you've got nowhere to run. The village you went to earlier snitched on you. The Rear Admiral revealed. Koala held on to him tightly in fear as he walked up to them. Since when did the Marines become brave enough to enter my territory? His entrance had all of them on edge. The Real Admiral looked at him and refuted his claim. This is not your territory. It is, I just declared it. Now I want you to go back the way you came. Or else, you know the consequences. He cracked his knuckles. Rear Admiral Strawberry stepped back a little. We didn't know this was your territory. We will go back now. Alexander nodded. Yes, you all may. Except you, Rear Admiral Strawberry. I've heard some very bad reports about you. That you are openly hunting for all the runaway slaves from Mary Gosa to return them back. I thought I made it clear that anyone dabbling in the slave trade will be killed with no mercy. All the Marines ran away leaving their Rear Admiral behind the moment they heard slave trading. Everyone knew that people involved in this business were getting killed every day like flies. The presence of the Golden Justice Army was all around the East Blue, South Blue, and Paradise. Alexander dominated the first half of the planet in terms of naval strength. He didn't want to make it too gory so he simply caught Rear Admiral Strawberry and threw him at the direction of Marineford, which was a few hundred kilometers away. The guy would die when he falls there. He then walked to Fisher Tiger. Forgive them, it will take some time for them to change but don't worry. I will absolutely erase all kinds of racism. Sigh. I do believe in your words, old man. I remember Queen Otohim's words too. He reminisced. Grandpa, can people fly? Koala suddenly asked. No dear. Not in normal circumstances. Why do you ask? Alexander inquired. That man flew in the sky. I also want to fly. She longingly said. Alexander instantly flew in the air with her in his arms. She was really enjoying it. Yai, ha ha ha, this is so fun. Alexander thought about giving the gravity fruit to her later. That fruit only lets you control the gravity of your body. It was a very deadly ability if used correctly. For example, you could increase the gravity of your fist just before it is struck to have a bigger effect. Yes, Koala. I will teach you how to fly later. He said. After a few more hours of playing around. They were ready to leave. Tiger, you and your group can now return to Fishman Island. The world government will not be after you now. I will also announce that Fishman Island is my territory and whoever attacks it or its people will face me. You don't have to be a pirate. And if you still want to roam around then I recommend you join my army. He proposed. Thank you for that offer, but I will go back home first. After that, I might come back to you. But I think Jinbi would like to go with you. He is more fascinated with you than anyone. He smilingly said. Sure, anyone who wants to join me is welcome. Okay, I'll see you later, Tiger. Stay in touch. He handed him a den mushi and left. Somewhere in the East Blue, a small 10-year-old kid who ran away from his cruel father with the help of his sister snuck up on a pirate ship called Orbit and worked as a cook. That was until another pirate Red Leg Zeph attacked their ship. However, both ships were caught in a sudden storm and sank. Zeph managed to save the young cook from drowning. Before the storm tore the boats apart, the little cook had cried out his dream to find the All Blue, which was why he was saved by Zeph afterward. After the storm, the two were washed onto a rock outcropping, high above the sea. Despite their good fortune, there was little food for them. A few rations had washed onto the rock with them, but there was no vegetation, no animals and no way to reach the water to fish. Splitting up what little rations remained, Zeph ordered the little cook to sit at the other end of the island to look for a ship. But the boy protested that Zeph was keeping a large sack for himself, but Zeph brushed him off, saying that as an adult, his stomach was bigger. Days passed, the little cook's food rations got depleted, but there was still no sign of a ship. 12 weeks later, he decided to take a chance to kill Zeph for his food. He did not kill the old man, but when he slashed open the old man's sack in a fit of rage, he discovered that there was no food inside, only treasure. To his horror, he then realized that Zeph had eaten his own leg to save him. Tears fell down his eyes for the old man who had shown him more kindness than his father ever did. Zeph was in a very weak state. He lightly spoke, "Kid, in all my journey through the seas, I lacked food many times. If I survive this, I would like to open a restaurant on the seas." The kid strongly nodded, "I will help you run it, old man. We will find All Blue together." Zeph didn't have more energy to speak. He kept on looking at the sea and soon something shined. He thought he was hallucinating. Kid, is that a ship? He asked. The little cook got up and looked at the distance. He started jumping and shouting excitedly, yes yes, we are finally saved. They can't hear you, fool. Use a reflective gem from that bag and try to reflect sunlight towards the ship. He instructed him. Robin was lazily looking at the sea with Koala. Big sis, Robin. What is that? Koala asked. Robin interestingly looked at the direction. Soon she got alerted, someone must be stuck there. Grandpa. She informed Alexander and the ship changed the direction. Yes, they saw us. The little cook shouted with tears of joy. Zeef smiled and finally fell unconscious. You can see Jinbi, Zeef, and the kid on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 271. Dragon Chan. The steel warship reached the small island. Alexander jumped towards the man and the child. The child was a bit scared of the huge ship and Alexander's presence. Please treat him first. He hasn't eaten anything except his own leg in weeks. He started crying, he gave me all the food. Alexander was shocked and respectfully picked the unconscious man and took him back to the ship. The kid also meekly followed behind. It looked like he was uncomfortable being around so many people. All right, kid. The doctor here will treat the man. What's your name? Alexander asked and gave him some food. His malnutrition was clearly visible. I am Sanji and he is Zeph. The kid meekly replied. What happened and how long were you stuck there? Robin chimed in, she was always interested in new stories. Sanji blushed a bit seeing Robin. Robin had grown into a beautiful after all. I worked as a chef on his ship. But a storm destroyed our ship and he saved me. He gave me all the food and starved himself. Sanji retold all that happened to him. Alexander went close to him and caressed his hair, it's okay. You are safe now. Where is your family? What about your parents? Alexander felt Sanji was getting uncomfortable with that question. So instead of asking him he just looked into his mind. He saw everything, his mother dying, his father doing experiments on him and his siblings. Him getting discarded as a failure and getting locked up for the kingdom to believe he was dead. I don't have a family, Sanji said. It's okay. You can stay on this ship as long as you want. Play with Robin and Koala if you want. He said and left the kids. He went to Zeph, who had woken up by now. Zeph was surprised to see Alexander. Mr. Universe, this is a surprise. I never thought I'd ever meet you. Zeph respectfully said. Ha ha ha, likewise. For what you did for that kid, you have my utmost respect. For this, I will grant you a wish. Ask anything you want. Alexander offered. Zeef quickly answered, I won't ask for anything free. I have gathered some treasure in my long voyage. I want to exchange that for a ship. I want to open sea restaurant. I want a ship to be made for that. Alexander nodded and laughed, ha ha ha, then come with me to the Goa Kingdom. I have the world's best ship right there. He was the one who made the legendary pirate Gold D. Rogers Oro Jackson. He will make you the best ship you want. You can also erect my flag on your ship. As long as it has that, no pirate or marine will mess with you. Zeef got excited about the prospect of having his ship made by the legendary shipwright. Thank you, sir. You will always be welcome in my restaurant in the future. Good, now take some rest. Sanji is fine and playing with other kids. He said that and left him to heal up. Germa 66, I should pay a visit someday. But before that, I need to go to Tequila Wolf he thought. Fuchsia Village. Ace, Luffy, Sabo, and Law had built a very good friendship by now. So good that all four wanted to become pirates. Ace was the eldest of them, so he decided to run away first. He knew his mother and Robbie. Ace doesn't know Robbie is Roger, would never let him go. So he secretly took a boat from port and left, only telling his friends about it. Ace, I will become the Pirate King, you just wait, Luffy shouted from the shore. Ha ha ha, I will be waiting for you, Luffy, Sabo, and Law. Ace waved his hand. Ace already knew his father was the great Pirate King and wanted to become as great as him, which made him take this action. Law was the only sensible one of them, Aunt Rogue will not be happy about this. He. We will not tell anything to Aunt Rogue. Luffy said as they walked back to the town. Suddenly they stopped, what will you not tell me? The three looked back in horror. But Luffy being his dumb self, spilled the beans without even realizing, I will not tell you that Ace ran away. Sabo and Law facepalmed themselves and readied themselves for the upcoming beating. Oh, that. I already know that. Rogue shrugged and started walking away. The three were shocked and ran up to her. Auntie Rogue, aren't you worried about Ace? Law asked. Of course I am, but I can't really keep him locked here with me now, can I? She muttered. And anyone with a D in their name cannot be stopped anyway, she thought. Over the years, she had talked to Roger and both agreed on the fact that every person with a D in their name was unique and stubborn. They would always do what they thought was right. So she let Ace go. It wasn't like she could not ask Alexander to catch him and bring him back anytime she wanted to see him. Tequila Wolf is a country in the East Blue. It was the construction site of a massive bridge, instead of an island. The bridge has been under construction for the past 700 years, upon demand of the world nobles. The enormous feat was being carried out by various slaves who were either criminals or people from countries that were not allied with the world government. The purpose of this seemingly impossible task was to connect various islands together, although the exact details as to why were currently unknown. Tequila Bridge was not too far away from Dawn Island. Alexander left everyone on the island and flew to the place. He also told lots of ships to follow him as he'd probably free thousands of slaves and prisoners that day. Soon a long structure came into his vision. The bridge was extremely long and wide, spanning hundreds of kilometers and 50 meters wide at all times. No wonder it has been under construction ever since the creation of the world government. He got down on the bridge and saw a lot of people working and living there. From old, young to even babies. The kids were likely born there. Okay, time to clean up. He picked up all the Category 3 Marines and started throwing them towards Marineford, thousands of kilometers away. The world government will surely get the message. He did it till the last guard there, which was the warden of the prison and overseer of the project. The people just looked at it all in shock and fear. Once everything was back calm, Alexander loudly spoke. I came to liberate you all from this forced slavery. You all don't have to work here anymore. My ships will soon arrive and transport you all to various kingdoms where you will be given a home and taught how to make an earning and live happily. No longer will your children have to go through what you did. He announced. The people finally realized that Alexander had come to save them. They didn't know about him till now as they couldn't afford to buy the newspaper. One by one they started to fall down on their knees and cried. Their torture would finally end. When Alexander's ships came and everyone was on board, he flew around and destroyed the whole stretch of pointless bridge. It was under construction for so long that the beginning part of it was already in a bad crumbling condition. He saw a big stone at the beginning of the road. The symbol of the world government was engraved on it. Alexander just picked it up and this time threw it towards Mary Gosa. But then suddenly a voice came from behind him. You are doing a great job, you came to save them ever before me. Alexander looked around and smiled widely, ha ha ha, long time no see, Dragon Chan. I wasn't expecting to meet you here. You can see Ace, Tequila Wolf, and Dragon on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 272. Disappointed. I was busy starting a revolution. Dragon straightforwardly replied. What happened to you, Dragon Chan? What made you so serious? You can come back and live on Dawn Island with Luffy now. I am more of an enemy to them than you. Alexander said. No, I will not rest until the world government comes down. Dragon stubbornly replied. Then what is your plan after taking them down? Alexander asked. This question made Dragon stutter. I am only focused on bringing them down for now. Just like all other revolutions, yours has the same flaw. Do you know why I haven't destroyed the world government till now? Because they are the only chain that is still tying the world together. Remove them and the world will return to a period of constant war among various kingdoms. That is the reason why I am taking over various kingdoms before doing anything big. Many more will soon join me after the upcoming reverie. He explained and continued. One more thing, what will you do if I am able to destroy the world government before you? What will happen to the revolutionary army? He asked. Dragon quickly answered, we will disband. All the people in the revolutionary army only joined after they were troubled by the world government. If you can deal with them then they will likely go to their homes happily. Ha, then I guess you'll be coming home soon. Are you sure you don't want to see your son? Dragon didn't say anything and just left. He actually flew away. Must be some devil fruit. Alexander returned to his ship and helped the people relocate to various islands under him. His territory not only includes some islands on the Grand Line but also nearly the whole of East Blue. Alexander settled people in Goat Island, Organ Islands, Gecko Islands, and then finally Konami Islands. But he found out that Konami Islands were infested with pirates. So he decided to deal with it first. No pirate activity was allowed in his area. He started looking in various villages on the island. Sadly, he found that many of them were destroyed. Though he did see one village with people living in it. He walked in and started hearing some loud cries of children. Belmir-san! He flew in the air towards the voice, the closer he got the more he heard. Along with the kids, a woman was also crying and speaking. I really wanted to buy you more stuff, like books and new clothes. I am sorry I couldn't be more of a mother to you guys. The woman said. That's not true. We don't want anything, just don't die. You need to see the map of the world I am gonna draw. The two kids cried. These are your daughters. A shark-fish man walked to them with a devilish smile. Behind him, a big group of fishermen was standing. You have to promise to leave these girls alone. The woman resolutely said. Of course. As long as you die. The fishman said. From behind, many villagers also came to fight them. But the fishman pointed his gun at the woman before they could do anything. Just then Alexander came down from the sky, slowly hovering. Sunlight was making him look like an angel descending. The villagers couldn't recognize him and fell to their knees and started praying. Damn it, not again. Get up you all, why the hell are you praying to me? He boomed. But the people didn't get up. Wait, are they seriously praying to me? He thought. Then he looked at the fishman. You? Weren't you on Fisher Tiger's ship? What is going on here? He looked at the woman he was pointing his gun at. She was injured and two little girls were hugging her. He walked up to her and knelt on one knee, he put his hand on her injuries, and everything got healed. Tell me, why was he pointing a gun at you? Before the woman could say anything the little girl with orange hair started shouting and crying, Arlong and his people force everyone here to pay a large monthly tax for our own survival, 100,000 berry per adult, and 50,000 berry per child. Mother was only able to gather for us too. Alexander patted the girl, good girl. You are very brave. Don't worry, I will deal with him now. He stood up and looked back. He released his conqueror haki and all the Arlong pirates felt so much pressure on their bodies that their legs broke down. Including Arlong's. He looked at them and angrily spoke, you dare do this and expect for humans to treat you nicely? Can you say that these girls will not hate all the fishmen because of you now? You all should be ashamed. Fisher Tiger and Otohim would be so disappointed in you. I will take you all to Fishman Island and all of you will face judgment there. But Arlong, I never expected a crewman of Tiger would do this. You dishonored his name. Arlong and his men panicked after hearing his words. But Alexander just shut them up. He didn't have time for their nonsense. He looked back at the mother and daughter with a kind smile, I am sorry that your village had to go through all this. I will increase the Golden Justice Army's presence in the whole East Blue. I will also allocate 200 million for this village and island's upliftment. He apologized. Belmir quickly got up, thank you, sir. You saving us is already enough. It's all right. I will go now. He started dragging all the fishermen behind him and took out the anywhere door. Wait, please deal with the bad marine too. He helped Arlong. The orange-haired girl spoke again. She was really smart, knowing that Alexander could help them instantly. What is your name, kid? He asked. Nami, she answered. Haha, Nami-chan. Don't worry about the marine guy anymore, can you tell me his name, dot. Lieutenant Nezumi, he looks like a rat, she answered. He cast a silent oxio on the guy. He appeared directly in Alexander's hand. You fool! Take this letter and give this to Sengoku. Lieutenant Nezumi wasn't able to understand what happened before he was also thrown by Alexander towards Marineford. There, no need to worry anymore, Nami-chan, here take these. Take care. He gave her and her sister various books and clothes. Nami quickly picked the one about geography and waved goodbye. Marineford. Garp and Sengoku were sitting in the office. Garp, that boy Ace already has a bounty on his head. What are you going to do about it? Sengoku asked. Boom. Something crashed through the window. It was a man in marine uniform and he was already dead from being thrown with such huge force. Goddammit, this was my 60th window glass this year, when is he going to stop? Sengoku raged. Garp, on the other hand, noticed a note tied to the man, haha, I don't think he ever will stop. Look, this guy was a lieutenant and colluded with Arlong pirated to harass a village and extort money. Well, this does prove that Marines aren't doing the job perfectly and he is doing it for us. Shut up, Garp. He is doing good but his ways are too violent and I now have even more responsibility since Commander-in-Chief suddenly vanished. Ha ha ha, I'm glad I'm still a Vice Admiral. Garp teased him and left the office. God damn it, Sengoku cursed alone in his office and started cleaning up. Fisherman Island. Alexander appeared in front of King Neptune. Ha ha ha, old man has come to visit me, it's time for a grand feast Jaemon, King Neptune exclaimed seeing him. How are you, big boy. I caught these in East Blue, terrorizing a village, and they were about to kill the only mother of 2 little girls of the same age as Shirahoshi-chan. He explained. At the same moment, Fisher Tiger and Otohim came and saw Arlong. Alexander told them everything he found out. Fisher Tiger was enraged hearing that. He went to Arlong and slapped him hard. I knew you had hate in you, but this much? After all the queen taught us. Hey, you disbanded the Sun Pirates. I was free to do whatever I wanted to. Arlong growled at Fisher Tiger. Fisher Tiger disappointedly looked at him. I never knew I was raising a snake in my own house. You will be punished according to the law. You killed hundreds of people for no reason. For that, you will get death. Otohim had no words to say. The torment Arlong had caused couldn't be reversed. Xiarli would be very disappointed in you. That was all she said and left. Arlong was dragged into prison to be executed in a few hours. Meanwhile, Alexander went to meet little Shirahoshi. Though she was only little in age. Aye. Shirahoshi-chan. Shirahoshi came in floating towards him at full speed. Alexander increased his size so she could hug him. Grandpa, I missed you so much. Please take me up there this time. I really want to see the sun in the forest. She was too cute to refuse. My Shirahoshi's wish will be fulfilled. I will take you with me this time, don't worry. She was a very emotionally unstable girl and started crying tears of joy. Alexander has seen her grow from being thumb-sized to this. He really liked her childish behavior and cared for her as his own family. But let's get permission from your father and mother first. You can see Arlong, Belmir, Lieutenant Nezumi, Garp teasing Sengoku and Shirahoshi on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 273. Fish. Every 4 years, kings and queens gather at Mary Gosa for a 7-day conference to discuss current events and debate plans for the future. The matters discussed at the reverie could affect the entire world. But many of the kings and queens visiting were good for nothing and self-centered. The Ryugu kingdom was not allowed to participate this time because of Fisher Tiger burning the Mary Gosa. This gave Alexander a chance to officially bring them under him as one of the kingdoms in his organization called the United Kingdoms of the Seas, UKS. Grandpa, is that a jungle? Shirahoshi asked him, pointing to a tree. Haha, that is just a tree, girl. Look over there at that mountain. That is a jungle. He showed her around Fusha village. Whoa, so beautiful. She exclaimed. Shirahoshi had lived her past 10 years inside the palace and had become very emotional. The reason behind such protectiveness was because she was the ancient weapon Poseidon and King Neptune already knew about it. In fact, it was already known by Roger and King Neptune that Neptune's future daughter would be an ancient weapon, courtesy of 3-year-old Xiarli at that time. Alexander found out about her from King Neptune as he wanted to know if Alexander could do something to protect her. So he implanted a small portkaya in her arm. If she ever came into life-threatening danger she would automatically get teleported to a safe location. Shirahoshi was very big and it was hard to hide her from so many people in the village to see her, making her feel shy and anxious. Soon she heard a voice, ha ha ha, you must be Neptune's daughter. She looked at the man, do you know my father? Roger nodded. Yes, I am a good friend of him. So, why did the princess come here? Ah. I just wanted to see the sun in the jungle. She shyly answered. Ha ha ha, good. There are enough jungle and sunlight here. Come to my place for lunch today. You will like it. Roger invited her. Ah. What about me, aren't I invited? Alexander chimed in. Ah, of course, you are. You are always invited. As long as you bring a nice bottle of fire whiskey. He cheekily said. Alexander laughed wryly. Ha, kid, I'm telling you, your liver will explode someday from all that overworking. Soon all the kids, Luffy, La, Lami, Gina, Robin, Sanji, staying until the floating restaurant is made, Frankie, and Sabo came running to them. Behind them, the mature ones followed, namely Rina, Golly, Amy, and Jenny. Alexander expected for Luffy to speak first but instead, it was Rina. She shouted seeing Shirahoshi. Fish. Will it be tasty? She wondered. Just beside her, Golly's eyes became starry and her mouth salivated. Shirahoshi got really scared and tried to hide behind Alexander. Sai bam bam. Both received a hard knock on their heads. Don't scare her, you two. She may look big but she is just 10. Ha ha ha, we were just kidding. They clarified. But Alexander doubted that Golly was kidding, her facial expressions were too real. Just then Alexander heard another loud voice, Fish, He looked behind and Luffy had launched himself towards Shirahoshi like a hungry predator. He quickly caught him and gave him a fist of love. Luffy, you dumb kid, didn't you read about fishmen in your school books? She is the princess of Ryugu Kingdom, be respectful to her, he lessoned him. But Luffy suddenly puffed his chest out, haha. Nice to meet you, princess, I will become the Pirate King someday. Bam. I told you to stop saying that. Being called a Pirate King is not a good thing. Alexander again lessoned him. Behind him, Roger nodded at his words. Ha 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 ha, you all are so funny. Shirahoshi's laughter interrupted everyone. Amy quickly approached her and struck up a friendship. She was always the smart one in the group. Okay, kids. Show our guests the jungle. Amy, lead the group. He told them. Soon they dragged Shirahoshi with them. Alexander looked at Roger, ready for the meeting. Yeah, let's go. I want to hear what your plan is, and there will also be free drinks, so I am more excited, he said. Alexander facepalmed himself. You and Ragnarok would make best buddies. Haha, we already are. He hangs out in my bar a lot these days. Roger confirmed Alexander's doubts. The meeting was a secret occurrence. All the top leaders of the Golden Justice Army would be present there, though most of them were Alexander's people. They gathered at an underground base on Dawn Island. Joachim, aka Blue Fang, was the current overall overseer of the entire military. Brian was overseeing the money management and Connor was handling the spy network. Ragnarok was not given major responsibility except to sit as an emergency backup if their forces required it at any given time. Joining the meeting were Roger and Kong. Though nobody knew Roger's real identity. I will keep this short, I want to take over the whole first half of the Grand Line, East Blue, and South Blue. East Blue is mostly covered and South Blue will soon be under us too. What's left is the Grand Line. Mainly Paradise. I want to cover all this so we can focus on the more messy part of the world. As we know, the most pirate-infested area is the New World. Not to mention, the legendary One Piece is there. So, we will be discussing ways to take over Paradise as soon as possible. He finished speaking. The first to speak was Dobby. Thanks to Hats, we were able to get the whole calendar for the upcoming reverie. We know which kingdom will head to marry Gosa and win. But forcing ourselves on them would be counterproductive. What we need is to win the favor of the people. The rulers can be easily swapped, people can't. So I recommend you don't mess with reverie for now. Maybe in the next one. And besides, only 50 kingdoms out of 170 are a part of it. We still need to focus on others. Maybe I can get in contact with the Revolutionary Army. I know Dragon very well, he will help. Kong chimed in. Alexander shockingly looked at him, what? But weren't you the commander-in-chief of the world government? You were just one rank below the 5L. I mean 4 elders. Kong smirked and started, hey, they had kidnapped my family so of course I would be against them. How do you think the Revolutionary Army got so big in such a short time? I could not openly support them but I kept the Marines away from them. Alexander was amazed with this news, I had no idea Dragon had his reach in such a high place. But sadly, we cannot become their friends. The Revolutionary Army has a very bad reputation and it will take a lot of time to get it back up. Associating with them will tarnish our reputation too. We can kill all the pirates in the world but what good would it be if people don't listen to us and continue being lawless? Alexander knew that the world he was in would not be easy to manage. Because unlike the normal Earth or even Planetos, this planet didn't have big continents except the Red Line. The world was too scattered which made it hard to keep everything in check. Even the world government doesn't have full control over the world even after 800 years. You can see Hungry Luffy on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 274. Vegapunk. Let's increase our presence in all the islands and help people. We don't lack money, food, or resources so we have nothing to worry about. And I had an idea about where I want to open our headquarters. Queen Otohim has been going around in the Fishman Island getting signatures of people, asking if they would like to move to the surface. And she has gotten 90% people to agree. She wanted to go to marry Gosa to get permission from the world government but the Ryugu kingdom has been denied this time. So, I say, I make another island a few miles away from Dawn Island and give it to them. Fishman Island will still be their territory, but the Golden Justice Army and the United Kingdoms of Seas will have their headquarters there. We will also have a good way to cross the Red Line then. He proposed. His plan received a unanimous nod from everyone. Soon everyone left the hall except Kong and Roger. Kong couldn't see why Roger was still there but he didn't ask. You two, do you know anything about someone called by the name Im-sama? he asked. Both had confusing expressions on their faces which told Alexander enough. I pre-summed this much. Sama is someone even above the now 4 elders. My guess says he's the ruler of the world. He sits on that empty throne. He informed them. This time, only Roger was shocked and not Kong. Do you know something, Kong? He nodded, yes, once in a meeting, just before deciding what to do with the island of O'Hara, one of them mistakenly said that we will inform you after asking, but then the other elders suddenly covered him and changed the topic. I was confused at that time about whom they needed to ask. Now I know the answer. Ha ha ha. Old man, do you know what I smell from this Sama? Roger started. What? Alexander asked. Void Century. He blurted. Everyone in the room nodded. Dobby soon spoke, why erase the 100 years of history when there was nothing to hide? Unless they wanted to keep the ruler of the world a secret and keep everyone thinking that they are living in a just and free world. Taking into account that nearly all the kings and queens and their families that joined together to form the 20 Kingdom Alliance were invited to live in Mary Gosa, leaving no way for them to threaten this Sama by revealing his identity in future. Yet, you are right, Dobby. Poseidon has been born. We just need to find the 2 other ancient weapons and read whatever is in the true One Piece. Alexander said. He had already tried to Oxio them but nothing happened, so he was more interested in it now. Okay, let's get to work now. I gotta leave for the Germa Kingdom. They have been creating too much trouble for everyone. They even attacked a kingdom under our protection in the East Blue. He got up to leave. Kong stopped him, there's a guy named Vegapunk in Karakuri Island. I recommend you get him. The world government is after him and trying to recruit him. He is supposed to be the smartest man in the world. Though a good thing for us, he has a good moral compass. Alexander appreciated his input, alright, I'll check up on him. Alexander went straight to Karakuri Island. It was an island in paradise and future country Baltimore resided on it. The country specializes in advanced technology, such as cyborgs and mechanical structures. As such, it is hailed as the future country and the birthplace of the geniuses. Alexander flew over the country and was mesmerized by it. For the first time, he felt like he was not in some backward world. There were lights everywhere and most of the people were wearing lab coats. He went straight to the marine base there and as per the standard procedure, those with heinous crimes were sent to Sengoku in a priority air shipment. The rest were given a ship to leave the island. Inside the marine office, he found many documents related to Vegapunk. Apparently, the world government valued him so much that all his life's various projects, even the incomplete ones, were considered mankind's treasure and so the marine was protecting it. He also found the address of Vegapunk's lab and headed directly to it. It was inside one of the 2 tallest mountains on the island and for some strange reason, the mountain top had giant screws mounted on it. He only saw one opening on the side of the mountain and entered it. He quickly received a welcome from dozens of mecha pointing their guns at him. Intruder, intruder, intrud. The alarm started to ring loudly. Haha, interesting. He used wizard magic to quickly stop the robots. Come out, Vegapunk, I know you are seeing me through the cameras. With a loud sound, a wall slid open on the side. Alexander entered it and came to a huge opening. There were some couches set up so he just went there and sat down. Soon Vegapunk came. He was a very tall elderly man with an easygoing air around him. Though the man was covered with metal enhancements all over his body. What can I do for the world's strongest being? He greeted him with the question. Haha, you know, I'm something of a scientist myself. Since the world government was after you, I thought, why don't I try it too? Alexander answered. And? Are you going to kidnap me? He asked. Why would I do that? I don't need your weapons or anything. I just want to keep you away from Marines so you don't make weapons for them. He blurted. But if I join the Marines, they will fund all my projects. Why should I go with you? Vegapunk inquired. Seriously? Do you want to be on the losing side? Besides, I am much richer and better resource-packed than the world government. I also have a huge cache of devil fruits just lying there. I want you to research them. I have already found out how they work but I want you to find a way to extract devil fruit ability from someone. He explained. Vegapunk was always interested in researching the devil fruits but getting a hold of them was really hard. It was also publicly known that Alexander had taken away all of the devil fruits that were in custody in the Marines, plus Alexander had already done the research. But I want funding for more projects. I want to make cyborgs and robots. He demanded. Sure, that can be easily done. I can bring this whole mountain to the new location for you. I will also bring this island under my protection so the world government will never be able to harm anyone here. He proposed. Alexander knew that Vegapunk was caring towards his birthplace and helped people. Vegapunk was really happy with the deal. Nice, so when are we leaving? Right now, My right-hand man will come and shrink this mountain and set it up in the Goa kingdom. Meanwhile, I want you to come with me to the Germa kingdom. They are creating too much instability across the whole new world, not to mention, he did experiments on his own children by changing their lineage factor, something you and Vinsmoke discovered together. He told him. Vegapunk sadly nodded, his ambitions were too big and cruel for me. I was just a man of science and he wanted to use science for war, which was the reason why I broke our partnership. I can't believe he was experimenting with his own kids. And nearly succeeded, all his 4 out of 5 children were successfully enhanced. But the last one sadly went through hell. He then told him the story of Sanji while they locked up his lab. Sigh. Okay, how are we going? He asked. We will teleport. Now, I have 2 ways to do that. One is a magical way and the other is technological. Which do you want to see? Alexander questioned. Vegapunk got excited like a child seeing an ice cream truck. Achieving teleportation via technological means was a huge feat. Of course I want to see the technological one. He exclaimed. Alexander took out Anywhere Door. Haha, okay. This door is called Anywhere Door. As the name suggests, you just need to think about where you want to go and open it. Though let me warn you, it can also take you to the edge of space and the center of the earth, and in both cases, you'll die as soon as you open the door. This is also something I want you to research on how this works and try to replicate it. You mean you don't know how to make it? Vegapunk asked. No, nobody does. It was a gift I received from someone from a faraway place. This is the only Anywhere Door in existence in the world. He answered. Vegapunk gulped down the saliva in excitement. Don't worry, I will be very gentle while studying it. Alexander laughed at his act as they crossed the door. They soon came to a wide open concrete field. You can see Karakuri Island and Vegapunk on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 275. A challenger appears. The Germa Kingdom, also known as the Kingdom of Science. It was the world's only seafaring kingdom and a member nation of the world government. About 300 years ago, it was the center of the Germa Empire. An enormous empire formed by the Vinsmoke family's conquest of the North Blue. Today, the kingdom remains under Vinsmoke Judge's rule, and is serviced militarily by the Underworld Army, Germa 66, as the territory of the Vinsmoke family. Because the Germa Kingdom was a member nation within the world government, they had all the privileges of an affiliated kingdom, that includes the right to attend the reverie. The kingdom's royal family also had an unusual pull over the legal system, being able to affect the bounty system and issue direct commands to the Marines. Sanji said his sister is a good person and acted mean to him as a show to not get bullied. I need to save that poor girl, he thought. So, what's the plan? Vegapunk asked. First, we will get to their data center and copy all their scientific data and then erase it all. He said and started walking straight to the big building ahead. Wait, they will see us. Vegapunk loudly whispered. Haha, they won't. Magic. Vegapunk walked behind him, amazed at how everyone ignored them. I am getting more and more interested in magic than science now. Alexander was not much interested in each country's internal politics, but the case with Germa was different. They acted less like a kingdom and more like an organized crime syndicate. The royal family even openly run Germa 66. Germa 66, also known as the Warmongers, it was both the military branch of the Germa kingdom and an underworld mercenary force commanded by the kingdom's ruling family, the Vinsmoke family. This is why he was going to put an end to all this. Though he still needed to decide what to do with Vinsmoke Judge's 3 sons who were heartless and emotionless. Soon after he had copied the scientific data, Alexander came upon a pink-haired little girl skipping to somewhere. He quickly went to her and made her fall unconscious. Damn it, I feel like a kidnapper now, he internally cursed as he sent the girl to Fahame. Okay, Vegapunk, let's go and greet the main course. He said, and instantly their invisibility ended. You first, I am just a fragile old man. He responded. Haha, I know you have multiple sea stone weapons on your body. I don't think anyone can catch you by ordinary means. Alexander laughed and headed to the throne room. It was one of the largest rooms in the castle, which was prominently adorned with militaristic decor, including a large spread-winged bird behind the royal throne itself. Alexander opened the door, making a lot of noise. Reiju, why did it take you so long to go? Vinsmoke Judge loudly spoke from his seat on the high platform. But he soon realized that it was not his daughter. Silence ensued in the hall as everyone instantly recognized Alexander. He was categorized as the most dangerous man in the world after all. Hello, there. King of Germa. I heard you're being a naughty boy. Alexander greeted and also checked his sins. Vinsmoke Judge Category 4. Murder 220,779. Indirect murder 120,876. Slavery 250,543. RPE 8. Experimenting on kids 15. Sin percentage 75%. Alexander wasn't surprised by that. The man ran an underground criminal organization. Why have you come here? He asked. You attacked an island in the East Blue not long ago. It was under my protection and you still did it. That makes you and me enemies. He blurted. However, all of a sudden his 3 little sons jumped from their seats and quickly attacked him with their weird technological enhancements. He stopped them all with just one finger. Kids, sit down. I don't know what gave you this much confidence, but it is misplaced. Alexander then instantly appeared beside Judge and punched him in the face. This is what you get for attacking my people. All the guards got alerted and tried to come to the rescue, but Alexander just used Conqueror Haki and made them faint, including the 3 kids. He looked at the soldiers and most of them were similar looking, proving that they all were clones. You have pushed it too far. You faked your own son's death. A small, sweet 9-year-old child. The death of his mother is also on you. You did experiments in children, which is an even worse crime. According to the laws of heaven, you will now die and will always live in hell with no chance of reincarnation. He put his palm on Judge's face and out of nowhere flames came out of his palm. They went straight into Judge's mouth, making him scream loudly. He was also experiencing time torture in which he went through everything Sanji went through, but it was amplified by 1,000,000 times. After a while, he was turned to ashes. Alexander then quickly looked back at the 3 boys. He thought about what to do with them and finally came up with a plan. He looked back at Vegapunk. These boys will be your bodyguards from now on, Vegapunk. I will give them empathy ability before that. He declared. The Germa Kingdom was not an island but various huge pieces of concrete built on giant snails. So Alexander just destroyed all the artificial land and freed all the snails to do whatever they wanted. The people were relocated to various islands and the clone army of Germa were inducted into the Golden Justice Army after they all signed magical binding contracts. We're done here, Vegapunk. I will send you to your lab. It has been set up. He said and took out the anywhere door and sent him back. He didn't go because he sensed someone coming towards him. At a very fast speed. Pop. Dobby appeared. Boss, Ryugu Kingdom is ready to move to the new island, they wanted to see you before that. Haha, I will go there soon, but right now, someone is coming to challenge this old man. He laughingly said. Okay, I'll stay to watch it then. Dobby conjured himself a seat. The Shishibukai system had been formed by the world government in their plan to contain the expansion of Alexander's influence. The Shishibukai was an alliance of 7 pirates turned privateers in the service of the world government. Although they worked for the world government, the Shishibukai themselves typically did not care about nor respect the government. Most of them were famous pirates who had made their names in the New World and either met or fought one of the Yonko. Yes, there were still Yonko. The damned world government had put his name in place of Kaido's. It infuriated Alexander and he was going to do something about it soon. The Shishibukai were namely, Dracula Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Boa Hancock. She asked Alexander's permission before becoming a Shishibukai and he agreed. She wasn't a pirate anymore as their island now had enough food and other things, thanks to Kind Heart Mall, but they still needed to keep people afraid of them. Then there were Crocodile, Gecko Moria, Marshall D. Teach, he had already stolen the dark fruit, and at last, the self-proclaimed son of Whitebeard, Edward Weevil. Alexander put down the newspaper and saw at a distance in the sea, a small boat with a mast in the shape of a cross was coming towards him. Haha, finally he got up with a smile. You can see Germa Kingdom, Vinsmoke Reiju, Vinsmoke Judge, and Shishibukai on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 276. Welcome to the family. Dracula Hawkeye's Mihawk was a world-famous pirate who currently held the title of strongest swordsman in the world. He was one of the Shishibukai, in fact, he was the first one to be revealed and formally introduced to the world. Haha, you lost, kid. Alexander spoke first. Greetings, just wanted to see the strongest man in the world. And maybe cross swords with him. I've heard you use one sometimes. Mihawk greeted. Haha, yes. I do have a sword, but I never get to use it as most of the people go down just fine with my fist. He answered. His height was towering as compared to Mihawk, who was a normal 6.6 feet sized human. Then care to entertain me with a fight? Mihawk asked. Alexander smiled and his Dragon Slayer sword materialized in his hand. Ha ha ha, I will not use my full strength, so you don't have to worry about your sword breaking up. Alexander's words were boisterous, but Mihawk knew that they were probably true, as it was common knowledge now that Alexander had slain many celestial dragon, and doing that and still surviving needed a lot of guts and power. Ready when you are, kid. Alexander gave him the first strike. Mihawk instantly appeared in front of Alexander with his super speed and made a cut towards his shoulder. Alexander also put his sword in between to defend. But because of Mihawk's extreme eyesight, he noticed all the movement. He made a quick turn and backward slashed at Alexander's other shoulder. But this time too, Mihawk found Alexander's sword already waiting there. Haha, child, your eyes are really good. Now, I recommend you get 100% serious so I can also get some exercise done. Olivia said I'm getting fat these days. He mumbled. The yellow pupils of Mihawk's eyes twitched for a second and then he made a slash towards him. A green energy wave formed at the edge of his blade and traveled towards Alexander. To Mihawk's surprise, Alexander didn't even use his sword to block it. He just slapped it away with bare hands. Haha, you are quite strong at armament haki. But not as strong as me. Try to block this. Alexander jumped a few feet in the air and made a vertical cut with his armament haki covering it. Instead of green waves like Mihawk, a golden energy wave came out. Mihawk got ready to block it with a firm will. But the closer it came, the more terrified he started to feel for some reason. Then it finally connected with his sword. He wasn't even able to decrease its speed and got dragged with it. He used all the strength he could muster but nothing helped. Seeing that he would die if he didn't move, he sidestepped. The golden vertical energy waves fell into the sea and finally, Mihawk realized the might of that attack when he saw its effect. The sea got split in two till the bottom, which was 10,000 meters deep. Soon the miles-long crack in the sea started filling up, creating many whirlpools. He looked at Alexander with admiration and respect. You are every bit as strong as the rumors say. In fact, I'd say you are much stronger than that. Haha, and I'd say you are stronger than I expected. You are already at the Yonko level, why did you become a Shishibukai? Alexander asked. Sigh. I didn't choose to be that. My father forced it upon me. Mihawk answered, confusing Alexander. Alexander asked him who his father is with a raised eyebrow, and sure enough, Mihawk's answer shocked him. My father is one of the 5 elders. Was, one of the 5 elders. You killed him not long ago. God damn, Dobby exclaimed from the sidelines. Alexander coughed, ahem, I am sorry for your loss. I had no other choice but to kill one of them to teach them a lesson. Mihawk shook his head lightly, no, you don't have to apologize. I hated him since I was a small child. He killed my mother in anger and I caught him red-handed. I vowed to kill him from that day and trained all these years. I knew the 5 elders were stronger than Yonko or Gold Roger of that time. So that's why your bounty is a mystery. You were never awarded a bounty. Well, child, what are you going to do now? I already killed what motivated you to get stronger. Alexander asked. Go back to being a pirate maybe. Now that my father is dead, they will start treating me as a pirate anyway. Mihawk resolutely said. What about joining me? You will get plenty of opportunities to fight immensely strong people, even stronger than Yonko's, excluding me. The world government and the pirate era will soon be a talk of the past. In addition to that, we got pretty high-quality wine. Alexander baited him. Wahaha. Are you trying to sway me? It seems to be working though, I think I will join you. Life had been too bland all these years. Maybe a new taste is needed to bring more colors. Mihawk commented. Alexander loudly laughed, welcome to the family, then. You will get a nice house in Goa Kingdom and Fishman Island, which is going to be our headquarters. You will be in the top brass, on the same level as Dobby and Kong. Kong works for you? Mihawk amusingly asked. Ah, yeah. He does, the 5 elders held his family hostage to keep him in line all these years. I saved them and Kong came to my camp. He revealed. You are already so strong to take over, why are you still waiting then? Mihawk questioned. Mihawk, did you know a person named Imsama sits above the 5 elders as the king of the world? He rules everything from the shadows. And all the secrets about him are in One Piece. For opening One Piece I need all the 3 ancient weapons. I got one, the search is ongoing for the others. He explained the whole situation to him. Mihawk was hit with many realizations that day, so this is why Gold Roger decided to just give up, as he had no way to truly get hands on the One Piece and left it all for the future generation. It was commonly known that Gold Roger was hit with a life-threatening sickness at the end of his days, so even if the world government had not killed him he would still have died. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Alexander agreed. Though he didn't tell him that Roger was alive. It was a secret that was on him to decide with whom he wanted to share it. Alexander then handed him a log pose, it will lead you to Dawn Island. See you later, kid. He flew in the air with Dobby and started to leave. But Alexander saw a huge ship with whale face heading towards him at the horizon and stopped. Whitebeard, he was currently the Yonko with the highest bounty. He was also considered the strongest of them as well. And after fighting Gold D. Roger as an equal in his death, he was hailed as the strongest man in the world. Though that changed when Alexander killed Kaido with a single strike while maintaining a pose for the camera. He was an old man and had also somehow contracted that damn disease. He had gone bald. But that was all secondary because he had his children and his family nearby. Something that he had dreamt of having after his home country, Sphinx, became too poor to be a member nation of the world government. Newgate became an orphan like many other kids. He then became a pirate at an early age and supported his village with the money and resources he gained. He still supported and protected his village. But today, his visit to his village was interrupted with a loud sound and one in particular that shook the whole island he was standing on. The last I remember, only I had an ability like tremor fruit, he thought. So, he and his children got back on the ship to see who was creating trouble in their territory. Pops, the doctor told you to stop drinking. A voice reprimanded Whitebeard, but he only laughed. Gururara. Ace, a true man should follow his heart, no matter what. He said and downed another bowl of wine. Suddenly another laughter started reverberating in the air and everyone looked up at the sky. Ha ha ha, I like your thinking, kid. Alexander boomed. He was probably the only man in the world who could call Whitebeard a kid. Nice seeing you again, Ace-chan. Your mama has been worried about you all this time. He added and slowly hovered down to the deck of the ship. The people on the ship tensed up as Alexander was an enigma. No one knew when and what he would do something. Sometimes he acted like Marines and sometimes pirates, and sometimes Revolutionary Army. They didn't know if Whitebeard was his target. You can see my hawk and whale ship on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 277. A cure. Alexander walked up to Ace and knocked on his head. Boy, no matter how much you run, you can't get away from my fist of love. Now go and write a letter to your mother. I'll give it to her. He then looked around at everyone's tense faces. Ha ha ha, what's the problem, everyone? I didn't come here to fight. I was just having a friendly spar with my hawk after destroying the Germa kingdom. Everyone's eyes popped out and jaws fell on his normalization of such big events. Gururara, who won? Whitebeard asked from his big throne. Alexander was 13 feet tall and Whitebeard was 20 feet. So Alexander also increased his size and became 20.1 feet tall as he didn't feel good being shorter than him. But Alexander also noticed various patches and medical equipment connected to his body. Of course I won. My hawk also joined my Golden Justice Army now. He blurted. Truly, the strongest man alive. Roger told me about you, that you are not like other Marines. Now look, so many celestial dragons are dead and you are personally leading the world's strongest anti-government force. Whitebeard praised. Alexander also conjured himself a nice chair and sat down. Boy, you are too young to praise me. I remember you, Roger and Garp being newbies when I was already a veteran. Now, let's grab a drink. Whitebeard was always a sucker for good wine. He took out the huge barrel of fire whiskey. Whitebeard smelled it and exclaimed, haha, this is the highest quality stuff I have ever smelled. What is this called? This is my own homebrewed fire whiskey. He replied and poured for both of them. But then Ace came and handed him a letter. Alexander took it and blatantly opened it. Ace-chan, this won't do. You need to write I love you at the end. And why haven't you mentioned Robbie? He basically changed your diapers when you were just a poop factory. Go and write another one. Everyone chuckled at Ace being treated like a small child and Ace also diligently obeying. Alexander then waved his hand and barrels upon barrels appeared on the deck. Why are you standing, boys? Pour yourself some too. Today's treat is on me. Soon the mood on the ship turned into a big party. Alexander also looked at Whitebeard's sins. Edward Newgate Category 2. Murder 6,000. Indirect murder 230,000. Saved 22,789,655. Donated money 3,967,456,788 berries, lifetime. Sin percentage 45%, reduced from 56%. Haha, and he's labeled a pirate. I see you have made Roger's son your own. Don't know if he'd be happy or sad if he knew this. Alexander commented. Ah, Roger was a good man. He was my rival but a respectable man. He had told me once, a child shouldn't be blamed for their parents' deeds, I'm just following that. And look, my family became so big slowly. Whitebeard answered. Ha, yeah, you do have some good kids. I've got many kids too. Alexander boasted. Oh, how many? Whitebeard asked. I don't know, maybe thousands. Alexander confusedly said. He considered everyone in Fahame and his closest people except Olivia, Dobby, and Ragnarok his children. Damn, you even left Big Mom behind by a huge margin. Whitebeard made a horrified face. Wait, you are taking it wrong. Only one of them is my biological child. All the others are adopted. Though I see them all as just the same. He clarified. Ha ha ha, should have said that earlier, old man. By the way, how are you still looking the same as 20 years ago? What happened to growing old and dying? He asked. I guess I'm just blessed. I don't feel old at all. Alexander answered by stretching his arms a bit. Sigh yes, blessed you may be. He responded. You know, the disease you have is curable, Alexander stated out of the blue. Everyone that was interested in their talking and secretly listening had their brows lifted up. Especially the 1st Division commander, Marco. He was the right-hand man of Whitebeard and knew about his grave illness. Really, old man? Can Pops be treated? He asked. Of course, I died for making that damn drug, Alexander replied while remembering bitter memories. Newgate, my boy. You have cancer. A disease caused by an uncontrolled division of abnormal cells in a part of the body. This is why your hair fell and you feel weaker. He explained. Whitebeard now really felt a ray of hope, but he knew that nothing comes free. What do I need to do to get the medicine? Haha, nothing much, child. I want you to stop the life of a pirate and live honestly. I know why you became a pirate. Once I take over East Blue, South Blue, and Paradise, I'll come to this part. I want you to stop being a pirate by then. You will not have to worry about anything either as no heavenly tribute will be required for protection from any island. I will also be getting rid of all the pirates. He announced. Whitebeard looked at his sons and they looked at him back and said, Pops, we'll always be with you, no matter what you decide. Marco stated. Ha ha ha, I am so lucky to have sons like you. But our family is not defined by being a pirate. It is defined by staying together. As long as we are together, we are family. Besides, I don't want us all to forever live with a bounty on our heads. Let's settle down after he comes to the new world. I will protect you all from any harm as long as I am alive. That's what family does, so no worries. Whitebeard announced. Alexander clapped for him proudly, haha, you are right, kid, you may have grown up without a family but the honor and beliefs I see in you are many times better than those with rich upbringings. Newgate, you're a kid that any father would feel proud to call his son. I will not let you worry about any kind of protection, I will protect your island, you and your children from all harms, you have my promise. Whitebeard's eyes sparkled as if they had become watery. When he looked at Alexander's face, for the first time in his life, he felt like he could rest easy. That he didn't need to constantly worry and be on edge that someone might come and kill his only family or betray him like Teach. Is this what having parents feels like? He asked himself. Alexander then took out a set of pills and handed them to him, this is the medicine that will cure you. Eat 1 dose every morning and evening. Also, drink this and this. The red one is a blood replenishing medicine that helps regenerate the lost blood and this other one is a body strengthening potion. Now get off of your old soggy ass and hug your old man. You're just in your 60s for God's sake, you're young. Whitebeard really got up and gave Alexander a bear hug, ha ha ha, thanks, old man. I will never forget this help. It's all right, kid. Just consider it a birthday gift for whenever it comes. Alexander said and patted his shoulder. Then Ace also came and finally handed him his letter. Alexander again shamelessly read it and embarrassed him. Let's see, I miss you and I love you. Good job, Ace-chan. This will surely make your mama happy. Okay, I'll be leaving now. Take care, kids. He said and left the huge ship. Whitebeard then looked at all his sons, listed kids, we all will go back to the island and train for the upcoming war when he takes over the world. I have decided to support him and for that, we need to get stronger as much as possible. The Shishibukai system was good but not for every kingdom. Especially not for the ones like Alabasta. Crocodile had started his Baroque works and slowly took over the kingdom through underhanded means. He wanted to find the ancient weapon called Pluton that he somehow found out about and use it to rule the world. Meanwhile, Alexander was finalizing his plans for truly taking over the first half of the world. A large sweep operation was going to be led by his entire Golden Justice Army. Even Z had now come to join him as he now didn't have anything to do at the training center. Their plan was simple, Z would sweep the East Blue, Kong would do that with the South Blue and he and Dobby would go with the middle and the most dangerous part, the Paradise. You can see Whitebeard, his crew, and Marco on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 278. Conquering the Grand Line. Alexander came to the sea restaurant Baratai before leaving for conquering paradise. He needed to deliver Sanji's sister to him. The sea restaurant had become quite famous in just a short time. It had 4 floors and 5 chefs. Sanji had started learning from Zeph diligently. Boy, I brought someone for you. Alexander landed on the deck. Sanji happily came out to greet him. What is it, Grandpa? Alexander brought out his sister Reiju. Sanji's face grew a big smile the moment he saw her and ran to hug her. Reiju, how? What happened? He asked. Grandpa here saved me. Father was punished by him and brothers were sent with someone to be his bodyguards. I decided to come to you. She said. Yet, she has nowhere to go. She can either live on Dawn Island or here. Alexander explained. Sanji repeatedly nodded, yes, you can live here with me. This ship has a lot of rooms. Soon Zeph also came and gave his permission. He knew about Sanji's past and was happy that he could have some family. With that, Alexander left for the Grand Line. He was starting from the island closest to the reverse mountain. But first, he appeared at the Twin Cape. How are you, Crocus? Alexander asked the lighthouse keeper. Haha, old man, so you've decided to finally take over? He asked. Crocus was an informant of Alexander. He kept an eye on the ships that enter the Grand Line. Haha, yeah, finally. Where is Laboon? He asked. Ah, he must be somewhere close. Laboon. He called for the giant whale. Soon a big cute whale poked its head out of the water. It started making cute noises when it saw Alexander. Alexander knew about the story of Laboon and the first time he saw him he had many scars on his head. Alexander treated his injuries and slowly they built a friendship. Laboon, I brought your favorite food. He said and took out a huge piece of deep-fried fish. Eeeeeeeeeee. Alexander turned around and noticed Noodles also looking at Laboon's food longingly. Haha, I got some for you too. Here. Meanwhile, a small group of young and ambitious boys and girls decided to set sail and make a name for themselves. Though the most excited one of them was Luffy. Frankie alone built a ship from scratch for his group. It needed to be big because so many of them were going. The crew had Luffy, Law, Robin, Sabo, Frankie, Gina, Baby 5. Not to mention Rina and Golly also tagged along for fun. Their group already was strong enough to beat any Yonko with Rina and Golly. They first came to Shell's town where they found a man named Zoro. He quickly joined their already big pirate group after a good beating from Rina. Luffy, we still need a navigator, Frankie informed the captain of the ship. Then let's go and find one for ourselves, a good navigator. Luffy carelessly shouted. Navigators don't grow on trees, Luffy. They require a lot of studies and hard work. I don't know where we'll find them, Sabo added. Law nodded behind them. Robin suddenly had an idea, maybe we can find one on Konami Island. Grandpa told me once that a young girl lived there who loved reading sea navigation books. Her name was, AAA. Kami. I guess. Kami? Who names themselves God? Zoro interjected. All right, let's go to Konami Island then. Luffy enthusiastically shouted. So, they went ahead but on their way, they also met Usopp and Sanji. Luffy tried to hire Sanji as they needed a cook. Sanji refused initially, but after a long round of persuasion, he and his sister also joined. Like that he slowly moved to Reverse Mountain while slowly completing his crew. Alexander had just finished his work on Cactus Island. There weren't many people living there but he did find out about a secret organization. The secret organization Baroque Works had claimed the island and set it up as one of the bases of operation responsible for bounty hunting for money. Alexander destroyed it and started investigating it. Dobby, call Connor and ask if he has any intel on this organization. Soon they received the info that it was set up by a Shishibukai named Crocodile. Haha, so much for being the government's lapdogs. Alexander scoffed and they moved to the next island. Every island Alexander visited he would leave behind some warships and men there and also erect a big fort. His next target, an island called Kaihoka Island, it was very easy. It was just a holiday island. He just erected a fort there and put up many warships. A slight compulsion on the mayor made sure he didn't sell out to the Marines. Next, he went to Little Garden. It was a prehistoric island and as such was still in the age of the dinosaurs. Alexander found 2 giants there. He learned from the blokes that they had been in a duel for the last 100 years because a little girl asked them who caught the biggest fish. So they came to the island and started fighting. You dummies, that girl has probably died of old age by now. I am going to need this island, so decide what you will do. Leave to the seas or return to Elbaf? Alexander asked. Dori angrily shouted, no, a duel should not be stopped. It is sacred. Then why the hell has it been going on for 100 years? I'll give you one last chance. Fight and finish it. The rules are simple. The one who falls to the ground with their back touching the ground loses. Alexander ordered. The two quickly agreed because Alexander threw off some of his dangerously oppressive aura. Soon their duel ended with Borgai winning. He then sent them to Elbaf and put the island as a nature preservation area. The naval fortress was made a distance away from the shores of the island. Alexander also picked up a female T-Rex and put her in his dimensional pocket. Next, he went to Drum Island. It had Drum Kingdom in it. It was affiliated with the world government, so Alexander had to use his might on them to subdue Wapol, the king of the Drum Kingdom. Eventually, he successfully opened another Golden Justice Army fort there. The island was known for its doctors, so Alexander gave them some more books about various fields of medical science. The Boyne Archipelago was easy to take over as it was just a series of flower-shaped islands in the Grand Line. Within them were various gigantic bugs and vicious man-eating plants. Then came Non-Imane Island. It was an uninhabited island. In reality, the island was actually the feces produced after a giant goldfish ate a whole island. The fish was named Island Eater and its height was 700 meters. Alexander just destroyed the island as fecal land was infested with worms. After that, he headed to the Alabasta on Sandy Island, the supposed headquarters of Baroque works. Sandy Island was also a huge dry and desert-type summer island. But in their way, they were attacked by the giant goldfish. EAOOOAAAA Noodles said something. Haha, okay, you fight this time. Alexander let him. Noodles bravely went ahead and confronted the giant foe. Though it did take a little help from Alexander. But still, Noodles had his first victory in a battle that day. Alexander let Noodles roam around the shores of the island and went to Alabasta with Dobby. Dobby was reading something from his notebook, so, this Alabasta kingdom is said to be more than 6,000 years old. Its royal family, Nefertari, were one of the 20 kingdoms, but they refused to live in Mary Gosa and stayed back. And they seem to have a poneglyph. Haha, they seem like a respectable family. Let's meet them, Alexander interjected. Meanwhile, Luffy and his big group had now reached Alabasta's shores where they met Vivi. But they all stopped and looked at the sea near them. They saw a huge sea king playing in the water with a big inflated ball. Luffy and the people who lived in the Goa kingdom recognized him. Oi, Noodles! What are you doing here? Luffy asked. He was always able to talk to him somehow. Eaaaaaoo Noodles replied and got back to his playing session. Haha, Grandpa is here, Vivi. You don't have to worry one bit now. Luffy assured her. Vivi was confused, including Usopp, Zoro, Nami, and Chopper. Who is your grandpa? They asked. Ah, I didn't tell you? That man in the photo. Luffy pointed to the backside of the newspaper Robin was reading. It took a moment for everyone to digest it before they loudly exclaimed with jaws dropping and eyes popping. A/N, if you feel that Straw Hat's progress is too fast, then keep in mind that between the beginning of Luffy's adventure till the Marineford War, only 6-9 months went by. Meanwhile, for us, 11 years had passed. You can see Laboon, Broggy and Dory, Drum Island, Island Eater, and Alabasta and on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 279. Golly in danger? What? He's your grandpa? Vivi asked again. Yeah, not just mine, he's everyone's grandpa. Don't you know I live on the same island as he does? Luffy explained. Usopp started sweating and hyperventilating. What have I gotten myself into? Oh, I can't breathe. Chopper, I'm dying. Zoro was instead excited. Can I spar with him? Luffy got annoyed and yelled at them. Ask him yourself when we meet him. They all agreed to do that. Alexander had understood the current condition of the kingdom and decided to do something about it. Crocodile had somehow started a civil war in the kingdom for his selfish purposes. So Alexander first headed to meet the king. Crocodile had won the hearts of the people through the use of public appearances as one of the Shishibukai, becoming a hero to the people by rounding up other pirates. This made it so that no one suspected that he was the mastermind behind everything. Baroque works secretly used dance powder to cause the capital city to have abnormally high amounts of rain. The people did not suspect a thing until it was noticed that other cities were getting below normal rainfall. Then Baroque Works agents officially brought dance powder into the country, and when questioned, they said it was a delivery for the king. Dance powder was a green powder that was used to make artificial rain. It was a powder that brings both happiness and misery at the same time, because despite the rain it creates, however, the powder, unfortunately, causes long periods of drought in other countries. The process in which the artificial rain is created nurtures clouds that aren't ready to rain yet. When this happens, all of the water contained within these clouds would all be used up. Because of this, other countries and locations, who would naturally benefit from rainfall when these clouds would naturally mature, would be greatly deprived. Baroque Works assigned several of its members to join the royal guard to aid in smuggling dance powder into the palace. When the powder was found, this pushed the people into thinking their king was behind the lack of rain. By this time, the younger citizens of Yuba was a small oasis town in Alabasta, were beginning to form ideas of rebellion. Alexander and Dobby stood on the stairs of the huge palace. I feel like I am in some Aladdin movie. Dobby nodded, yeah, and historically this palace is older than 4,000 years. It's a wonder that it's even standing. Let's be civil and officially meet him. Alexander went to a guard. Kid, go in and tell whoever is in charge of visitors that Alexander has come to meet the king. He told some guard. The guard stiffened seeing him and quickly ran away. Ha ha ha, you have not done anything to harm people yet and still they fear you like the plague, Dobby commented. Ha, they don't fear me but my background. Anyone would get nervous talking to the most wanted man in the world. Alexander answered. Ah, from this I remembered. The newspaper did polls yesterday. Hee, you are again the most desirable grandpa in the world. Dobby said to annoy him. Damn it, not again. Alexander scratched his beard. But I am still better than you. I got a wife and so many kids. What about you? My virgin bachelor elf? Alexander asked. Ah, I feel personally attacked, boss, Dobby muttered. Ha ha ha, that's what I aimed for. Alexander laughed and walked ahead. It was again, Alexander 1 and Dobby 0. Inside the royal palace, the king was just informed of Alexander's arrival and, as always, Alexander was given the VIP treatment. You are welcome to Alabasta, Golden Justice Alexander. King Nefertari Cobra greeted him. Who keeps giving me these weird nicknames, Alexander thought. Ah, thank you for meeting me, King Cobra. I mean King of Alabasta. Alexander shook hands with him with a wry smile. Ha ha ha, just call me Cobra. People of your stature have this right. How can I help you now? Cobra asked. Alexander quickly checked the man's sins and they were in the second category, rare for a monarch. Although the man had a badass name, he wasn't strong at all. I have started to take over this side of the world. Sandy Island was just one of my destinations, but then I saw all this trouble going on here. I have an offer, King Ko. King. Alexander hinted. And what is this offer? Cobra asked. He had seen lots of people bringing deals for him in the disguise of taking his throne. This time, though, Crocodile went ahead without even asking. Declare yourself an ally of the Golden Justice Army and become a part of the United Kingdom of the Seas. In return, I will deal with Crocodile and also open a big base for my army. You will also not have to pay heavenly tribute as my UKS works from money earned from taxes. Each kingdom aligned with us gives a small amount of income from taxes as its defense budget. In return, we will keep your shores and seas safe. He briefly explained. Cobra rubbed his chin and thought for a second. What about the world government? They will immediately declare me a traitor. He scoffed. Hey, world government is a thing of the past. The era of the pirates is a thing of the past. This is the era of justice and happiness. Anything that will stand in the way will face me. So, what's going to be your answer? Then I agree. Those at Mary Gosa are already considering us traitors for not joining them. But we need to keep this kingdom safe for the treasures it holds. Cobra interjected. Alexander understood he was talking about the poneglyph. I would like to see that poneglyph later. I will go and deal with Crocodile by then. See you later, King Cobra. Damn it. Luffy and his party were traveling through the desert to reach the capital. Ha. I'm hungry. I need food and water. Luffy complained with his tongue hanging out. Slurp. Everyone heard that and looked back. Rina had a big bowl of ramen and Golly was drinking some cold drinks. Both were sitting on a hovering carpet. They all just dumbfoundedly looked at them for a while. Usopp was the first to shout. What the hell, guys, where did you get that food? Both Golly and Rina looked at them with their mouths full. Ah, you also want some? Luffy jumped first and took water from Golly and drank it like no tomorrow. Bam! Nami hit him on the head. Luffy, you drank all of it. What will we drink now? Golly then put her arm in her bottomless pouch and took out dozens of more bottles. Don't fight. I got enough for all of us. Soon they all drank and ate. Rina made all of them sit on the flying carpet and they flew to the capital. while all of them felt confused as to why they didn't do this from the beginning. Alexander came to the underground headquarters of Baroque Works and simply beat everyone. Crocodile found out about their arrival and tried to run away. He got as far as the town's center. Haha, you are too cowardly to be a Shishibukai. It's more like a natural instinct right now. He replied while thinking of an exit strategy. There is no way out, Sandman. You will surely die, but how you die is still something that depends on you. Confess all your crime and you will get a quick death. Don't do that, and you will die slowly as I melt every particle of your sandy body. Alexander threatened him. Grandpa. Out of nowhere, Alexander heard the loud call and saw the fully packed flying carpet coming towards him. As always, Rina and Golly jumped for a hug. But Crocodile thought it would be smart to hold one of them as a hostage, and his choice was even worse because he picked Golly. He held a knife against her throat. Ha ha ha, oh how the tables have turned. Luffy and the party quickly readied themselves for battle. Rina and Golly were members of their Straw Hat Pirates after all. As always, Robin announced who the opponent was and Usopp and Chopper cried. What is with my luck? Usopp called out. But then his luck turned even worse when a lot of Marines came running towards them with Smoker in the lead. You can see King Cobra and Smoker on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 280. An emergency call. Suddenly Alexander started laughing. Ha ha ha, look at your knife before threatening. Crocodile quickly looked and saw that the girl in his arm had eaten the knife. Golly then spoke, that was tasty, do you have more knives, uncle? Crocodile fell to the ground in shock. What the fuck? What are you? I am Golly, the devourer, hee. Give me more knives, or I will get angry. She threatened. How the tables had turned again. I don't have any more, go away weird girl. He shoot her and got up. He thought about fleeing but then felt pain in his legs. My legs! He screamed. His legs had somehow melted into glass when he turned to sand and now he was stuck to the ground. I told you can't run away. Now, I want you to tell everyone the truth. And do tell me why you did all this. Alexander nudged him. With a slight use of magic, he spilled the beans. I wanted to get the ancient weapon Pluto and rule the world. It is somewhere in this country. He confessed. Alexander just nodded at that. Even he knew that Pluton was here and he was going to find it. But he was finding it hard to believe that it could be stronger than the ships he already had. The Pluton was said to be able to destroy islands that even his ships could do. He grabbed Crocodile by his collar and started dragging him to a high point where everyone could see and listen to him. Stop, Crocodile is protected by the Marines. You can't kill him. Smoker voiced. He could already hear his subordinates cursing him for getting them in mess with Alexander. Haha, kid, just wait a few more minutes and listen to what he has to say. You can be the judge after that. He has broken a very big law made by the world government. Same law for which O'Hara was ordered to be destroyed. He told him and kept dragging Crocodile. Once in a good position he amplified his voice and started to speak. People of Alabasta. I assume you already know me and must be wondering why I am dragging this hero of yours. Well, I will let him answer you all. Crocodile was made to speak. I did not save Alabasta. I brought in the dance powder and blamed it on the king in order to start a revolution through which I could overthrow the current regime and become the new king. I am the boss of Baroque Works and behind many organized crimes. That was enough to get the people agitated, they were stupidly bamboozled. Not to mention they had started a revolution against a good king. Smoker on the side was not much shocked, he already knew that Crocodile was up to no good but he lacked evidence. He instantly called the headquarters and words instantly reached Sengoku. Alexander looked at the angry public, calm down everyone. He will be punished and there should be no doubt about that. Not just that, I can truly make it rain with natural clouds. So enjoy it. As soon as his words ended, it started to rain. Not just there but across the whole kingdom. Also, your king has decided to ditch the world government because they are the one who made Shishibukai in the first place, and join the United Kingdoms of the Seas. It is a new government founded by me where you don't have to pay heavenly tributes and still get security. Not just that, I will soon be starting new ways of travel so that all the kingdoms can be more connected. He announced and continued speaking. One more thing, I know that you all didn't get a good harvest this year because of this man here. I will supply a whole 2 years worth of grains to Alabasta for everyone so you all can slowly get back to normal work. His words quickly won the hearts of everyone. Alexander didn't say more in fear that people might just start calling him their new king and it would get messy. He then looked at Crocodile and said, say hi to them. He turned Crocodile into a crystal and threw him towards Marineford. Bam! Goddammit, I knew this was going to fail. Sengoku took down his anger on the desk. In front of him, all the admirals and a few vice-admirals sat. Haha, we all knew that. I'll go and catch him. Garp interjected. No need, we will be receiving him soon, Sengoku said and walked to his window. He opened it and soon an object fell in at a very high speed. Kyuzan used his eyes to stop it or else it would have collided with his face. Ha ha ha, modern problems require a modern solution, Garp commented and laughed. Stop giggling like a little girl and check if there's any letter on him, Sengoku ordered. Garp walked to the body and picked up the envelope. He opened it and saw a letter and a photo. The letter said, "What up boys?" and the picture was a group selfie with Alexander, Dobby, Luffy and his whole group, King Cobra, Smoker, and Kneeling Crocodile. Garp couldn't hold his laughter and started laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, look Sengoku. Sengoku just sighed looking at it and gave it back. This will surely be the headline in tomorrow's newspaper. The reputation of Shivyukai has already gone to the dump now. This experiment of the world government will cost us a lot. What about Universe's constant expansionism? His forces have taken full control of the East and South Blue. He is slowly taking over Paradise now. Sooner rather than later, he will come here too. Sakazuki voiced up with his always angry face. At least he's doing something. Unlike us, lazing around and just waiting for orders to escort someone somewhere. Kyuzan retorted. Sakazuki gritted his teeth as he couldn't argue with that. They were really like the world government's lapdogs. Justice may be late, but it will surely come. No matter who it is, he mumbled while gritting his teeth. He still had not forgotten the humiliation he faced in O'Hara. Alabaster Royal Palace. Alexander had already searched the whole kingdom and had found the so-called Pluton. It was a massive ship with high-tech ballistics. But it was in ruins now. Fully rusted and nearly destroyed by the effects of time. So he scanned it for its design and destroyed the remaining part of it. He then signed the documents with Cobra about his kingdom joining the UKS. He looked at Luffy. What the hell are you all doing here? We are on our adventures. I will become the Pirate King. Luffy proclaimed with a puffed chest. But he soon realized he shouldn't have said that here. And before he could react he received a fist of love. Goddammit Luffy, how many times have I told you not to do that? I am not against your adventures but you cannot call yourself pirates. Call yourself adventurers. Straw Hat Explorers sound good and stop using that flag. I am warning you, if you keep this up then you will someday find me standing against you. He seriously warned. Luffy gulped seeing that Grandpa was really serious. I want to find One Piece. And I will not stop you. Raftel is a nice place and finding it is very fun. But all I am asking you is to not to do it as a pirate. Believe me, kid, there will be no pirates in a few years. What will be the point of calling yourself a pirate king then? Also, don't forget. It was not Roger who called himself Pirate King but the world government because they wanted to spoil his reputation and show him as an evil man to the world. Are you evil, Luffy? He asked. No, I am not. Luffy quickly answered. Then let's call it Treasure King. Finding One Piece will make you a very rich man so it makes sense. I will also leave gold and jewels worth 500 billion berries there. Whoever finds it shall have it, Alexander announced. What? Do you know where Raftel is? Robin excitedly asked. Alexander nodded. I can take you there if you want. No. We will find it ourselves. We will complete our journey. Luffy sternly interjected. Haha, good. Robin, it's okay. I will tell you about world history when I find out. Don't worry. He assured her. Then suddenly the blue-haired girl came up to him and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving this country. Haha, get up, child. I heard about you and what you've been doing to get rid of Crocodile. I am happy knowing that the future of this kingdom will be in the hands of someone like you. Don't forget, you will always have my blessing too. He praised her. Vivi blushed. She had been going against Crocodile for a long time. She had even infiltrated their organization to gather intel. Okay, I will be leaving now. Got a lot of work. He said and started to leave. Wait. He was stopped by Zoro. I want to learn sword fighting from you. Zoro requested. Ha ha ha, kid, everything has an order. You first take baby steps before you start running. Go to Katakuri Island and find my hawk. Maybe he can give you some tips if you can impress him. He told him and left. He returned to Noodles but found a large amount of wreckage around him. What happened? He asked. Oh, Noodles replied. Haha, so Marines attacked you and you sank their ship. They will put a bounty on you now, boy. Let's go. Beep beep beep. Suddenly his ring started to make loud noises. Alexander knew what it was. It was a call from one of his children. Each of them had a ring assigned that Alexander wore. The current beeping ring indicated that Hela was calling for him from somewhere in the multiverse. Dobby, Hela is calling. I will go and return soon. Take care of everything till then. He instructed. Okay boss, best of luck. Soon a white light fell and Alexander vanished. Eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee back soon, Noodles. By the way, where did you learn that curse word? Dobby suspiciously asked the giant good boy. You can see Vivi and Angry Sakazuki on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 281. A Night of Revelations. Hella was really happy when she was allowed to go and travel the multiverse. It was a nice change from just seeing the same thing again and again. She was really excited when she came to the strange yet familiar Earth. She later found out that the world was infected with something that made some humans turn cannibalistic and unable to eat normal food. She was in a country named Japan and was continuously killing these sinners. She had checked the purity of the world and it was at 40%. However, even after 15 years of killing, purity wasn't rising. The number of man-eaters was the same too. She was eventually approached by an organization called the Commission of Counter-Ghoul. But she soon got fed up with their incompetence and took over the organization. Then she started expanding and killing as many ghouls around the world as possible. Yet no solution seemed to appear. She was not a scientist so she had no way of making a cure. Not even the origin of these ghouls was known so she didn't know how to stop it. Soon, a few more years passed and she got fed up and called her grandpa. Terrace of CCG Main Office Building, Tokyo, First Ward. Hella stood there waiting for Alexander. Behind her stood the bureau chief, Yoshitoki Washiyu, and 6 of the special class investigators. The special class was the highest rank achievable in the organization. Why are all the special classes here? What if an SS or SSS attacks somewhere? Koutaro Aman asked his instructor, Yukinori Shinohara, special class. Stay quiet, she told us she has asked someone to come who can deal with all the ghouls in the world. Till now she has never lied so keep your fingers crossed and wait. Shinohara whispered at him. Kori Ui, another newly promoted special class, huffed, ha, she can alone kill SSS like flies, if even she can't do it then I don't have much hope. And if there is someone even stronger than her then he's probably some god. Kishao Arima nodded, let's just wait and watch. Boom. A white light struck from the sky like thunder. It took a moment for all of them to adjust their vision to look clearly. Where the light struck was now an unnaturally tall old man. But they felt majestic and very strong vibes from him. Grandpa. To all of their surprise, their cold, ruthless and super hot boss changed into a spoiled granddaughter and jumped to hug the man. Many of the simps/admirers gritted their teeth in jealousy. Alexander hugged Hella as he made himself a normal-sized human. Ha ha ha, my Hella. What have you been up to? I got so worried about you. I thought you were in danger but I see everything is fine here. Oh, who can be a threat to the goddess of war? I asked for you because I've been stuck in this word for the past 20 years and the purity hasn't gone up one bit. She complained. That's strange. Where are we? Tell me about this world. He asked her as they started walking into the building. Alexander felt like one of the men, the one with white hair standing there, was weird. The bureau chief tried to shake hands but he was ignored and they moved inside. Grandpa, there seems to be some kind of disease going on. There are humans who become very powerful after getting infected and they cannot eat anything besides flesh. Humans are their favorite. They can have different kinds of powers related to their physical deformities. I tried to kill all of these infected people but more seem to pop out every day. She explained. So you asked me to come here so I could make an antidote, huh? He asked. Hella embarrassingly nodded and Alexander continued, haha, it's all right. Bring me a tissue sample. Hella nodded and brought him to a lab where all the research happened. Special class Arima, aid Grandpa in whatever he asks for. Alexander looked at the same white-haired guy and walked up to him, why do I feel like you are different? Oh, he's nicknamed the White Reaper. He's very good at killing the ghouls. Hella told him. Okay, bring me a sample of an unharmed ghoul tissue. He told him. Arima went to a freezer and brought out a glass cylinder, this is a recent collection from a raid. Alexander simply took it out and brought out his super microscope made by Alfred. Sir, I recommend you don't touch it with your bare hands. Arima pointed. It's all right, kid. This thing can't affect me. Now let me see. He started checking the DNA strands, whatever this virus is, it has changed the DNA a lot. But I need a normal human DNA sample to determine if this mutation is natural in nature or artificial. Give me a drop of your blood, Arima. He told him. Arima was silent for a second, showing his hesitation. Can't you take your own blood? Just do it, Arima. If he could he would have done it. His skin is stronger than steel and needles can't penetrate it. Hela sternly ordered. Arima let Alexander take his blood but the tension was clear on his face. Alexander put it under the microscope. Ha, no wonder you felt different. Your DNA is the same as this, the ghouls. So you are one of them. Alexander loudly announced. The nearby investigators flinched with the news while Arima's one eye quickly changed and became red. He took out a spear-like weapon. Hela just stayed put, she had no reason to worry as Alexander was closer to Arima and could take him down with a finger and she already had her doubts that Arima was a hybrid ghoul. Kid, calm down. At least explain why you've infiltrated this place. What's your agenda? Alexander asked. Coexistence. That is my agenda. Ghouls are now a part of the world we live in and no matter what, you cannot kill them all. Working to make a society where both kinds of humans can live is my agenda. What about you? Arima coldly asked. Hey, well, for now, it is to make an antidote for this ghoul virus. Damn it, you there, give me your blood. Alexander pointed to a young man. Yes sir, I am Kotaro Aman, first class. Aman ran up to him and quickly gave him his blood. Arima confusedly stood there, thinking what he was supposed to do because people were ignoring him right now as if he didn't exist. Alexander finally matched the DNA and made his conclusion, well, the good thing. It is reversible. The bad thing is, it is man-made. Which means someone either mistakenly spread it or with some agenda. The news shocked everyone, even Arima was shocked. The origin of ghouls was shrouded in mystery and no one knew when the first case came. But why would someone do it? This will do nothing but destroy human civilization. He asked without even realizing it. Ha, and that is probably just what they want. What if it was some alien civilization that threw this virus on our planet, rather than directly attacking they now just have to wait until all the people turn into ghouls and all ghouls eat or kill each other. Alexander hypothesized. Well, I'm going to need a few things. Here's a list. I also need a bit more of the blood of the strongest ghoul you know. If you don't have it then just tell me where to find it. I'll catch it. He asked. It is the one-eyed owl, Aman answered. Okay, I'll catch this owl. He got up to leave. No, the one-eyed king is the strongest, and I am the one-eyed king, Arima revealed, giving everyone another jaw-dropping moment. Alexander yawned, what a night of revelations. Just come here and give me some blood then. Hela, I want you to round up all the organizations in the world that are experimenting with ghouls. You won't be able to find them later when everyone is healed. Soon, Alexander made the antidote in record time and gave it to Arima to test it out. Drink it. If it works on you then it can work on anyone. Arima didn't have a choice so he went with it. They waited for 15 minutes for the changes to appear. One of the obvious ones was that his hair were turning from white to dark blue. Someone bring some good vegetarian food. Let's test if we were successful or not. Alexander ordered. Arima quickly ate some rice and curry in the hope that it would work. Everyone waited to hear his experience when suddenly they saw slight tears welling up in his eyes. Haha, I think we were successful, boys. Start mass producing it. Alexander announced. Arima looked up at Alexander, who are you? He asked because, in so many years of existence of ghouls, no one was able to make such an antidote but this man did it in a few hours. Haha, you don't need to know that, kid. Just take ease in knowing that there is no need for ghouls and human coexistence. Now you just need to live peacefully as a single race, which I believe is going to be harder. He replied and went to Hela. So, I am done here, child. Do you want me to round up all the ghouls in the world too? He asked. No, Grandpa. I will do that myself. Now I can finally complete my task. Hela answered cheerfully. Well, if that's all, I'll go back. Dobby is waiting for me on the other side. Call me again if you find any problems. He gave her a hug and moved back. Again a white light came and took him away. Hela looked back at everyone with the cold and emotionless face. Come on, work fast. We need to inject this antidote not just in ghouls but also in normal people. Who knows, there might be some ghouls living like normal humans. Everyone sighed and cursed under their breath, wanting to see their smiling and cheerful hot boss again. You can see Hela, Kotaro Aman and Kishao Arima on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 282. A det. White light fell in the middle of a crowded street on some island in the New World. Damn it, I didn't pinpoint my returning location. Where am I? He asked himself. He looked around to find out where he was. It seemed like a waste processing plant as the whole place was littered with mountains of scrap metal and factories. He saw a boy running in front of him. Hey, kid. What's the name of this place? The kid looked at him like he had seen the biggest fool of the century. You don't even know that when you are standing here. Wait, I've seen you somewhere. Alexander took out a chocolate bar. Tell me and you can have this. The boy's eyes shone for a second. Yes, this place is called Spider Miles, kind sir. Ha, here you go. He handed him the chocolate. But then they both looked at the street because people had suddenly become noisy. He saw a man in a pink bonnet and purple aviator sunglasses, with a yellow pacifier in his mouth. He was also wearing a blue scarf with white polka dots around his neck with a pink bib underneath it, and something that resembled a diaper. What is his problem? Alexander asked. The kid answered, he's the city clown, Senior Pink. His wife got into an accident and got paralyzed. He's become like this since then. I heard he also had a son but something happened, he works for the local gang. Alexander silently followed the man to see what he was up to. He followed him into a hospital and then to a room. There was a woman sitting on the bed like a lifeless doll. This should be his wife, he thought. He heard the man speaking something, Russian, I have come again, like every day. Please smile for me. The woman did smile and it shocked Alexander. He didn't know the whole story of what happened between them. Neither was he interested, there were too many bad things in the world and he couldn't know them all. But being kind towards others didn't require you to know anything. You just do it. Alexander cast magic from the door and checked her body. Her spine was damaged which wrongly pressed her nerves. In short, it was not brain or nerve damage. So he cast healing magic on her body. It would have caused her a lot of pain normally, so he first made her fall unconscious, much to the shock of the strangely dressed man. Then Alexander left the hospital and went to the criminal gang that ran the place. The island city didn't have a king or royal family. It just had an elected mayor. So a slight use of magic made sure the man cooperated. He took out the Den Mushi and called one of the nearby commanders of his army. Ah, Daffy-chan. I just took over Spider Miles. Come and set up a branch here. I've already built a fort. He spoke. On the other side, Doflamingo sneered, come on, Grandpa. I told you not to add Chan with my name. It spoils my style. Haha, you will always be little Daffy-chan for me who wore weird glasses. Is Rossi-chan with you too? He asked. Nah, he went to another island we just took over. It's called Notice. It's a small island town, very wealthy but also a target of pirates. Doflamingo explained. Okay, you can come here then. I will be going back to paradise. He instructed him and hung up. He then called Dobby, but when Dobby picked up he heard weird laughing noises from the other side. Hey, Dobby, where are you? Ah, you're back, boss? It's just been a few hours, Dobby said. Yes, Hella only needed help in making medicine. Now, where are you? I'll come to you. He inquired. I am on an island called Mamwaro Island. It's not far from Alabasta. Dobby answered. Okay, I'll be there soon. He hung up and flew away. Inside the hospital that Alexander just left, Senior Pink shouted for a doctor to come as soon as he saw Russian fall unconscious. The doctor did the checkup. It seems she is tired. Come tomorrow maybe. Senior Pink eased down a bit after hearing that but was also saddened, knowing that this meant her health was deteriorating, and unknowingly a small tear slid down his face. All this was because of his own mistake. He had originally told Russian that he worked in a bank. But when he went out on a raid, his newborn child got a fever and passed away. She tried to contact him by calling the bank but found out that he didn't work there. It broke her heart and she left him during the storm and got caught in a landslide in her path. He was sorry for lying to her but he didn't have any option. Even less now as he needed to pay the hospital. He dejectedly started to leave the room. Pink. He suddenly heard a voice he thought he would never get to hear for the rest of his life. He looked back and saw Russian getting up. He ran up to her with his eyes instantly tearing up. Meanwhile, the doctor was going crazy thinking, how did this happen? Russian, are you? He stuttered and touched her face. Russian also teared up. Yes, I can move again. Thank you. She finally cried. For the past few years, she saw Senior Pink come to see her every day and tried to make her smile. She wanted to say I forgive you but no words could come out of her mouth, nor could she cry. So with all her strength in her body, she was only able to smile for him every day. I forgive you, Pink. I forgive you. She repeatedly said. Pink quickly hugged her tightly. I am sorry, Russian. I am bad, very bad. Let's start it again. I will really become a bank employee now. I swear I will never make you cry again. Knock knock. A knock came from the door. Both of them looked at who it was. It was a small kid. The kid entered with an envelope in his hand. Here, that old man told me to give this to you. Pink opened it and read it loudly. Usually I kill criminals like you, but I felt moved by your love for your wife. I know how it feels to be helpless and hopeless, seeing your loved one in front of you on a sickbed and not being able to do anything to save them. So, I am giving you a chance. Don't let this go to waste. Keep her happy or else I will be coming. Russian and Pink had an idea of what happened now. Russian's miraculous recovery was very unnatural. But they still didn't know who did it. Kid, who was the man that told you to bring it here? Pink asked. He only paid me 5 chocolates for bringing it. If you want more info I will need payment. The kid seriously said like an evil capitalist. Pink just gave him money, buy 10 with these. Now tell me. The kid went to the side, picked up the newspaper, and showed the front page to them. It was an article with a declaration of United Kingdoms of the Seas. This is the old man who hired me. Now, I am leaving. Happy doing business. Pink started shivering while holding the paper. It seems I used my whole life's luck today. The doctor heard everything and decided to speak. You are a lucky man, boy. These days, miracles like these don't come in cheap and you got it for free. I hope you heed his advice. And even if you want to go back to that life you can't. The island was just taken over by the Golden Army's commander, Doflamingo. He's very strict with criminals I've heard. Russian again cried, Pink. He looked at her. She continued, God gave this second life to us. Let's make a happy family now. I will work too so you don't have to worry about finding a job. He again hugged her, no, dear. I will work hard, you won't have to push yourself. He calmed her down and looked at the shining sun outside the window. Thank you for giving me my life's light back, old man. I will never forget this debt. You can see Spider Mills, Senior Pink and Russian on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 283. A weird island. Alexander appeared where the Momwaro Island was. It was weird looking. There seemed to be a butt-shaped mountain at the center. Maybe it was a heart but Alexander couldn't tell. Everything on the island was pink, plants and animals included. It was home to the Kamabaka Kingdom. The island and its inhabitants were just as well known as the legendary island of Amazon Lily. However, this island was the exact opposite of Amazon Lily. While Amazon Lily was comprised only of women who behave somewhat similar to men, Momwaro was filled only with men who behave similarly to women. Hence it was a gay cross-dressing island, even the animals were like that there. As soon as he touched down on the ground, he heard loud footsteps coming towards him. He looked at the distance and didn't like the scene. A lot of men, dressed as women were coming running towards him. Pardon my language but what the fuck? He waited for the crowd to come closer to him but soon he realized that the horde of cross-dressers had no plans of stopping. So he started running away from them. Goddammit, where is Dobby? I hope he hasn't changed into their dress. This seems to be his natural habitat. Alexander joked to himself as he ran on the beach. Behind him were the manly girls, giggling and chasing. To make matters worse, Alexander noticed that the setting sun was showing as a backdrop. Some distance away on a cliff, Dobby and the ruler of the kingdom, Emporio Ivankov stood. Ivankov looked at the beach scene while slurping on tea, Fufu, what a beautiful scenery buru. Haha, I'm gonna tease him for the rest of his life now. Dobby evilly chuckled with a camera in his hand. Let's call the old man back. Dragon Boy is waiting. Ivankov said and went to call Alexander. Alexander soon came to them and saw a camera in Dobby's hand. Dobby, if you show that to Olivia then I will force feed you 100 pineapple pizzas every day. Haha, it's all right boss. It's safe with me. Dobby smirked. Ivankov came and introduced himself. Ivankov ordinarily added boy in front of people's names but he did not dare to do that with Alexander, 1 because he was too powerful and 2, because he really was too old. Ivankov remembers seeing his old face in the newspaper when he was just 4 years old and that was 42 years ago. Chairman Universe, it is an honor to meet you. Dragon Boy is also here. He's waiting for you. Ivankov led the way. Why does everyone keep adding a different prefix before my name, he questioned himself. But his spoiled mood changed back to his cheerful self the moment he came to the meeting area. Koala-chan? What are you doing here? He loudly called out. Koala jumped from her chair, straight into his arms, ah ha ha ha. Grandpa, I missed you so much. So when Uncle Dragon came to Fusha village, I joined him. Luffy and everyone had also left, so I was feeling lonely. Ah, sorry for not visiting. I was busy. He apologized. She showed her cute smile, hee, it's okay. I heard you are going to become the king of the world. Best of luck. Who is spreading all these rumors, he thought. Dragon got up and gave Alexander a hug. I knew you'd be coming here eventually. Wait, why the hell are you here? And why do you have such an intimate relationship with her, him? Don't tell me he's Luffy's. Alexander suspiciously said. Dragon quickly made him stop. No. Stop fooling around, old man. Ivankov is a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army. Not all organizations are strong enough to work openly like you, even the Marines are afraid of messing with you. Ivankov is just a normal ruler in the eyes of the world. Haha, of course, they'd be. Sengoku clearly knows about my fist of love. Anyway, what did you want to talk about? Alexander asked. I had a meeting with other leaders of the Revolution Army. We all agree on the point that you are the closest to achieving our goal than we had ever thought of. So we decided to integrate with the Golden Justice Army. Dragon explained. He was taking this step not because the Revolutionary Army was weak, but because there were too many powerful organizations in the world and most of them were standing against each other. If a war broke out it would get too ugly. Also, the motives for which the Revolutionary Army was formed were the motives of the Golden Justice Army too. Well, I do feel like a big war is coming. It will decide the fate of the world. However, it won't be as simple as just killing the 5 elders. I will also need to kill this Im-sama. He's the main guy, and I have a feeling that he's not as simple as it may seem. Alexander commented. Dragon nodded. Yes, I have also heard about him. But that is all. His whole existence has been an even bigger secret than the Void Century. Yeah, that's why I'm going to uncover the history first so that we have something to tell the world. Once we take over, I will create a temporary government with all the UK's signed nations combined. Marines will be integrated into our forces. He explained the plan. How are you planning on making sure no one tries to rise up in the future to start a world government? Dragon asked. Easy, decentralization of power will be the way to go. Right now, the highest power in the world is concentrated in Mary-Gosa, but what if they were scattered around the world? Not just that, imagine if the world was better connected, through train and ship routes. He proposed. But as long as the red line is up, the world will always be the same. Dragon argued. That is why the upcoming war will only end with the destruction of the red line. Okay, that's enough serious talk. I will send someone to help you integrate with us. However, I will not be publicizing the news for now. He stated. After that, they talked mostly about family. Luffy and Garp were busy in their own lives and responsibilities, so even Alexander rarely sees them. He hadn't met Garp for a very long time now. Okay, I should be going now. Kong will come and contact you. You already know him, so don't hesitate to ask anything. Right now our most secure base is in Fishman Island, so send your forces there. No one will find out then. He instructed and decided to leave for his next destination. Koala, take care, okay. He gave her a hug and left. Once he left, Ivankov seriously looked at Dragon. Are you sure this is the right thing to do? We have given our lives and blood to this organization. And yet he achieved more in just 1 year than we did in 15 years. Let's just accept the reality and recognize that he is no ordinary man. Dragon said. Sigh yet, no man with a D in his name can be ordinary. I heard he's conquering the Grand Line. Ah, he didn't ask if I want to join his UKS. Ivankov exclaimed. Dragon scoffed, haha, he knew your answer without asking. What a man he is. Ivankov drifted away in his personal thoughts that no one would want to look into. Alexander had flown very fast and had just come to the neighboring island of Momoro Island. It was currently an uninhabited island. He had landed because a news crew had come to deliver him a letter. All the news crew in the world worked for him now. Achuo. Goddamn, who's bad-mouthing me? That was the biggest sneeze of my life. Am I getting allergic to you, boy? When did you last take a bath? He asked the news crew. The bird scratched his head first and then spread his wings to shrug. So you don't remember when you last bathed? Boy, I'm giving you the day off. Go and take a bath now. He sent the news crew away and looked at the golden letter he had just received. From Grand Tesoro? What do they want from me? You can see Momoro Island, Emporio Ivankov, Dragon, and Koala on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 284. Gambler Grandpa. The letter he received was from the owner of the Guild Tesoro, the owner of Grand Tesoro, a massive ship with a metropolis built on it. It was supposed to be the largest entertainment city in the world. It was acknowledged as an independent state by the world government due to Tesoro's wealth, and they also classify it as a demilitarized zone. It was referred to as the moving country of dreams. Nevertheless, the country was allied with the world government, as they are required to pay a heavenly tribute. Inside the envelope were an invitation letter and a Vivre card. What do they want from me? Well, it's in my way so I'll check it out. Then he picked up the newspaper and a poster fell out, he picked it up and started laughing non-stop. It was a wanted poster of noodles and the photo was too different than the original noodles. It said, Demon of the Seas dead or alive 100,000,000. Whose ship did he sink in Alabasta? He asked himself and started flying away. Tato Land, Whole Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin aka Big Mom, the captain of Big Mom Pirates, and one of the Yonko was having a meeting with her 3 sweet commanders. We need to do something about this ever-expanding Golden Justice Army or else it will soon come after us too. Charlotte Katakuri spoke. Katakuri, don't worry. Mama is very strong. Now bring me my cake. Big Mom shrugged off his warning. Mother, Big Brother is right. Universe has already killed and destroyed the beast pirates, with Kaido dead we have no alliance. The Germa Kingdom was also destroyed. Red Hair Pirates will never join us and I've heard the Whitebeard Pirates have already submitted to him and have decided to join the Golden Justice Army. Charlotte Smoothie added. Smoothie, don't worry. I do have a very powerful ally. He will soon be coming here, and if he really has eaten the devil fruit he says, then he has the power to someday become even stronger than Kaido. Big Mom replied while eating one of the cake homies. Who is it, Mother? Charlotte Cracker asked. Hehe, don't be impatient, child. You will know soon. Alexander appeared over the huge nonsensical ship. A large portion of the Grand Tesoro was composed of gold, and its bow resembled a cruise ship, only much more massive in scale. The entire ship was 10 kilometers long and a city was built inside it, with no roof covering it. He went directly in through the huge door for small ships to enter. Surprisingly, Guild Tesoro was waiting for him there. It wasn't hard to guess how he knew of his arrival. The Vivre card works both ways. The moment he landed many fireworks lit up and people started shooting confetti. Dancers and musicians came and started performing. What the hell is this? Soon Guild Tesoro appeared in front of him with a bouquet and handed it to him. Welcome to my humble establishment, President Universe. I am honored to be in your presence. If this is humble then I don't know what's exquisite in your mind. Well, why did you send the invitation? He asked. Ahaha, we will talk about that, soon. Let's go in first. I have organized so many fun activities for you. He said and brought him in. In the meantime, Alexander looked into his head and also his sins. It turns out, Tesoro was a broken man. Broken by the world nobles. His story was sad and pitiful. When he was a child, he loved to sing and dreamed of being in the entertainment business someday. However, due to his poor childhood, he turned to crime. However, he once changed his ways when he met a slave girl named Stella in a human shop. He fell in love with Stella and hoped to one day buy her freedom, but this dream was crushed after she was purchased by a world noble. He even assaulted that world noble but was caught and also forced into slavery. Due to harsh treatment, Stella died 2 years after being bought, causing Tesoro to snap and return to criminal activity after he escaped from slavery on the night Fisher Tiger burnt Mary Gosa. Due to his conniving and criminal ways, he was able to establish the Grand Tesoro and achieve his dream, though his dark past caused it to become twisted and corrupt. After Stella's death and his own failure to buy her, Tesoro became obsessed with money and made it his dream to amass wealth so great that he could become the most powerful person in the world. His personal philosophy was that people can only succeed with money. He was also fond of saying I decide who laughs, something the world noble who bought Stella once said to him. Due to once being a slave to the world nobles, Tesoro hates wealthy people and aristocrats. Ironically and hypocritically, he was a wealthy person himself who reveled in his own status while looking down on the less fortunate. The man was walking and talking embodiment of hypocrisy, though Alexander couldn't complain as during his time as a slave, Tesoro was constantly mocked and abused by his master, who even forbade him from smiling. Truly, monsters aren't born. They are made. But now, his wealth accounted for 20% of all the money circulated in the world and made him a very influential person even within the new world. His Tesoro money was as high a fortune as 500 billion berries, enough money to buy a small country. His power was said to be equal to that of the world nobles in terms of wealth. Guild Tesoro Category 3. Murder 50. Enslaving 20,890. Robbing 52,678,875. Sin percentage 60%. Sigh, I think I will try to see if I can give him a chance. But all the slaves must be released. He came to the car racing site with Tesoro. Wait, if you people have engine technology then why do you still use sails on ships? Haha, because we lack fuel for bigger engines. Oil here on this ship is a very luxurious item. Look, you won the bet. He clapped and dragged him to another venue where a dance performance was going on. Alexander could already see that most of the workers on the ship were forced slaves who were put into debt by schemes of Tesoro. Why don't we play a game of cards, Tesoro? Alexander asked. Tesoro happily agreed to the given opportunity. Of course, let's go to a table. When they were walking, Alexander suddenly stopped because he saw Blue Fang, Douglas, and Brian playing on a table too. He went to them and asked, "Ahem, what are you three doing here?" He spooked them and they nearly jumped out of their seats. Brian was the first one who looked at him. "Ah, it's you old man. I thought someone attacked us. We just decided to relax a bit after working continuously." Blue Fang added. "Ah, it's all right then. Be sure to not lose all your money here," he said and got closer to them. "This place is fishy, so be careful." He whispered to them and left to play his game. They came to a blackjack table. A man was already sitting there and playing. What surprised Alexander was that the man was blind and he still won. Alexander occupied a seat beside him and on his other side sat Tesoro. "Care to join me in the game, lad?" The blind man laughed and agreed. "Haha, I can't deny an elderly person." Alexander's eye twitched being called an elder. "Wahaha, funny boy. Okay, Tesoro, let's continue." Soon after the cards were distributed, Alexander received 15 in total. Now he needed a 6. Alexander used his vision to see which card was now on top, and it was a 6. "Double down," Alexander said. If Alexander wins now, he'd get a double, and if he got a blackjack then he'd get 1.5 times. And now he could only get one card. Then, when the dealer was taking out the card to give it to him, it suddenly changed at an extremely high speed and 6 became 9. "Bust," dealer said and took the money from him. The game went on and the blind man somehow won even when the card was changed. Alexander looked at Tesoro. "Ah, this is no fun. Tesoro, let's bet big. The winner takes everything." Tesoro beamed with excitement. "Haha, I like you, President Universe. How much do you want to bet?" Alexander thought for a second. How about 500 billion berries?" It was like the time just stopped and all the noise vanished. Tesoro had his mouth wide open. 500 billion was his total wealth after all. And if he won then he would become the richest in the world, maybe even more than all those world nobles. He greedily smiled, trying to show his false confidence. "Haha. I accept. You can see Noodles, Grand Tesoro, Guild Tesoro on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 285, 285. A man of honor. All the people stopped playing on their tables and came to see them play. 500 billion was a crazy amount no matter who you were. However, there was still an exception. Brian, Blue Fang, and Douglas were still playing on their table. They knew that no matter what, the old man would be the winner. Meanwhile, Guild Tesoro gestured to everyone he had to with his eyes. Alexander looked at the blind man sitting beside him. "Are you playing too?" The man laughed. "Haha, even if I want to, I can't. I don't have that kind of money." The people in the audience nodded. No one normally had that kind of money. "Haha, then sit back and watch me win," Alexander confidently said. Then suddenly he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was an executive at the casino working for the guild. She tried to woo him with her questionable clothing but Alexander just ignored her. However, he already knew that she had done something to him as he had felt some kind of energy coming out of her hand. He didn't know what it was so he just reversed his body's time to before she touched him. Soon the cards were given. Alexander got a face card and a 3, which made his total was 13. Now he needed an 8 to win. He was constantly monitoring the dealer and guild. Alexander noted that guild had a 2 and an ace, which gave him a 3 or 13 and he also needed an 8 to win. It was Alexander's turn. He saw through whatever the dealer was doing and asked for another card. "Hit me." The card that came to Alexander was surely a 2 but just as the dealer was picking it up, it got swapped with another card that was a 10. It was not the card that got changed but the print on it. So Alexander froze time for a sec and reversed the time of the card. The time resumed and the dealer put down the original 2. It made him start sweating even more. The pressure was just too much. Alexander now had 15. Guild also took another card, making his total 20. He now just had to sit and wait for Alexander to lose. Alexander sighed loudly. "Ah, this is boring. Guild, I'm wondering if I can double down. I know it's not allowed at this stage but it's your casino so your rules." The heartbeats of many people nearly stopped at that moment. Guild's eyes clearly showed his greed. Without even thinking he allowed it. Now he just needed to make sure that one final card was the right one for him and he would win a trillion berries. Haha, okay then. Double down. Alexander said laughingly. He suddenly noticed the blind man sitting beside him smile, as if he knew what was going to happen. The dealer gave Alexander a card. It needed to be 6 for Alexander to win. But the dealer was too nervous, he made a mistake and the card slipped down. Aw man, you ruined the fun. Now reshuffle it and give me another card. Alexander nearly shouted, making the man more nervous. Guild sitting beside him was so nervous that he even forgot to get angry. The dealer quickly let the machine shuffle them and then took out a card. It was a 6 this time and Alexander had really done nothing. He had seen all this happening with his observation hacky. This time also, the 6 turned into a 9 but then it again changed back to 6 as the dealer put the card down. For a whole minute, people didn't move. It was as if everyone forgot to breathe. Then someone shouted, he won. The dealer finished his hand which didn't matter anymore. Haha, that's blackjack. I won, which means I take 1.5 times. So, how are you going to give me 1.5 trillion berries, Guild boy? Alexander asked. Nerves popped on Guild's head. He angrily stood up. How? How could you win? Why you had no luck? I made sure. People around him started to talk that he had fixed the game, then the realization hit him soon that this time he cannot use his underhanded means and get away. Dobby and Alexander came closer to Guild. So, you had somehow made my luck go away? Let me guess, it is this girl. He pointed at the girl who had come to him before the start of the match. Whether you like it or not. I own this whole ship now. And the first command of mine is that all slaves must be freed. Their debt is forgiven and they can peacefully leave to their homes. He announced. Many people acting as waiters and cleaners started shouting in happiness. Why did you even invite me here? Alexander finally asked him. I wanted to ally with you and destroy the world government. That was the purpose of my life for the past many years but I saw no hope in really achieving this dream, so I started gaining as much wealth as possible. In this world, only the rich and powerful could ever dream. Poor ones just end up becoming a tool for fulfilling the dreams of those rich and powerful. But even after reaching this level, I cannot do anything to them, but you brought hope. Now, even the poor can dream because they know that even if they don't succeed, no one will exploit them so I sought you, to fulfill my dream. Guild explained with a defeated face. I know your past, I know what they did to you. But I also know what you did to others. You became what you hated the most and made more people have the same past as you. You used your money to put others in misery. Yet you dare talk about revenge? Boy, if that is the case then all these people you enslaved should be allowed to kill you for revenge. Alexander reprimanded him. Dobby, strip the ship down and turn it into a moving golden justice army command headquarters. It's already gold enough. Guild, I am giving you a chance. You were able to get this rich in such a short time so this means you obviously have some brain. Use it in a better place. Sign this and become an auditor of my army. Don't sign and I will leave you in their care. He offered him. It was a magical contract. If he breaks it then he will surrender himself forcefully and Alexander will be notified. Guild read it and gulped. I will sign it and do whatever you say but I want a promise from you. What? Alexander asked. When you take over. I want to kill that celestial dragon who killed my Stella with my hands. Please. He prostrated in front of him. Well, I can let you have that but I am not sure if he is even alive. I killed quite a few of them in my past rampage, they died under the collapsing segments of the Pangaea castle. Alexander clarified. Alexander then let Dobby handle everything and he went to the blind man who was silently drinking. Haha, someone said it right, you don't always need eyes to see, Alexander commented. Meanwhile, Isho was internally fangirling inside, because he got to meet his biggest idol. Since he was small he had heard stories of the great man called Alexander Maxim Universe. When he grew up and found out that his idol was going against the world government, he started to investigate the reason. In the end, he found out that the world was much darker than it appeared. Slavery, murder and other horrible crimes were too common and went unpunished. So, hurt by those things, he blinded himself as he didn't want to see such a world and started to work to make a difference. He just kept on following his role model's footprints and finally, it brought him to his meeting. He kept his calm. Haha, it is an honor to meet a legendary man like you. Ah, the pleasure is all mine. For a man with your abilities, what are you doing in this place? Alexander asked. Isho wasn't surprised that his strength was evaluated in seconds by him. I heard that people were being enslaved here. So I came to check. Haha, a man of honor then. What is your name? Alexander asked. My name is Isho, people who know me call me Fujitora, he replied. Fujitora, would you like to become a commander in my Golden Justice Army? The post of commander is just like an admiral in Marines. It's just that I had too many strong people, so I had to normalize the ranks. Alexander proposed. Isho didn't make him wait long. I accept. You can see Fujitora on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 286. The world is changing. Soon, the whole Grand Tesoro was changed into the moving HQ, newly named Justice Fort. From the outside, it looked the same, but from inside, all its luxurious and entertainment items were removed, except for a few places like gardens and some shops. The city was big enough to hold nearly 1 million people. He decided that the families of the men working there would live in it. But because of its big size, it was also a big target. So Alexander upgraded its navigation and propulsion systems and then set up nearly 10,000 modern machine guns and cannons. An airfield was also made to be used later when he would introduce the planes to the world. He then called Dragon, who was sitting on Fishman Island. Boy, I took over Grand Tesoro and made it a moving headquarter. Come here and take over its command. You and Kong will stay here, and when you are not, someone else of the same power level as you will. At all times there will never be less than 2 commanders/admiral level people here. Dragon quickly understood the importance of such a base and agreed to take its command. I will head to you soon. Alexander hung up and busied himself. On Tato Island, a guest appeared with the purpose of creating an alliance with the Big Mom pirates. His name was Marshall D. Teach. His dark fruit had made him really strong, and now his target was to get a hold on Whitebeard's fruit abilities. Though he didn't know that Whitebeard was now fully healed and even stronger than before. Soon he met Big Mom and they started to plan what they were going to do. Their plan was simple. Create a war. A war likes of which never seen before, and use it to their benefit. Alexander kept on his streak of conquering islands and kingdoms. Till now, the term conquering the Grand Line just meant traveling it, but Alexander was truly doing it. Each island he visited would have his flag from that moment. He had split his work. Dobby had gone to Skypiea while he went to Jaya and its nearby islands. His reputation had now increased so much that people welcomed him with flowers in every new kingdom he went to, though Alexander had taken a break from his work because he had found out who was spreading weird names of him. As it turned out, Hats had taken over the World Economy News newspaper by defeating Morgans in a bet. Hats then wrote weird articles about him in it every week. Alexander appeared where the cat was lazing around and knocked him on the head. But his fur was too thick and it didn't hurt him much. Oh, boss. Look, I wrote another article about you. Titled The God of the Seas. Look, the Hats boasted. Sigh. What the hell, Hats, I told you to gather intel, not mess around like this. He reprimanded him. Who said I am messing around? I gain a lot of intel, though it's not usually big enough to tell you. Hats revealed. Intel like what? He asked. That someone has been kidnapping children and taking them to Punk Hazard. Hats reported and received a hard knock this time. That was exactly what you were supposed to tell me. Damn it, I'll go and check it. Do your duty correctly, Hats. He warned him and operated away. Hey, this gentle cat here is doing his best, you should appreciate that I'm even helping. Hats huffed and went back to his afternoon beauty nap. Punk Hazard was a normal small island where people used to live not very long ago. But 4 years ago, Caesar Clown triggered H2S gas to be leaked out on Punk Hazard in retaliation for being fired. That devastated the island's ecosystem, killing many forms of life on it. Alexander had read all that in a report. Caesar was also arrested for the crime. 1 year after imprisonment, Caesar escaped and returned to Punk Hazard, where he used his devil fruit ability to purify the island of poisonous gas, but in truth he collected the gas and merged it with a devil fruit, transforming the gas into a sentient, mountain-sized creature he named Smiley. It was fine as long as no one was being hurt. But he involved children. Unforgivable. Alexander grunted and went straight to the lab. It was underground. He ripped off the whole roof of the underground lab. People inside were shocked and the children in a big hall got scared. Alexander ignored everyone and just went to the kids. All of them varied in sizes but none of them were normal. There were some even bigger than Kaido. They all had scaredly run to a corner. The largest of them were trying to save the little ones by hiding them behind, albeit, they themselves looked scared. Alexander went close to them and just sat down on the ground. He called Barry out. Barry was on his way to his mandatory school when he was called, so he had his backpack on. Ah, this feels weird. I can't remember the last time I got called like that. Barry commented. Barry, sing a song for them. Those poor kids were experimented on. He told him. Now, Normally Barry would have asked for a price, but he had a soft spot for kids, so he started flying around and singing songs. In a matter of minutes, the children calmed down and started chasing Barry. Alexander waved his hand and lots of food appeared. "Kiddies, eat whatever you want." His announcement gained their attention and they came running towards him. "Barry, look after them. I'll catch the culprit in the meantime," he said and left to find Caesar. "Quick quick, pack everything. He'll be coming here at any moment now." "Damn it, why didn't I accept Big Mom's offer?" Caesar Clown complained. Boom. The metal gate got ripped open and Alexander walked in like a Terminator, with no emotions showing on his face. "Caesar Clown. By the laws of United Kingdoms of the Seas, you are sentenced to death." Caesar Clown cowered in fear. "Come on, give me a proper trial. Where is the judge?" "Haha, he's standing right in front of you." Alexander picked him up by his throat. Caesar had eaten a gas fruit, but it was of no help with Alexander's armament haki. "You separated those little children from their families for such a vile crime. You wanted to make them giants. Now I will make you one. A giant that got so big that it burst like a balloon," he angrily said. Caesar's body started to inflate and he felt the changes. "No no. Don't kill me. I will make weapons for you. I will work for you for the rest of my life." But Alexander didn't hear him. He did not need such people in his service. "Wait, wait. I know where One Piece is, I can take you there." Now Caesar was just bullshitting to save himself. "Hey, no thanks. I've already seen it," Alexander replied, making Caesar shake in fear. Soon Caesar's body got so inflated that his skin started to rip apart slowly. It was a really painful death for him. Finally, he burst like a balloon and died. Alexander then went through the research and found out that they were feeding drugs to the children to keep them wanting to live here by making them addicted to it. Alexander then felt even angrier when he saw how the kids were brought to the island. They were taken from their parents after being told by Caesar that they were sick and they needed to stay with him to prevent their parents from getting sick. Caesar tearily told the children that he had a son, but he caught the disease the children have and died from it, which is why Caesar wanted to heal the children, earning the children's trust and sympathy. In anger, Alexander reversed time and brought Caesar back to life with his memories intact. "Perhaps I was too easy on you. Prepare yourself to go through hell," he stated coldly and put him in 100 years of time torture in which he was burned, frozen, ripped apart, skinned, and many more. But his physical body was also being subjected to it at the same time after Alexander had injected sensitivity enhancement potion into him. He then left him to die slowly as he screamed crazily. Somewhere in the space, a meteorite struck the moon. But in reality, it wasn't a meteorite, it was a certain archangel friend of Alexander who fell from heaven. He wasn't thrown out but was sent on a mission to update Alexander on the happenings of the heavens. "Ah, what is this place? Why are there so many robots?" he exclaimed looking around the strange city on the moon. "You can see Blackbeard, children, and Caesar Clown on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 287. Dobby eats a devil fruit. Alexander used the records of the places the children were picked from and took them to their homes. He also healed their forced drug addiction and their body gigantification with his small light. Caesar had also held many people as slaves, so he also helped them and then returned to his work of conquering the Grand Line. More than half of it was done and not much was left now. Dobby had finished his job of conquering the Sky Islands and had returned with a devil fruit. Dobby found a wannabe god there and had to kill him. The fruit was from the man. Alexander was pleasantly surprised to find that it was the Rumble fruit, said to be an invincible devil fruit. It was a Logia-type devil fruit that allows the user to create, control, and transform into electricity at will, making the user a lightning human. "Haha, good job, Dobby. Why don't you eat it?" Alexander proposed. "Are you sure, boss? Don't you want it?" Dobby asked. "Haha, I can already do what that fruit can, so it'll be a waste. On the other hand, I think if you can master it to the fullest you will probably get a little boost." He nudged him. "Okay then, let's try this." Dobby picked it up and took a bite. "Oh, this tastes so horrible." He made a twisted face and threw the fruit away, which just turned into a gooey mess and vanished soon after. "So, feel anything?" Alexander asked. Dobby lifted his palm and a slight bolt of electricity flickered. "Not much, but I feel weird." Alexander put his phone on his palm. "Nice, my battery was running out, try to charge it." Dobby just looked at his face and blinked stupidly. "Boss, don't tell me you made me eat that just so you could do this." Alexander laughed with his one eye twitching. Ha, why would I do that? If that was the case I would have eaten it myself. Because it tastes so bad. Dobby guessed. Haha, don't fret about it, Dobby. Let's go and conquer the Grand Line, haha. Alexander left Dobby alone to experiment with his powers. Not many islands or kingdoms were left now. Only Water 7 and some of its nearby islands were left to be conquered. Besides them, there was also an ice lobby and marine fort, which he needed to take over, though he wanted to drag the 4 elders in a public fight too. He went to the Water 7 and removed all the world government establishments there, and erected big forts on all 6 sides on the island. Water 7 was a very important island for the world government as it produced a huge amount of revenue and also had the highest number of shipbuilders. Alexander replaced the administrators of the place with his people and also called on 20 warships and 5,000 men to be stationed there. Water 7's neighboring islands were also taken over by him. If the world government was ignoring him till now, they couldn't any longer. 90% of Paradise, 100% of the East and South Blue were now under Alexander's control. This year they will not get a heavenly tribute from a full 1/2 of the world. Not to mention, Alexander had control over many kingdoms in the other half of the world too. From Water 7 they went to Guanhao, an island in Paradise where the world government organized a training camp for future Cypher Paul agents. Alexander did a full strip down of the camp and made it a normal land for normal people. Many sinners of the world government were also killed in that. Then there was Kenzan Island, just tribal people lived there so he didn't disturb them and simply protected the island with a few warships permanently stationed there. After that Namakara Island was a place he spent some time at because the place was too poor and the living conditions were hellish. The kingdom itself was called the Land of Poverty. So he helped the people and erected another fort there. The Golden Justice Army would help the people's upliftment later. There was also Karagana Island but it was already under his territory as it was the place Mihawk resided and had his castle. Okay Dobby, let's go to Rusukana and give Gary his new mate I promised and then go to Sabayati Archipelago. That is the last island in our conquest of Paradise, he said. Eaaaaaaaa. Noodles spoke before Dobby. Haha, yeah Noodles. You will become the king of the seas once we fulfill our mission. Alexander replied to him. So, they popped to Rusukana and found Gary the T-Rex. Gary enthusiastically welcomed them. Ah, boss. I thought you forgot about me. It's your lucky day, Gary. I found you a mate. But she's a bit wild so it's all on you if you can woo her. Alexander told him. Gary happily jumped, yes. Don't worry about wooing her. I am very handsome. Alright, you deserve it. Alexander let the female T-Rex come out. Gary happily caught her attention as he was literally waving his tiny hands to her. The female T-Rex ran to him at full speed. Haha, see. I told you I can woo her. Bam. The female T-Rex gave Gary a hard 360-degree tail slap in the face. Gary fell down instantly. Alexander and Dobby just looked at it gobsmacked. Damn, you need help, Gary. Gary quickly stood up to save the little self-respect he had left. Haha, no, I'm fine. I just slipped. You guys can go now, I will play with her for a while. They pitted him and flew away. But even as they left they heard loud thuds of beatings and screams. But some of them were confusing. Oh lord. I love this. They ignored and continued on their way. When they reached the sea, Noodles asked them what was that sound. Ah, Noodles my boy. You are still too pure to understand that. Here, play with your favorite inflatable ball. From there they went to Sabayati Archipelago. He started by hunting down all the really bad guys in the lawless area of it. Once that was done he changed the area into a housing district for normal people. Haha, nice, we don't need any lawless areas. This place already has amazing amusement parks for making money. After that, they went into a bar to eat lunch. How are we going to take over the marine fort, boss? Dobby asked. I haven't thought about that yet. Though I would like to open that secret chamber in Raftel before I do anything. I have a feeling that the big man might show himself sooner than we thought. Alexander stated and they entered. Cool, the place is empty, Dobby exclaimed as they took a seat near the counter. Soon a woman came to take their order, but she stopped moving when she saw their faces. It was like an error had occurred in her head. But she seemed strong in the head and came out of it. Ah, sorry. We never receive famous guests like you. Welcome to Shuki's Rip-Off Bar, I am Shakiyaku. What can I get for you too? She asked. Alexander chuckled, haha, a funny name for a bar. Well, I want a number 9 set. Then Dobby ordered, I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda. Alexander and Shakiyaku looked at him like he was an animal in the zoo. Dobby noticed their gazes. Ah, I feel a lot more hungry since I ate that devil fruit. It seems your body needs the energy to produce that electricity now. You also tested it a lot before coming here, so you must be running low. Alexander theorized. Hoo, what do we have here? Since when did people start coming to this bar? Another voice came from behind. Alexander and Dobby turned at the same time and recognized the guy. He also recognized them. Haha, Dark King Silver, really? The world is looking for you and here you are. Alexander laughed. Rayleigh didn't say anything and stayed there assessing if Alexander was going to attack him. You can see Shucky's rip-off bar and Shakiyaku on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 288. A war is brewing. Come and sit here, boy, I don't bite, Alexander stated, easing the tense air. Silver Rayleigh smiled and sat beside him. So, this must be your last stop in paradise. Haha, absolutely correct. The world will know tomorrow that the world government is just half world government now. Alexander joked. Ah, Roger would have loved to see this day. A smack on the world government's face is always enjoyable. Rayleigh commented. So, what's the first mate of Roger Pirates doing here? Alexander inquired. Nothing, just living my retirement peacefully. Coding ships is a pretty satisfying job. He replied and drank from his glass. And what would it take to bring you out of this retirement? Dobby asked. Never thought of this, maybe if Roger was to miraculously come back to life. Rayleigh looked like he was taking a trip down the memory lane. Haha, he's in for a big surprise then. Ring ring. Alexander's phone rang, which was rare these days. It was from Roger. Old man, I think I found the ancient weapon, Uranus. Though I am not sure, but whatever it is, it's pretty huge and strange. Come fast. Roger sounded excited on the other side. Alexander quickly got up. Dobby, let's go. Important stuff. Okay, Rayleigh and Shakiyaku. See you later maybe. They both went out and through the anywhere door, they reached Roger. Alexander looked around and saw that they were on an uncharted sky island. Roger had probably come to the sky island on the flying carpet he had given him. Ah, Alex, follow me. Ragnarok was also there. What are you doing here? Alexander asked. I was getting bored, so I decided to help him a bit, Ragnarok answered. Alexander just remembered that Roger and Ragnarok had struck up a very good friendship. So, what did you find? He asked. In front of them was a huge temple-like building. Come in and see it for yourself. They followed Ragnarok in and came to an open area. In its center was a humongous ship, bigger than any ship he had seen on the planet till now. Even his warships looked like ants in front of it. Boom! Roger jumped down from the deck of the ship with a loud thud. Ha ha ha, have you ever seen this, ancient old man? This looks like it's from your time. Alexander rolled his eyes at the lame joke. My Ironheim is bigger than solar systems. This could be Uranus. It's probably a flying machine/weapon. Alexander remarked. You tried to start it up? He asked. Roger shook his head. No, I did see the place from where it gets operated, but I couldn't understand a thing. So, I called the smartest person I know. I am flattered. Alexander couldn't complete his sentence as Roger again messed with him. So I called my friend Ragnarok. He told me to call you. Then boy, this makes you the dumber one. All right. Let's go to the ship now. He moved in. Inside he saw a huge control panel with strange symbols on it. Ghost, translate it, and project the translations. Soon everything became clear. It really was a flying ship with very strong weapons. Mainly the central cannon, which Alexander estimated could destroy a small satellite like the moon. No wonder it was feared. But he couldn't power it up for some reason. He went to where its engine was and saw a simple electric engine, but there was no place to put gas in it. Instead, there was a metal seat with various wires connected to it. Dobby, come here and sit on it and try to send as much electricity as you can to the ship. He instructed. Dobby did as asked and ejected electricity from his body, and just as he had guessed, the engine started up. Of course they would use a devil fruit. The world doesn't have fuel engines even right now, forget 800 years ago. Alexander muttered. Where do we take this huge ship, old man? Roger asked. Where else than Raftel? You go with Ragnarok and bring Shirahoshi-chan. What about Pluto? Roger asked further. Ah, it turned out. That shipbuilder Tom, that made your ship had designs of Pluto. Pluto was built in water 700-800 years ago, so it must have been passed down from generation to generation. I gave him all the stuff necessary to make it, so it should be ready by now. He revealed. Roger got really excited. Ha ha ha, we are so close to knowing the truth now. I'll see you at Raftel then. Once they left, Alexander looked at Dobby. Keep supplying electricity. Let's move it. Somewhere in the new world. Zahahaha. You thought you could kill me? How wrong you are. Didn't Whitebeard teach you anything? The dark fruit I ate is one of the strongest devil fruits in the world. Now, I am the strongest. Thank you for coming to me. You made my work easier, Porgas D. Ace. Marshal D. Teach aka Blackbeard spoke. He had Ace pinned down under his foot. What the hell were you planning all this time, Teach? Ace asked. Zahaha. Your, Whitebeard and that old monster's funeral. Blackbeard confidently claimed. This time Ace laughed, ha ha ha. You are too naive, Teach. You could maybe kill me, I'd even consider Pops dying but not Grandpa. He hasn't even shown 1% of his powers yet and the world government shudders at the mention of his name. Imagine what will happen when he gets serious. Ace still remembers the incident from his childhood. When Luffy somehow fell into an underground river system in a cave. Luffy was already a devil fruit user by then, so he and Sabo were helpless. They cried for help and Alexander appeared. Right in front of them, he ripped out a part of the whole island with a simple move of his finger and they found Luffy in one of the air pockets underground. That day they truly understood that their grandpa was not called the strongest being in the world for no reason. But Blackbeard didn't know that. He still had his confident laugh. Zahahaha. Who said I am alone? Big Mom and all the Marine Admirals will be there too. That still won't be enough. Ace mocked him. Blackbeard took him to the nearby Marine base and handed Ace to the Marines. Blackbeard was still a Shishibukai, so he had the luxury of going anywhere. Marine Ford. Peru. Sengoku picked it up. What? Okay, escort him to impel down. Keep 3 vice admirals with him at all times. He ordered and hung up. He looked back at his friend eating rice crackers. Garb. He called him. He knew it was going to be sad news for him. I told you before to keep an eye on him. Ace just got arrested and he will surely get executed by the orders from above. Garp suddenly stopped eating and his always friendly smile vanished. I gotta go somewhere, Sengoku. Give me a leave. Garp got up. Don't think of going to save him. Sengoku bellowed. Garp showed him his serious face, I'm not going to, and believe me Sengoku. But remember one thing, the old man treated Ace like his own grandson. Imagine what he would do when he finds out. I wonder if there will be a Marine Ford left. Sengoku shuddered at the thought of that. Damn it, I should take retirement. Sphinx Island. Pops. Bad news. Ace got caught. It was Teach. They are going to execute him in a week. Marco informed Whitebeard. Whitebeard had now fully recovered from the disease and his magnificent blonde hair had also grown back. He stood up and picked up his lance. Prepare to sail. A family always watches each other's back. Ace will not die, not as long as I am alive. He sternly announced. The world government, Marine, and the Blackbeard Big Mom alliance were all strong. But they were underestimating their enemy a lot. They didn't know that Whitebeard was in perfect health. They didn't know that Roger was alive and they certainly didn't know the scope of Alexander's power. In short, they had dug a hole for themselves and now were just waiting to die and fill those said holes. A huge war was brewing now and its smell would reach the whole world in no time. You can see Dark King Silver Rayleigh, Healthy Whitebeard and War poster on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 289. My will lives. Because One Piece is not over, I am making all this up, so don't take this chapter for canon. This chapter also has a lot of info dumps. Raftel. Roger and Ragnarok arrived with Shirahoshi and Alexander brought the 2 ancient weapons. The Uranus was hovering above the island while Pluton was in the sea. The moment Shirahoshi came, a certain white light covered the island and made the ambience full of positivity for some reason. Alexander had put a small nuclear reactor on Uranus to give it power. He couldn't ask Dobby to keep on powering it the whole time after all. Pluton was the same. It just wasn't possible to make it sail with the wind. Ah, Shirahoshi-chan, how are you? Alexander made himself bigger for the compulsory hug. Hehe, I like living on the new island you made, Grandpa. I can see the sun and trees every day. She replied. Haha, I am happy for you, child. Now, I told you about that superpower of yours. Do you remember it? He patted her head. I do, I even practiced it. I can summon my friends now. She said. By friends, she was referring to various Seekings who considered her their queen. Okay, let's go then. They moved to the same underground secret locked chamber. The door that was so hard to open before was now shining in white light. Alexander simply went to it and touched it. Suddenly the whole place started to vibrate and the door started to slide open. They entered the place and found it was filled with gold to the brink. The place was many kilometers long and wide. At the center of it was the biggest poneglyph they had ever seen. "Boss, look!" Dobby pointed to the side. There were hundreds of statues made of gold. All of them had one thing similar. They were wearing straw hats. Alexander and Dobby started to read the names written on them. All of them had a D in their names and each had a line written under their name. "Death is all but an end for a new beginning. My will lives." Then behind all those was a throne made of gold. On it was a long staff made of gold, seemingly waiting for someone to pick it up. Roger exclaimed quickly, "Is that Joy Boys?" "Well, let's read the poneglyph and see it for ourselves," Alexander suggested, and they moved to the giant stone. "Ghost, translate it," he commanded. Soon, translated projections appeared. The history they learned there was nothing less than shocking. 900 years ago, many different species used to roam the planet. Things were by no means peaceful, but they weren't that bad either. 800 years ago, in the same place as they were standing, stood the Great Kingdom, MisterImmortal. It was the most advanced and prosperous kingdom in the world. It was open for any species to come and live without any prejudice. The royal family of it was called the Clan of D. But then, something happened and a yellow-eyed person fell from the sky on the island. In the beginning, this new person acted nicely with everyone while learning about the world and its mysteries. Then he started getting involved in politics and with his schemes, started gathering power. He had many powerful abilities and he used them to take over the Great Kingdom. The Clan of D was exiled from their own kingdom and then started the scary rule of Im. Because the Great Kingdom was vastly advanced, thanks to various species living there. Those from the moon too. Im started to use that technology to slowly take over the world. He set up another headquarters of his kingdom on the center of Red Line from where he tried to rule. But there was a secret reason for why he made the Red Line his base. That was because he found a strange tree there. A tree that could suck life force of anything that touched it and then grow strange fruits. Im started to do many tests on it. He started enslaving whole kingdoms to test the fruit. Many species went extinct because of such practices and those who were left went into hiding. In the meantime, the Clan of D spanned around the world to gather support. Adventures of Joy Boy happened at this time. They eventually won the support of the Kojiki clan of Wano. At the same time, a coalition of 20 kingdoms was also formed with the purpose of fighting the Great Kingdom. The construction of ancient weapons started at the same time under the supervision of people from the D clan. The Water Seven made Pluton, the Fishmen made Poseidon and the D clan made Uranus with the help of Wano and Skypeians. But the D clan added a safety feature on Uranus that the user will need the blood of the D clan to run it. They did it so that even if somehow the enemy got a hold of the other two weapons, they wouldn't be able to use the last one even if they find it. During that time, Im was successful in creating devil fruits by combining souls of people and an object whose property he wanted the fruit to give as a power. Im also realized that the powers these fruits would give would be very dangerous and needed a way to counter them if they were to someday stand against him. So, in each fruit he made, he also added hydrophobic material. This would make all the fruit users unable to swim in a world mostly made up of water. But the requirement to make fruits was that he needed a lot of souls to even make one fruit. For this, he decided to enter the war. And so the slaughter of 100 years started. Billions of people from various species were first captured and then given to the devil fruit tree to be sacrificed. This enraged the world and they started fighting the Great Kingdom with all they had. Soon, Im realized that he won't be able to have enough fruits to combine them and make one legendary big devil fruit for himself with all the powers of the world. So he decided to end the war so that the world population could increase again for him to harvest later. But among all the chaos, some 100 members of the D clan infiltrated MisterImmortal on the Red Line when they found out about the fruits and took away all the fruits which they called devil fruits. But going so close to the devil fruit tree gave them incurable disease and they started to die one after another. Only a few of them were able to pass on their legacy before dying. This made the D clan the biggest enemy of Im. Because even he didn't have a way to find all the devil fruits hidden away. Enraged, he defeated the coalition of 20 kingdoms and gave them the option to either obey or die. The kingdoms obeyed and the 20 kings surrendered their swords near his feet. Im then devised a plot to keep the world under his thumb and created the world government with the 20 royal families invited to live in MisterImmortal. After that, the erasal of history started. Im knew that as long as the world remembered him and how he killed people, he would always face opposition. For this he even destroyed the Great Kingdom he himself ruled. He killed anyone who knew the history and made it illegal to research it. However, the ancient weapons were hidden by the remnants of D clan before he could do anything to them. The last remaining kingdom that knew about the slaughter of 100 years was Wano. But he didn't dare to attack them as they were extremely strong with their strong swords and also the Uranus being there for the time being. But to his satisfaction, Wayno closed itself like a scared cat in hiding. This also allowed Wayno to make poneglyphs and distribute them around the world. Joy Boy himself helped them and also created the secret chamber on Raftel and put the Rio poneglyph there. He also made statues of people of the D clan who sacrificed themselves to get the devil fruits out of Mary Gosa, so that they could be remembered. Then finally, he left his staff there. The staff of the head of D clan. It gave the ability to connect to all the people of the D clan hiding in the world. It gave the ability to control all the ancient weapons at will. He knew that the war was already lost. So he locked it all in there in the hope that someday in the future, someone with the will of D will come and bring dawn to the world. For some reason, when he was leaving the island, white light fell from the sky and reinforced the security he placed on the chamber. He accepted it as a blessing of the gods and surrendered to him to finally end the war and the persecution of people with a D in their name. His death ended the era of the Void Century, starting the era of world government. Soon after, many devil fruit users also started to appear around the world. For the next 700 years, the world government continuously grew stronger and nearly wiped out every known mention of history. You can see Devil Fruit Tree and Wayno making poneglyph on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 290. To Marine Ford. Sigh. So much bloodshed and it was all forgotten. Roger sighed with a sad face. Truly despicable. Only a demon would do such a thing. Ragnarok added. Alexander on the side was caressing Shirahoshi. She got emotional after reading all that. She started to speak meekly, I have read the apology. He attempted to raise Noah with Poseidon's aid, but he broke his promise to Fishman Island. However, Fishman Island promised that they would keep Noah safe until a certain day came. Joy Boy left a letter in the form of poneglyph to Poseidon, apologizing for breaking his end of the bargain. It's all right Shirahoshi-chan, don't cry now, Alexander caressed her. Then Roger looked at Alexander like he had sudden enlightenment, old man, what if you are the person Joy Boy was talking about? I mean, you fulfilled his promise by bringing back the fishmen to the surface, you even moved their Noah and poneglyph to the new island. You are also fighting the world government and have found the One Piece, not to mention, you also have AD in the name. I'm not even from this world. How can I be that? I'm sure it's Luffy. All the things point to him, and Shanks probably knows something about it. But does it even matter anymore? I don't know, Roger, and I don't care if I am him or not. Didn't I tell you that day, no matter what, I will be bringing the dawn. Though I am still very interested in knowing who this I'm is, because even on this poneglyph, nothing is written about his origin. Alexander commented. I guess you'll have to ask him yourself then, haha, Roger added. Yeah, but I am feeling disgusted now that I know the devil fruit I ate was made of human souls, Alexander remarked. Dobby also made a disgusted face. Alexander then moved to the hundreds of statues and the huge throne. These people are heroes and yet they aren't remembered. History is truly written by the winners and you can mold it into whatever you want to tell the world. He picked up the staff. It looked heavy but it wasn't. Let's see what this does. He tried to feel its power and he suddenly felt a connection being made. Not just with Pluton, Uranus, and Shirahoshi, but a lot of other people too. Shira-chan. Tell me if you feel anything. Alexander said. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Ah, Grandpa, I saw your face in my mind. It was like you were talking to me. She exclaimed. Alexander opened his eyes and smiled, haha, yeah. This works. I also felt around 100 connections with people around the world. They are all probably from the D clan. So many? They are most likely hiding. So, what's the plan, old man? Roger asked. Well, I am going to reveal this poneglyph, the elders, and I'm to the world. The world should know why everything is so messed up. That they are just animals waiting to be harvested. He muttered. So it will be a war then. Well, I was feeling like gathering my crew and sailing the world again. Might as well support you first. Ah, I just remembered something, I had left an egg on my ship here. Roger exclaimed and ran out to find his ship. Meanwhile, Alexander picked the poneglyph and the statues and put it in his dimensional pocket. He left the rest of the treasure for whoever finds the One Piece. In fact, he added more gold worth 500 billion berries there as promised to Straw Hat adventurers. Boss, I got bad news. Dobby suddenly spoke. Big Mom and Blackbeard joined hands. They captured Ace and gave him to Marines. He will be executed in a few days. I think they are trying to start a war to reap benefits. Alexander smirked and responded, what can I say except that the world government and Big Mom Blackbeard have gone crazy? This war will only be the end of them because they have no idea that Roger is alive and Whitebeard is back in shape. Just these two should be enough to destroy the Marines, now add Dragon, Kong, Mihawk, Fujitora, Roger's crew, Z, Ragnarok, you and me. Dobby shook his head with a smile. It seems we are ahead in our schedule in taking over the world. Yes, but you will not be joining me. While the war is going on, you will take over the North Blue, West Blue, and New World. I should also use this staff to call all the members of the D clan, he revealed. He took out his staff and projected his face and voice to all the DS in the world except Blackbeard. He told all of them to come to Marineford on the day of execution of poor gas Maxim D. Ace. They closed the chamber and from now on it would not have any special requirement to open it. They found Roger on his ship hidden in a valley on the island. They saw a small dragon baby playing in his lap. Ragnarok quickly flew to the dragon baby. Ha ha ha, what do we have here? He boomed. Roger smiled, I found this in Wano many years ago. There was a legend that there used to be dragons a long time ago. I didn't know this was a dragon egg at that time but there was no mother of it either. So rather than letting it get destroyed, I took it. He thinks you are his mother, Ragnarok informed him. Alexander laughed, haha, this brings back memories. So, what are you gonna do with him? I don't know. He may be cute now but when he grows up I won't be able to keep him tied. Roger sounded conflicted. Alexander then gave his suggestion, why don't you raise him for a few years and when he becomes big enough to recognize you aren't his mother, you give him to Rag here. He rules a world made of only dragon population. Roger had so many questions at that time, wait, what? Your own world? Ah, don't look into the details, Roger. Now, I have bad news for you. Ace got caught and the world government is going to execute him soon. He bluntly revealed. Roger stood up in shock, damn it, Rouge is going to kill me. I need to save him. Haha, it's all right. They are using Ace to start a war. Don't worry, many strong people will be coming to save Ace. Why don't you go and gather your crew till then? Alexander suggested to him. Sigh. Okay, I trust you, old man. But I want you to fit one of those engines in my Oro Jackson. Using wind to travel is a pain in the ass after getting used to engines. He asked. Sure, I'll do it. Alexander got to work. Shirahoshi went to play catch ball with Noodles and Ragnarok started training the baby dragon. Because Alexander now ruled the first half of the world, Luffy and his crew didn't find many challenges across the seas. Except in the Thriller Bark. From there they went to Amazon Lily because Sanji told Luffy that a lot of strong people lived there, though he surely had some different motives. They were at Amazon Lily when they received the news of Ace's capture. Angry and tense, Luffy immediately headed to Impel Down to save him. Hancock also followed as she was a Shishibukai and was supposed to help the Marine, though she wasn't planning on doing anything like that. When they were on their ships, Luffy suddenly quieted down while speaking. What was that? He loudly exclaimed. What? Nami asked. I just saw Grandpa's face. He told me to come to Marineford on the day of execution. Luffy explained. It wasn't just you, Luffy. I also saw it. Law chimed in. What are you talking about? I didn't see anything. Usopp spoke. Maybe it was supposed to be a targeted message. We should follow his words. He probably knows a lot more than any of us. Sabo tried to convince Luffy. But Luffy was the dumb stubborn one. No, Ace is in Impel Down. We should save him right now. Why wait? Law shook his head. I agree with Sabo but I know you aren't gonna listen to us. What if he isn't in Impel Down? Robin asked. Only one way to make sure. Luffy sternly replied, showing a rare moment of seriousness. Yo-ho-ho. Let's go then. Brook steered the ship towards Impel Down. Ace was on a ship transporting him to Marineford. He also saw the message and just smiled. He knew what was coming and he was hoping that Blackbeard would also come so he could see him getting smacked around like a puppet. You can see Ace on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 291. Captain and the First Mate. Alexander had gotten a message from Garp that he wanted to meet him somewhere. So he told him to come to Amazon Lily. Although its empress was gone it was still his territory and had special rights. Once Garp came, they set up a nice camp on a cliff overlooking the sea. They drank for a while. Wahaha, so much has changed in such a little time, old man. Who could have thought that one day you'd have the whole world under your thumb? Garp blabbered. He was already drunk. Well, someone had to do it. Everyone knew that the world government is corrupt and unjust but were afraid of retaliation. Alexander reasoned. I know, you are the almighty old man. I'm sure you'll be successful in your ambition and create a new world. But before that, I have a request. Alexander wasn't looking at him and was standing by the cliff. He felt the emotional distraughtness of Garp and turned around. Garp's face showed a frown, sadness, and anger at the same time. Garp looked down and spoke, Old man, can you save Ace? You are the only one I know who can do it. I don't want to break my promise with Roger. It was his last wish. Ha ha ha. You didn't really have to ask me that. I was going to save him anyway. And that public execution of Ace is nothing but a ploy by them to lure me in. So foolish of them to think it will work. But, I need something from you as well, Garp. He suddenly turned serious. What is it, old man? Garp asked. Garp, I remember telling you to make me proud and you did just that with all the good things you've done. But if you keep supporting the world government even now, then all your good work was for naught. I am giving you a choice. Leave the Marines and join me. You don't have to answer me right now. I will be revealing something in the Marine Fort soon. Decide your mind then. Tell this to Sengoku and Kyuzan as well. I will be revealing the true ruler, ruling the world from the shadows. He revealed. You mean the 5, I mean 4 elders? Garp asked. Ha ha ha, you are still innocent Garp. No, 4 elders are just the face of the world government. They work for someone who created all this 800 years ago. Now go or you'll be late for the execution. He finished and also went his own way. Alexander took out his phone and called Dragon, Boy, where did you reach? We are near Sabayati. Justice Fort is in camouflage and the ancient weapons are ready. Dragon reported. Good, go near Marine Fort and wait for my command. When I signal, I want you to start the bombardment. He instructed. At the same time, a meeting of a certain captain and his first mate was going to take place. Roger took his Oro Jackson to Sabayati. He had the flag of the Golden Justice Army so nobody stopped him. He knew where Rayleigh was living from Alexander. He went straight to the Shuki's rip-off bar. At the counter he asked for a drink. Shakyako initially didn't look at his face but once she did, her mind went blank. What, ghost? She screamed. Rayleigh came in running from outside, what happened? His eyes fell on Roger's back. He had seen that back thousands of times but his mind wasn't letting him believe this could be real. Who are you? Why are you impersonating Roger? Roger started to laugh in his iconic way, wahaha, why would I impersonate myself, really? It's really me, your captain, Gold Roger. Did you forget what I told you when we first met? We were going to turn the world upside down. Rayleigh walked up to him with a shocked face. He really couldn't believe this was the real Roger. Everything was the same, the laugh, the talk, the eyes. His eyes got a bit watery remembering the past. How? He asked. Haha, didn't I say, I'm not gonna die, partner, Roger spoke the last words he said to Rayleigh. Rayleigh was now 100% sure that this was the real Roger. He quickly gave a brotherly hug. Goddammit, why didn't you contact me for so long? What the hell were you doing? Rayleigh questioned. Behind them, Shakyako went and closed the doors of the bar so no one would disturb them. Haha, I was helping the Golden Justice Army and looking for ancient weapons. I did it, really. An old man opened the secret chamber. We know the true history of the world now and soon the world will know. Roger revealed. Wait, what old man? Rayleigh asked confusedly. Oh, you don't know. I'm talking about the Old Man Universe. He saved me at the time of execution. Not just that, he saved my wife and son. Roger said, his voice showed deep respect for Alexander. Son? When did that happen? Haha, a few months after my execution. But my son is now in the custody of Marines and they are going to execute him in Marine Fort. I need the crew, really. Tell me, you still want to turn the world upside down? Roger asked. Rayleigh cracked his knuckles. I just remembered the words of President Universe when he last came here. He asked me what would get me back in action and I told him that it was only possible if you appeared again. Ha ha ha. I guess I am back in action then, and I've been itching for that. Wahaha, let's call the other guys too. Roger, adventurers are now back in action. Roger loudly. Adventurers? Rayleigh asked. The old man is soon going to abolish pirates. Those who still want to travel the seas and explore will need to register their groups as adventurers and they will be allowed to travel the seas for fun and also can take jobs given by the Adventurer Guild. He has also said that he would hide lots of treasures all around the world and make secret and puzzling long quests for finding them. It will be really fun. Roger explained to him. Alexander in fact hadn't told him everything. Alexander was going to make every big adventurer make a TV show as well, documenting their adventures and how they found the treasures, this would make people not see them as pirates and also bring in a profitable income form of entertainment. Luffy's Straw Hat adventurers had already signed a contract. Okay, I can understand the need for that. Let me call the crew. Wait, what about Shanks and Buggy? One is a Shishibukai and the other is a Yonko. Rayleigh asked. Just call Buggy. Shanks is going to be there anyway. I'm gonna surprise him. Roger said excitedly. Rayleigh called in Skopper Gaban, Nosden, Kojiki Oden, Inuarashi, Nekomamushi, and all the others. He didn't tell them what was going on but he just told them that it was urgent. Most of them were already coming towards Marineford so it wouldn't take them much time. Marshal D. Teach and Big Mom had already left for Marineford a long time ago, leaving their home bases most vulnerable. Alexander stood with Dobby. It's time for you to start, Dobby. Start taking over one by one. First, start with the New World and then North and West Blue. Okay, boss. Best of luck to you as well. I hope all this ends here so we can really focus on changing the world. Dobby muttered and left for his mission. Oh, it will end today for sure. Will have to come out no matter what. Alexander spoke alone and soon after he also left for Marineford. Though he wasn't going to interfere from the start. The whole execution was going to be shown live to the world so he first needed to show how cruel the Marines' underworld government were and then expose them at the right time. He was sure that the world government had something planned to deal with him. After all, it was common knowledge that the admirals wouldn't be able to stop him on their own. Impel down. Luffy foolishly attacked Impel down and nearly died doing it. He soon found out that Ace had already been taken away from Marineford. He was finally regretting being so dumb and not listening to his smarter friends. Calm down, Luffy, Grandpa won't let anything happen to Ace, Rena told him. Yeah, Grandpa is very strong, Golly added. Robin also agreed with them. Don't forget that he told us to go to Marineford from the start. We should have listened to him instead of wasting our time. Now let's go before we're too late. Law angrily said. He was a friend of Ace too and wanted to save him. You can see Garp and Old Boys on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 292. War starts. The execution platform was placed and all the high-ranking Marines, all the members of Cypher Paul and Shishibukai were called in. In total, they numbered more than 100,000. This was supposed to be the biggest operation to have ever been conducted by the Marines and world government. Ace was brought to the platform and made to sit on it. Beside him stood Garp and Sengoku. The admirals were sitting on their thrones and the Marines were waiting for Whitebeard to show up. Just then, Sengoku started to speak. Today, we are not just executing a pirate but ending the son of an evil man. Poor Ghastly Ace has a very famous father. Tell us your father's name, boy. Ace smirked. He had lived with his mother his whole childhood and had heard stories about his real father. He had even seen photos of him. And to be honest, he had a very strong doubt that the Robbie guy was actually Roger, his father. Because the way Robbie treated him was so fatherly. But he was smart, he kept up the facade. He was really hoping to see how the Marines would react when he comes. Not to mention, his father in all but name was also much stronger now and healed. He was looking forward to him destroying the Marines. I have two fathers. Which one do you want to know? Ace spoke. The real one. Sengoku bellowed. Well, both are quite real. There's Whitebeard and Gold Roger. I remember, the world government had changed his name to Gold Roger because they feared the D in his name. Ace nonchalantly announced. Ace just stepped on the tail of the world government. He did not just announce his father but also their plot. Sengoku was now regretting even speaking. But the beans were spilled. The whole thing was getting broadcasted live. Not to mention, Alexander had his bases on every island and his kind heart malls in every town. The whole thing was being shown on huge projectors there too. Rouge in Fuchsia village smiled hearing Ace's declaration. Ha ha ha, that's my boy, Makina. Look, he's looking so handsome. Around her, all the people of Fuchsia village and Dodden were sitting and watching. Rouge-san, aren't you scared? Dodden asked. Why would I be? I told Robbie that if something happens to him then I will kill him. Don't forget, the old man will be there too. Rouge confidently said. Back in Marineford, they were waiting for the imminent attack from the Whitebeard pirates. Soon many ships were seen coming towards the base. But still, the Whitebeard's flagship was missing. Everyone in the area was looking left and right. Boom. Then suddenly his ship came from under the water straight into the bay. Whitebeard was standing on its figurehead with his manly demeanor and mustache. The people were surprised to see him, mainly because of his looks. He didn't look any bit old. Instead, he had blonde wavy hair and a face full of life. It surprised many people there. I am Whitebeard, release my son if you don't want to die. He roared. Boom. What do you mean your son? He's my son. A loud voice suddenly came and another ship came from under the water and landed just beside Whitebeard's Moby Dick. Whitebeard felt like he had heard this voice but he couldn't remember where. He looked to his side and his eyes widened with shock, he even rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not hallucinating. The ship was the world-famous Oro Jackson, recognizable by every marine and pirate, and at its helm was a man standing in a red overcoat and a red hat. The man had a wide smile showing all his teeth. Just the way Whitebeard remembered. Roger. Whitebeard muttered. Haha, yes, it's me, White-chan, I'm back and you look much better. Roger greeted him loudly. Whitebeard's jaw dropped. Not just him but every single person in the marine fort had the same expression. Everyone that was alive during that era instantly recognized Roger. Ace on the platform smirked. Haha, both my fathers are here it seems. I feel pitiful for you marines now. Wahahaha. So that's why the old man was smiling on execution day. I knew something was fishy. Garp laughed loudly on the execution platform. He ignored the glares received from Sengoku. Back at Moby Dick, Whitebeard looked at Roger and laughed, how did you survive that execution? Haha, old man universe helped me, Roger informed. Gururera, only he can do something like this, Whitebeard laughed. In the field, the marines were terrified and screaming that the Pirate King was still alive. Roger decided to stop them from spreading any rumors. Silence, I never called myself the Pirate King. It was the world government who gave me that name to make me look bad. Now, I am the senior commander of the Golden Justice Army. He revealed. Whitebeard nodded, I too am not a Yonko anymore. I am a senior commander of the Golden Justice Army, serving directly under the Supreme Commander Universe. The revelations were huge and fear welled up in the hearts of elite marine soldiers. Alexander was a nightmare for them, no smaller than the world government in power. The man ruled half of the world for God's sake. Whitebeard then continued, release Ace or face the wrath of Golden Justice. Then, to the shock of the marines, Buggy ran from the marines' side and joined Roger. In fact, he hugged Roger with tears as if he had met his long-lost father. Buggy was a Shishibukai but in no way was he going to go against Roger. Then Boa Hancock also jumped from her place and landed on Roger's ship. Soon Bartholomew Kuma also followed. Only one Shishibukai was left on their side now. And that was Edward Weevil, the self-proclaimed Whitebeard's son. Mihawk was already with Alexander, Crocodile was dead, Gecko Moria was dead, Marshal D. Teach hadn't come yet. Roger laughed, wahaha, you still wanna fight? Sengoku was supposed to make the shots now. He was conflicted about whether to fight or not, because he was sure that they would terribly lose, and even if they won then most of his people would be dead. Not to mention everything was being broadcasted live. They could have handled one weak, sick Whitebeard, but now, not only was he in perfect health but the legendary Gold Roger was also there. But then suddenly he heard one of the admirals charge forward to attack Whitebeard. Justice will not be delayed today. Charge! Sakazuki roared. Sengoku gritted his teeth at that fool. He was about to shout to stop everyone but he again heard someone say the opposite of that. Don't stoop, charge forward. Sengoku looked to see who it was this time and his eyes nearly fell out. This was his first time seeing or hearing those guys coming down from Mary Gosa. 4 elders, Sengoku ran up to them. No need to stop. We will execute them all today. Roger, Whitebeard. The bald elder with the katana said and looked at the traitor Shishabukais. And the traitors will fall. Proceed as planned. He added and unsheathed his sword. Roger saw them and mocked, ha, so these are the dogs of that shy girl Lime. Not many people understood the meaning behind his words. He knows, we need to kill him. The blonde elder angrily spoke to his fellow elders, his face looked all red. He then loudly ordered, concentrate on Gold Roger and Whitebeard. They must die today. Damn it, it is Gold Roger, stop butchering my name, Roger roared. And so the Great War started. Live in front of the world. Many saw the elders who run the world for the first time that day. Alexander's men were sure to project the elders' wanted posters on the live telecast. Zee-ha-ha-ha, looks like they have already begun. Let's go and show them hell. Blackbeard spoke while looking through his telescope. Mama, we will rule the seas after this. Big Mom added. They were near Marineford and had no idea that not just Roger but the elders had shown up. In the New World, Dobby was on his conquering spree and took over kingdoms and islands with speed never seen before. He operated to each island, defeated the opposing force, erected a fort, and left behind the droids. He had already taken over Tato Land, the base of Big Mom pirates, and he was now heading towards the last island in Grand Line. Ah, this is too easy. Dobby sighed and operated to the next island. Justice Fort, the moving headquarters of the Golden Justice Army. Peru. Dragon picked it up and he received orders from Alexander. Yet, go ahead and encircle the marine fort with the fleet. Big Mom and Blackbeard will be appearing soon. Take all the commanders with you. Dragon was just waiting for this and shouted the orders to start moving. He was really itching for some action after seeing the whole mess currently going on at Marine Ford. Alexander was already sitting in Sengoku's office all alone in Marine Ford and looking down at the ongoing war. He was just making sure that the high percentage sinners died and innocents survived on both sides. Alright, I'll get Robin to read out the Rio Pone glyph to the world. But where is the Straw Hat group? He mumbled. You can see Ace, Roger, and Whitebeard, and Sakazuki on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 293. Changing Tides. A/N, I have uploaded these 2 chapters in PDF format on my Discord. You can read it for a better experience as the images are already in it. Boom. 2 of the elders went to attack Whitebeard while the remaining 2 went to Roger because the 2 represented the biggest threat. But there was Rayleigh too and he was stronger than the average admiral. The war got messy quickly. Marines were being thrown like ragdolls, even vice admirals who were many times considered powerhouses were helpless at the moment. The pirates had the strength and the Marines had numbers. However, the pirates' side could still lose as the 2 remaining admirals, Kizaru and Aokiji, hadn't entered the fight yet. Sengoku and Garp too. The elders were honestly very strong. Much stronger than an admiral or a Yonko, so they were raining hard. Ha ha ha, this won't be enough, fools. Roger laughed loudly. He didn't have any devil fruit power but his haki in itself was strongest in the world. He used armament haki and punched the blonde elder in the face. Did you like that? Ah, it feels so good punching you. Just a few feet away from him, Whitebeard was also fighting the other 2 elders. He was using his devil fruit ability to the fullest. He wasn't called the strongest man in the world just for his body but his fighting prowess too. Scums of the world should stay on the ground. Whitebeard punched one elder to the ground. However, when they thought they were gaining an upper hand, 2 figures fell from the sky. One was huge and one was small. Everyone looked at who it was and when the dust settled Whitebeard showed anger. Teach, you traitor! On the other hand, all the Marines got anxious seeing Big Mom. But Big Mom quickly made her intentions clear. Don't fear, government's dogs. I came to kill Whitebeard. But what is this, Roger is alive too. Roger looked at her in disgust. Damn, Charlotte Linlin, what happened to you? You used to look so good back in the days. Ha! It's probably diabetes. Rayleigh joked. Big Mom didn't say anything and jumped straight at Roger. Just defeating you made Whitebeard the strongest man. What will killing you make me? Murderer. Roger said and got ready to fight. But Roger also had to deal with 2 elders. It was straining for him now. Why is Universe not here? Big Mom shouted. She had started this war to kill him after all. She threw a punch at Roger's back who was busy dealing with the elders. Clank. A sword appeared and stopped that punch. Once again everyone stopped and looked who it was. Sengoku's eyes twitched seeing the new arrival. The situation had gotten way out of hand now. Red-haired Shanks, why are you here? Shanks smirked, what kind of question is that? I came to help my captain. Shanks looked at Roger and found a moment to give him a good hug quickly. Roger was like a father to him back in the days. Haha, you have grown a lot stronger, my boy. I'm proud of you. Shanks felt really good from getting recognition from Roger. When you are just a chore boy and are being hunted by the Marines, world government and bounty hunters, you either get stronger or die. Soon the fight started again. With the addition of red-hair pirates, the tides of war had changed. The Marines found themselves cornered, which is why Sengoku and the other 2 admirals also jumped in. Sengoku fought Shanks alone while Akainu and Kizaru went to fight Whitebeard and Kyuzan went to fight various defected Shishibukai. With the addition of admirals, Whitebeard and Roger were on the back foot. Fighting 2 elders was already tough. Pirates and Marines were dying in the whole field. Alexander was doing his best to minimize the loss of innocent life. Assy. Out of nowhere, a loud voice resounded in the sky and a man was seen flying towards the execution platform. It was Luffy and he had somehow launched himself into the air. He fell directly in front of the platform but Garp was also there. Luffy, you fool! Why did you come here? Grandpa, move away! I must save Ace! Luffy angrily shouted. Look behind you! They all want to do that. Even Roger is somehow back from the dead to save his son and they are 100 times stronger than you. What gives you the strength to do this? Garp shouted back. Luffy was in too much frustration to realize that his idol, Gold Roger, was alive. He started running up towards Garp. Step aside, Grandpa. Make me. Garp roared and got ready to fight him. Damn it, old man, where are you? Garp internally cursed. Back in the field. The tides again started to change in favor of the Marines. Now, only if somehow 5 more Admiral level or above people were to appear to help Roger and Whitebeard. Boom boom. Suddenly hundreds of cannonballs started to fall on the field. It was raining steel. Again, everyone stopped and looked around to see what was happening. Soon a humongous shadow appeared in the sea. It kept on getting bigger and bigger. Soon a Vice Admiral reported to Sengoku. Though the highest command of the battlefield were the elders, but nobody knew them. Fleet Admiral, it's the Golden Justice Army. They have brought their moving headquarters and 5,000 warships. They have surrounded Marine Ford. He scaredly reported. Then all of a sudden, loudspeakers started to resound from the huge Justice Fort ship. We have surrounded you from all sides. Marines and world government employees are advised to surrender or die. We have 200,000 troops to fight against, already exhausted you all. This is our first and final warning. But not all of them stopped fighting. Mainly Whitebeard, Roger, Elders, Big Mom, and Blackbeard. Blackbeard was desperate for Whitebeard's fruit, so he was doing all he could to kill him. But to his shock, somehow the old man was back in his prime. Seeing no other way, Dragon released the troops to fight. All of them were given Alexander's best forged armor that could ignore most sword strikes and gunshots. Dragon himself with Z, Fujitora, Kong, Mihawk, Doflamingo, Rosinante, Fisher Tiger, and Jinbe came to the fight. This was a huge boost to the morals of the ones fighting the Marines. Dragon instantly recognized the elders. Ha, even they came down. Let's make sure they never go back up there. They joined the fight and started to push back. Blackbeard was now getting the undivided attention of Whitebeard, and he did not like it. Whitebeard was showing no mercy to him. Roger was also beating Big Mom badly. Her devil fruit didn't seem to work on most of the people there. Her ability required people to be afraid of her, and most of the people fighting her weren't even afraid of death. In all the mayhem, Akainu realized that his justice was losing and something was needed to be done. If they don't kill at least Ace, then all the lives lost that day would be worthless and Marines would become a laughing stock of the world. So he snuck away from the active fight, sidetracked Luffy and Garp, and appeared near Ace on the platform. This is the end, boy. He shouted loudly and threw his lava fist at him. From his shout, people realized what was happening. Roger and Whitebeard stopped fighting and jumped towards the execution platform with full strength. Even Garp and Luffy stopped fighting and ran towards Ace. Alex, when the hell are we going to fight? My hand is itching. Ragnarok complained. What's the point? Once we enter it will be like throwing ragdolls here and there. Alexander replied. Oh, look. What's he doing? Ragnarok pointed towards the execution platform. Ah, damn it, Sakazuki and his stupid justice. It seems we will get involved now. But no turning into dragon until I'm shows up, okay? He ordered. Sure, not like I need to turn into a dragon to beat these weaklings. Ragnarok nonchalantly jumped to the window and flew out. Alexander also jumped to the execution platform. Boom. Alexander loudly fell just behind Admiral Akainu, his height dwarfing Akainu's, who was about to plant his fist into Ace's chest. Boy, you've got guts to attack my grandkid. Alexander coldly said and continued. It seems you forgot the lesson I gave you back at O'Hara. Let me remind you then. The moment he heard Alexander, Akainu's face showed fear. He knew no matter what he does he can't beat him. Alexander grabbed Akainu's head again in a blink and dragged him down from the platform and planted his face into the ground with force enough to turn a normal person's skull into a paste. I told you to go and do something about the slave house in Sabayati, and yet it was me who had to destroy it. What happened to your absolute justice? Don't tell me you can only do your perverted justice gig on weak powerless people. Alexander lectured. He was humiliating him in every way possible. You are a sick man, Sakazuki. But you don't deserve death. However, my punishment will make you wish that you had died today. I am taking away your devil fruit and also weakening your body so it can never harness Haki. From now on, you will live like a normal weak human. Just like the people on whom you passed your absolute justice. His declaration scared many on the battlefield. A lot of them decided to run away as they didn't want their Haki or devil fruits taken away. But they were quickly caught by his army. Then suddenly, Alexander lifted his other free hand and grabbed a yellow light that appeared out of nowhere. It was Kizaru using his light fruit. You wanna save him? Then you suffer the same fate. You are a sadistic man who hunted slaves who ran from Mary Goase. You are no better than Akainu. I am taking away your fruit and making you a weaker man. Kizaru's eyes widened in shock. No man was able to catch him to this day, and now here he was, utterly defeated. Akainu and Kizaru didn't even get a chance to speak before their bodies lost all their strength. Now, you will grow old, get sick, and die like a normal man, even worse than a normal man to be precise, because all the injuries you received all these years are still there and will resurface now. Enjoy the misery. On the other side of the field, Ragnarok was fighting the elders. The elders must have said something to him that made him angry. You call yourself celestial dragons, huh? But you don't look celestial and surely not a dragon. Let me show you what a real celestial dragon looks like. Roar. Ragnarok turned into his huge dragon form. The people in the field stopped fighting and looked at him in dread. The island started to shake from the sheer weight of Ragnarok. This is what a real dragon looks like. Ragnarok shouted in his draconic voice. The elders felt really scared this time. They had seen Kaido's dragon form, but this was on a whole different scale. But before Ragnarok could breathe fire and destroy everything, Alexander appeared in front of his face. Goddammit, Rag. Are you trying to sink the island with your weight? You could have easily handled them without turning into this. Go back to the human form, now. Ragnarok heard him and started to turn back. You can see Big Mom, Shanks' crew, Akainu, and Kizaru on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 294. The final boss. Alexander looked at the huge battlefield, many dead bodies littered here and there. So many lives lost. Not all of them were innocent, but still, some good ones were lost too. So, let me bring them back. Alexander openly used his devil fruit power and selectively reversed the time of the field. Many men who had died came back to life. Not only that, but injuries of all his soldiers and allies also healed up. Meaning that Whitebeard and Roger were once again back in perfect shape. Alexander threw Kizaru and Akainu away and walked to Ace. How's it going, kid? For a second I thought I'd really die. Ace exclaimed. Bam! Ace received a fist of love first. Go and meet your mother after this. She must be more scared of you dying than you yourself. He advised. From the high platform, he looked at the whole war zone. Everyone, just stop it now. What's the point in fighting this silly war? Marine soldiers, I will allow you to join my Golden Justice Army as long as you surrender. Same work and same salary. Only a slightly different uniform. Hey, can officers do that too? A voice asked. Alexander looked and recognized the guy. Yes, Captain Smoker. You will get a captain rank too. My offer is for all Marines of any rank. Right then, a lot of Marines threw their guns and swords away. It enraged Sengoku. What are you doing? Pick up the weapons and fight, he shouted. Alexander raised his voice then. Sengoku, you fool. I remember you said you wanted to make a better world and change the Marines for good. Look around you, how you have become the problem yourself. Now shut up and listen to me about what I have to say. Then decide which side you are going to be on. Theirs or mine. He raised his hand and a huge square stone fell from the sky. That is the Riopone glyph that I found in Raftel. It is what the world government has been trying to hide for the past 800 years. Because the history of the Void Century is written on it. The century when the world government miraculously appeared. Only Ahurans knew how to read these, so the world government tried to destroy them. Thankfully I came and saved them. But before he could start any further, Big Mom and Blackbeard attacked him. Ah, you overestimate yourself. Luffy, what was your punch called? He asked. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Luffy sounded confused. Oh, then I will try it too. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Alexander also put Big Mom in a time torture, where she sees her mother die every time and is forced to go hungry, but she can't eat anything even though food is in front of her. Charlotte Linlin Category 4. Murder 2,823,987. Indirect murder 7,678,876. Cannibalism 12,176. Torture 2,654,759. RPE 500. Robbery 53,456,644. Kidnapping 6,768,987. Enslaving 1,567,874. Sin percentage 84%. Alexander shouted and punched her in the head, but his punch didn't connect to her face and stopped an inch away. Just when Big Mom took a sigh of relief, a blue light came out of his fist and pierced her head. A large chunk of Big Mom's face went missing and her giant body fell back down. The crowd looked at him with immense shock. The elders also realized that they were no match against him even if they made everyone attack him at the same time. They knew that nobody had the power to kill someone like Big Mom in a single punch. That's not my punch. I don't shoot lasers, Luffy complained. Beside him Garp had his eyes widened in shock. That is what you ask him. Luffy? He just killed a Yonko with one punch. Garp told Luffy. Luffy got confused. Yonko? I think I've heard that word. How can you be a pirate and not know about the 4 emperors of seas? Garp questioned. Luffy smiled widely. Oh, I have quit being a pirate. I am an adventurer now. But they keep on increasing my bounty. Ace also chimed in, I'm not a pirate either. Not even Pops. I mean Whitebeard. We are all working for the Golden Justice Army. It is the world government who still portrays us as the enemy. Back where Alexander was standing. He looked at Blackbeard who had initially come running towards him to attack him but stopped midway after seeing him destroying Big Mom like nothing. He realized he couldn't win so he thought of running back. But he got shot by a soldier and fell down. Where are you running, traitor? Alexander asked. You are the one who caught Ace and wanted to kill Whitebeard, why? Blackbeard didn't answer but Ace did, he has somehow found a way to use more than one devil fruit and wanted Pop's powers. It shocked everyone. Whitebeard and his crew got so angry at that. Then Whitebeard asked, was that why you joined the crew? Were you plotting this from the beginning? Zay-ha-ha-ha. Of course, I joined you for that. It was my lifelong dream to get a hold of dark fruit. I knew my chances would be great if I stayed with you. And I waited 2 decades for my reward. Then finally when my time came, it was that damn Thatch who found the fruit. So I killed Thatch and ate the dark fruit. Blackbeard crazily revealed. Alexander apparat in front of him and grabbed his neck. Blackbeard now looked scared. How were you planning on getting Whitebeard's powers? He used compulsion on him so he told everything. My devil fruit allows me to absorb devil fruit powers from dead users and assimilate it into their own body, without causing my body to explode. So you were going to kill the man who treated you like his son? What a sick man you are. Rot in hell. Alexander checked his sins. Marshal D. Teach Category 4. Murder 1,421,321. Indirect murder 2,678,876. Torture 1,456,789. RPE 1,589. Kidnapping 268,987. Sin percentage 73%. Blackbeard was an ambitious man so he put him in a time torture in which he would come across dark fruit but would never be able to eat it because he'd get killed by various members of Whitebeard pirates. It would go on for 1,000 years for him. Then finally, he simply snapped his neck and threw his body to the side. He had also extracted the devil fruit and had stored it in his dimensional pocket. He then looked back at Luffy. Luffy, where is Robin? I don't know. I just jumped to here with my rubber arms, they must still be en route. Luffy muttered. He just oxyo the whole ship of Straw Hats and soon the group was there. Robin-chan. Look, that is the Rio Poneglyph. I want you to read it out loud for the world to hear. He instructed her. Robin excitedly walked up to it. But that was the limit the elders could tolerate. They couldn't let the world hear what was about to be announced. They dashed towards Robin to kill her. But Ragnarok appeared behind them one after another and grabbed them between his elbows, choking them. Just stay here and listen. The elders tried to fight but soon realized how strong Ragnarok was even in his human form. Okay, do it, Robin. Alexander signaled to her to proceed. But again an interference came, but this time it was different. No one attacked him but instead, someone was playing very loud music. He recognized the song, it was Believer by Imagine Dragons. He looked at Ragnarok because Dobby was away and only he had access to Earth music. Stop playing the songs. Ragnarok himself looked confused, it's not me. Then Alexander noticed a huge silhouette coming towards the marine fort from the sea. The music was also intensifying. Pain. You break me down, you build me up, believer, believer. Pain. Oh let the bullets fly, oh let them rain. My life, my love, my drive, it came from pain. You made me a believer, believer? Soon Alexander saw who the new arrival was and he couldn't get angry at the guy. Ha ha ha, what are you doing here, Zunsha-chan? Alexander boomed. Zunsha turned the music off and happily sprinkled water on the battlefield. My friend, nice to see you here, friend Dobby helped me cross the red line. He said he found my kind in the Florian Triangle. I was on my way there when I heard loud noises from here and came to check. My small people also said that they can help you. Ah, thank you for worrying, Zunsha. Everything is fine here. I am just punishing some bad people. If you want to hear what happened to the world 800 years ago then you can stay. He offered. Oh, I am interested now. I will stay then. Zunsha replied. Alexander ignored all the dropped jaws and shocked faces and again told Robin to start and gave her a microphone to talk in. This time no one disturbed and Robin started to speak. The whole world was stuck to the giant live screens to hear the big secrets of the world government. 800 years ago, there used to be a kingdom called Marigosa. It was so powerful that it was also called the Great Kingdom by many. But then, a man fell there from the sky. Robin accounted. The whole ordeal went on for about 2 hours where everyone except the 4 elders listened to everything without moving. Everyone was moved by the sacrifices made by the people of the D clan. Thud. They looked from where the noise came, it was Sengoku. He had thrown his cloak away and looked disappointed and tired. I resign. I feel disgusted by myself for working for such people for so long. He remarked. A moment later, all the big marines started to drop their cloaks. Garp too. So this is what he told me to hear before deciding anything. Traitors. A loud, thunderous, and anger-filled yell came from the sky. The clean blue sky quickly turned darker, making it as if it was night. The mood of the place turned gloomy and sad. Alexander looked up at the new arrival. A man in black clothes, showing nothing but his yellow eyes. Haha, so, finally the main course arrived, I'm Alexander taunted. Everyone gasped hearing that name. It had not even been 10 minutes since they heard about this ruler of the world and he was already in front of them. You can see Blackbeard, Zunsha, Robin, and I'm on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 295. Interruptions. The new black-clothed person was probably I'm. Alexander knew that there was going to be a lot of destruction so he warned everyone. Everyone. Jump into ships and leave this island, I won't take any guarantee that you won't be harmed if you stay. He announced. Quickly all the marines ran and jumped onto various ships waiting near the shore. No one was pirate or marine anymore. Everyone was equal. Garp also left with Luffy and Ace. He had to knock Luffy out as Luffy was insisting on staying and fighting the new guy. Luffy may not be able to gauge him strength, but Garp was. His observation haki was telling him to stay away from that man. Everyone was gone but the transponder Den Den Mushi and Alexander's other recording devices were still there. What a short name. Even saying it feels weird. You wanna fight now? Alexander boredly asked. Came down and stood in front of him. Hey, I knew you would become a problem someday. You have spoiled everything for me. All my work for 800 years ruined. But it's fine. As long as I can sacrifice you to my devil fruit tree I can get good compensation. Haha, that's gotta be the worst joke I've heard these days. I'm afraid you'll end up sacrificing your tree to me if I went close to it. Alexander scoffed. Didn't feel like talking anymore and flew at a very high speed to attack Alexander. On the other side, Alexander stood like he didn't care. Alexander had pretty strong reasoning behind his uncaring attitude towards Im. He knew that Im was strong but he couldn't be stronger than him, no matter what. Because if he was then he wouldn't have hidden for so many years and secretly ruled. Alexander could destroy or take over the world as easily as picking his hand and he was sure Im wasn't that strong, maybe stronger than the elders but absolutely not him. As soon as Im came into Alexander's reach he punched him straight back in the face. Im was sent back with so much force that he collided with the headquarters building and the building got destroyed. The elders, who were still alive and in clutches of Ragnarok looked at the scene in dread. Haha, look. Your doom has begun, that marine fort falling is your hopes and dreams of 800 years Ragnarok taunted them. Damn, the old man is strong, Whitebeard exclaimed. You have no idea, Roger replied. Then he went to Ace, to officially meet him as his father. But Garp stood in front him first, how the hell did I not recognize you in all these years? Haha, it's all magic of the old man. Thank you for taking care of Ace, Garp. Roger gave him a brotherly hug. Then Roger reached Ace, son, you okay? Ace looked at him and smiled, I had my doubts about you for years and I was right. Welcome back Pops. Roger felt heartwarmed and hugged him, I'm happy you're safe, son. Let's go home and meet Rouge later. She would kill me if I didn't bring you this time. Their moment was ruined by Luffy, who was jumping in excitement like a monkey. Oh, are you the Pirate King? Adventurer King, Roger corrected him. Yes, that, how was it reaching the raftel? He asked. You really want to know that? I thought you wanted to reach that place on your own. Roger asked. Luffy suddenly realized that he shouldn't ask that anymore, but he couldn't help but feel happy. Hehe, Ace's dad is Adventurer King. Luffy, your own dad is a legendary man. Go and meet him. Ace chimed in. Luffy just remembered that his dad was Dragon. So he jumped to meet him without much thought. He came closer to Dragon. Hey, Pops. I heard you're my dad. Dragon kept his serious face. Yes, I am your father Luffy. Ragnarok pushed Dragon with his left shoulder. Hug him, he's your damn son. So, Luffy got embraced by his father for the first time. Pops, where is Mom? She's living in the Goa Kingdom. You've met her. Dragon revealed. Everyone was confused. Garp included. Dragon, what are you saying? When did she come there? Ah, her name used to be Saint Pearl. I think she goes by Lucia now. Dragon revealed. Garp was extremely shocked. Wait, so Luffy's mother used to be a celestial dragon? Is she the sister of that same divine that Commander Dobby saved? Dragon nodded. Yes, she was locked in Mary Gosa for a long time. I was able to fake my and Luffy's death because the elders wanted to kill me as I spoiled their so-called bloodline. Why were these fools so interested in your relationship? Ragnarok asked, showing the four elders in his clutches. Because she is the daughter of that blonde elder, named Saint Cyrus. He was after me and Luffy's blood. I knew I could only save her if I overthrow the government. But then I found out the Supreme Commander saved her. Dragon revealed. So that's why you agreed to induct the Revolutionary Army into the Golden Justice Army, Kong remarked. Ah, so that's why she told me to call her mom, Luffy exclaimed. And you happily did call her that, Law added. Luffy blushed a little, hee, she gave me so much to eat. Law then looked back at Roger and Garp. Did you also see that vision of Grandpa? Roger quickly explained, oh, that was his doing. He was calling all the remaining D-clan members to come to Marineford and show themselves. They kept on talking. Every once in a while a booming sound came from Marineford that would bring them back to the ongoing fight, or more like a one-sided beating. You cannot win against me, I'm. Just confess your sins. Alexander boomed. I'm again stood up. Now his clothes didn't look as tidy as initially. Finally, he took off his black cloth hiding his face. Behind it was a man with shining blonde hair. His face looked nearly like a woman's. He threw a mouthful of blood. "Ha, I was warned of you by him," he muttered. Alexander got confused. What are you talking about? I'm continued, you know, when I came to this world 800 years ago, I had no idea I was in One Piece. But I kept on grinding. Only after finding the devil fruit tree did I understand where I was. But getting stronger was my number one motive. It still is, and I won't let anyone come between me and my goal. Alexander had a bad feeling about this now. So are you telling me you are a transmigrator? Haha, yes, you can say that. All thanks to the great god Zulrich for granting me my wishes. Who would have thought that getting killed after murdering a school full of kids would bring me here? I really enjoyed my time here. I'm revealed as he licked his lips. Goddammit, not this Zulrich again. He has even started reincarnating evil people now. I'm continued speaking. You think that the red line is just a weird mountain range? Then let me educate you. He took out a weird glass globe and did something which started making it shine. The tree of devil fruit spans the whole red line, and through it, it goes under the ground. This world is one giant devil fruit tree. Now imagine if I were to do something which would make it think that everyone living on the planet is food. But that would kill you too, Alexander said. No, it won't. I have full mastery over it. For 800 years, I've been studying it. Now, let the show begin, I'm evilly stated. The globe started to shine brightly. At the same time, weird earthquakes started all over the planet. Tsunamis started rising in the seas. Alexander quickly called Dobby, Dobby, destroy the red line as fast as you can. Right now. Alexander then grabbed him's neck and lifted him in the air. I'm gonna end this in. Cough cough. Alexander was interrupted with loud coughs. He looked at the side and Noodles was acting like something was stuck in his throat. What happened, Noodles? He asked. Noodles tried to answer. Something is stuck. Is he pregnant? Luffy questioned from a faraway distance. Noodles is a boy, he can't get pregnant. Chopper corrected him. Alexander threw him to the side and put restraints on him. He went to Noodles to help him. He enlarged himself and tried to pat his back. Cough cough. Good, try again. You must have eaten something really bad. Alexander patted him again. Then finally he had a big loud cough and something shot out of his mouth. Soon they realized that it was not something but someone. The person shot out of Noodles' mouth and took out his sword in mid-air. In front of him was Im and the sword plunged into Im's thigh. The newly arrived man then spoke, I thought I was coming out of a vagina for my rebirth. Why am I still so big? He looked back and noticed Noodles and Alexander. Noodles looked angry. But the man ran up to Alexander like he had seen a treasure greater than One Piece. Oh my sexy old man, I finally found you. My donut really missed your sausage. Alexander's face shrunk in disgust. What the hell are you doing here, Wade? How did you get here? Oh, that's a long story. Won't you give me a hug now? Deadpool asked. Eaaaaaaaa. Yes, you made Noodles angry. He wants you to be punished. Alexander translated. Deadpool made a shy pose. Oh, I didn't think you'd want that from the beginning. Okay, punish me all you want, Daddy. Alexander facepalmed himself. You can see Marineford, Roger, and Ace, Deadpool on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 296, 296. End of an era. A few days ago, in Marvel Universe. So, you are saying this deep dark well connects multiple realities? Deadpool asked, standing beside a hole in the ground on a weird planet somewhere in space. Lucifer nodded, yes, you are right. But it's really hard to predict where you'll end up. Deadpool didn't even say anything and just jumped, I'll check it out. Lucifer looked at him with shock, you fool, it's one way. Inside the hole, Deadpool kept on falling for many days. Then he touched the wall of that well. The moment he touched it he got teleported to Noodle's stomach. Present day. Damn it, just stay here. I need to handle the crisis of this place first. He ordered him. Just when he thought his day would not get any weirder he heard a loud sonic boom in the sky. He looked up and noticed something falling down very fast. The closer the falling thing got the more cleared he heard some words, ha ha ha, my friend. I have come to see you. Boom. Finally, it fell. It was Archangel Michael, with a hell lot of small robots. Alexander was doubting the reality now, what is this? A circus? I got a crisis to deal with first. I will talk to you later. Dobby was conquering North Blue when the sudden earthquake started and he received the message. He understood something very big was going on. He apparat to the red line and felt something trying to suck his soul out. Not gonna happen. This elf won't die today. Ah, what was that attack again? Kamehameha. He said to himself and got ready to throw his most powerful attack ever. I'm understood that he couldn't win anymore. Even a normal man in weird clothes could stab his sword into him. He decided to run away the moment Alexander released his restraints to grab his neck. Was successful in flying a few meters away before something huge and long hit him with so much force he was again thrown into the rubble of Marineford. Alexander smiled, ha ha ha, good job, Zuncha-chan. Zuncha lifted his trunk proudly and made a loud trumpet. That man deserves punishment. I will not let him run away. Zuncha shouted in his voice which only Alexander, Noodles, and Ragnarok recognized. Even an elephant had a better sense of justice than other so-called big marines. Alexander then flew very fast and grabbed him's neck. He did not stop there and continued flying towards the red line. What's the point of all this? No matter what you do you are still going to die, sinner. Alexander angrily said. He had already checked his sins. I'm category 5. Murder 2,456,789,421. Indirect murder 8,134,789,123. Enslavement 4,123,798,963. RPE 29,456,789. Torture 5,134,467,798. Sin percentage 98%. He bashed time against the red line so hard that they went past it, making a huge hole in it and soon a big chunk of it collapsed. There were many roots coming out of it too. What would happen if the tree consumed you? Alexander asked and took him to Mary Gosa, in Pangdia Castle. He bashed through the castle while keeping him in front of him. He knew that the tree must be many floors under so he just kept passing floors until he came to a big open hall. He could also feel a negative pressure of some kind. The tree was huge, but it looked dry. So, what would happen if I were to destroy this tree? You can't do that. The tree has roots spanning the whole planet. Told him fearfully. Hey, I have many ways to do that. This tree is a dark creature so tears of a phoenix should be fine. Alexander guessed. He took out a bottle full of berries tears from one of his movie sessions. He walked up to the tree and poured the whole bottle. Soon the tree started to shrink. Like all its vitality was being removed. What have you done? Why? Tried to speak but Alexander gave his neck a tiger punch, puncturing his windpipe. As he was trying to breathe he was also put in a million years long time torture. In it, he went through all the bad things that happened because of him. He got sold as a slave, arped, got amber lead, drowned, got experimented on, got killed by every fruit user in the world. His plans nearly succeeded but every time he died the moments before it happened. He was also made a male concubine of ugly Big Mom for 1,000 years. You won't even go to hell because your punishment is irascible. You will be removed from space and time as well. He stated. I'm died a horrible suffocating death. A moment later Alexander felt the ground start to tremor too much. Wait, what if its roots were keeping the red line standing? He had no way of confirming, but one thing was sure, that the people living in the town near Pangdia Castle were in danger. So he quickly flew to save them. He took out a ship and told everyone to get on, and from there he brought them down to the water. He went some distance away and saw the red line slowly falling apart. Big pieces of it were dropping in the water. He also imprisoned all the celestial dragons that were still in the castle. After a while, Dobby also came to him. What happened, boss? Everything is good, but I think I mistakenly destroyed the red line. The devil fruit tree is dead now and it was keeping it all together. Alexander explained. What about our devil fruit abilities? Will they still work? Dobby questioned. Dobby quickly tried to use his lightning and it did work. We will not be able to make new devil fruits, but the existing ones will work the same. Besides, who would want to sacrifice souls for these damn fruits? Alexander hypothesized. Sigh. So, what now? The world government is gone, I'm is dead, red line is falling apart. Dobby asked. Now, I will go back and make the elders give a confession in front of the world, and I will make a new government. You go back and take over the North Blue. See you later. Alexander said and left with the rescued people. He returned back to Marineford. It was mostly destroyed now. I'm is dead, the red line is falling apart. Soon there will be one unified sea, all blue. He announced. Sanji was extremely excited to hear that. He didn't know if the all blue he read in the book about was somewhere hidden in the world, but now it was a reality for the world. Alexander went to the elders. Confess now and I might just give you an easy death. Refuse and I will make you beg for death. All four of them fell to their knees in defeat. There was no way out for them now. You destroyed the peace we created with so much hard work. One of them growled. Alexander scoffed. Hey, you are still being delusional. Look around you. All this destruction was because of you. The peace you talk about only existed for the selected few who live in that big castle in Mary Gosa. You never cared for the world, so stop this facade and confess. One by one, they spilled all their secrets about various crimes they committed. They told all about the various people they killed, the countries they destroyed. In the end, he gave them a fast death by snapping their necks, though he still gave each of them a 1,600 years long time torture where they were the slaves. He looked back at the camera and addressed the world. I declare this war over. The world government is finished. The trials of various celestial dragons will start in a few days. They will be broadcasted live to show you all their crimes. Also, I am starting a new government with all the member countries. More countries will join soon. It will be called the United Kingdoms of the Sea. The Marines will be inducted into the Golden Justice Army and start protecting the whole sea. One more thing, piracy is banned from now on. If you are a pirate group only interested in traveling and exploring and not killing people, then you can go to the Adventurer Guild and register yourself. But keep in mind, if you are a criminal who has already committed heinous crimes, then there will only be one option for you and you know what it is. There will also be no heavenly tributes from now on. All the expenditure of the government will be made from the taxes already collected from you on various goods. Thank you for witnessing this new change, this end of the era of the demons. He cut the live feed and saw everyone coming back to the destroyed Marineford. So, you are going to be my new big boss? Can I ask for a raise? Garp jokingly asked. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 297, 297. A new world. Loud victory shouts were resounding across the whole area. The Marines had already thrown their weapons and cloaks away and had accepted the transfer into the Golden Justice Army. Marineford was utterly destroyed. The Red Line was no more. Most of it was destroyed. Especially the part over which Mary Gosa used to be. He was able to secure Reverse Mountain though. It was the only way for common ships to enter the Grand Line without going through the Com Belt. Other than that, now the whole world was one. Alexander looked at the big elephant. Zunsha-chan, Dobby here will help you meet your friends. Okay. The big elephant made happy noises and left with Dobby. But Dobby was also going to get the minks living on the back of Zunsha settled in an uninhabited island where they can start a kingdom. Then he needed to address all his new employees, Newgate and Roger. What do you want to do? Join the Golden Justice Army or become an adventurer? Roger was quick to answer, can't we do both? Like helping islands or people wherever we go. Alexander liked this option. Your proposal is nice, but I cannot make you all a full-time employee then. Because what if some pirates turned adventurers still use their authority given to them to exploit people? However, people like you and Newgate will still be full-time senior commanders with full authority because I know you won't misuse it. On the other hand, your crews will be part-timers. All the vice admirals will become lieutenant commanders. Kyuzan will become another commander. Sengoku will be retiring and becoming the chief instructor at the training branch. Garp is promoted and will become a commander/admiral. All the soldiers will retain their ranks and just change the uniform. However, you will have to sign new contracts. He explained. Purupurupurupuru. Alexander picked the den mushi, it was the good boy Blue Fang. What is it, Joachim? Boss, huge tsunamis are ravaging the seas. Blue Fang reported. Okay, I'll see what I can do. It's probably because of the red line. The water level on the two sides must also be different. He hung up. He looked at the 300,000 soldiers and hundreds of officers. Okay, I have the first task for you all. Get on your ships and go back to your posts. Also, because the red line fell, there are many tsunamis going on. I want you to go to all the kingdoms and islands and make sure everything is okay. If they need any help then request supplies or do it yourself. I have already set up forts on every island so you will always find a permanent office to work. Dismissed. He announced loudly. All of them sternly saluted and ran back to their ships. Then came the Straw Hats. They were still just an adventurer group. I have put many different treasures all around the world with secret maps and puzzles. You just gotta find it. I have also left gold worth 500 billion berries in One Piece so you might wanna still go there. He told them. His mention of money and gold had Nami's eyes shining while Luffy was shouting in excitement for One Piece. Sanji was happy to have found the All Blue and Robin was happy to have learned the true history of the world. Okay, leave now. I need to repair this place. It would be a waste if it was left like this. He said. Hee, okay grandpa. See you sometime later. They all left. Only Alexander, Dobby, and Ragnarok were left. So, what now? Ragnarok asked. Now, we run the world and start a good system that favors all equally. But first, we need to establish a new center for the UK's government. All the elected members of all these places will sit there and run the world. I am planning to start governments like in the United Kingdom on Earth. So that the royal families can give away their powers while still being royals. But we know that Earth's governments were not perfect and were known to favor the rich. We need to change that. He loudly muttered. Then he used his magic to fix the whole marine fort. It will still be a major base for his army for the foreseeable future. He later went to his new office on that top floor of the pagoda-like building in Marine Ford. It used to be Sengoku's office. In front of him sat an overly excited Deadpool and a relaxed Archangel Michael. Okay, Wade, what the hell? Alexander asked. Oh, come on. Is that how you are going to welcome your number one lover? Deadpool sent a flying kiss. Ragnarok, who was sitting on the side, made a vomiting face. Send him away, Alex. Or just kill him somehow. Deadpool then sent Ragnarok a kiss too. Wade, you are not needed here. Noodles is also very angry at you. So I am sending you back. Alexander lifted his palm at him and used the same power he used to send his children to other worlds. Wait, why? I need your ass. Soon a white light appeared and took Deadpool away. Then he looked at Michael and smiled. How are you, Michael? I thought this universe didn't have an Archangel Michael. Haha, my friend. My existence is something that is constant in every universe you go to. It's just that I don't have much influence on this planet by the same name. Michael revealed. Oh, that's new information. So, what is the reason for this visit? He asked. Not much, Father just sent me here to keep you updated on things happening up there. But you saw that I'm Guy so you probably already know what I was gonna tell. Michael said. About Zulrich sending evil people as reincarnations. Alexander asked. Yeah, that's it. I'm also going to stay with you now. Because I am always connected with my other consciousness across the multiverse so I will keep on giving you updates. He revealed. Sure, my friend, you are always welcome to live in Fiheim. I'm sure you can train Douglas in the ways of angels. He proposed. Michael was obviously aware of the infamous lazy angel who didn't join any side. Haha, I'm gonna have fun teaching him. The Goa Kingdom. On the beach, Barry, Hats, and Douglas were chilling and watching the ongoing war on their large projector screen. Then suddenly Douglas felt a chill spreading across his body. I just had a bad premonition. He muttered scaredly. 3 days later. The world order was returning to normal. Not many things had changed for now. He had not revealed that he'd be taking away powers from royal families and putting them in people's hands. He had invited all the kings to now rebuild Marineford for a meeting and also for the trial of all the remaining 60 celestial dragons. The celestial dragons were nothing but worthless spoiled brats at this point. They were still unable to comprehend the situation they were in and demanded they be released or else they'd show their wrath. Alexander had to knock some of their teeth to drive the lesson in. The whole red line area was also mapped now. As it turned out, the land below the red line was hollow. It was as if the red line was lifted out. But when it collapsed it fell back down and refilled the empty space. Now, the water displaced by the red line had returned to its original place, decreasing the water level of the world. This made some already existing islands bigger and many new islands also popped up. But there was still no land big enough to be called a continent. There were still many very small remnants of the red line left. Not as tall as the previous one but still big. They were commissioned to be changed into patrolling bases. One more important thing that happened was that he called for a meeting of the D clan. It was supposed to happen after the meeting with all the kings. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 298. Reforms. Various kings gathered in the huge newly built hall with magic. Alexander was on his seat at the high table, facing all the kings. Many of them had just recently signed the paper to join the UKS. He started to speak. Okay, first we will have all the old world nobles trialed. Bring them in. His words stopped all the murmuring. Soon all the 60 world nobles were brought in. They were put in sea stone chains. He started judging them one by one based on the records he found in Mary Gosa. For example, there was a guy who was known to kill his slaves while sexually assaulting them. He was also known to have the most slaves in his 120 years of life. About 3 million. The whole proceedings were being shown live to the world. People felt angry and enraged listening to the crimes. For so long they lived oblivious to such happenings in a world they thought was peaceful. Most of the celestial dragons had 1 or 2 weird fetishes that made their pleas for mercy look pointless. He sentenced all of them to death. There was no point in prolonging it. Once that was done he decided to talk to the kings. It was still being shown live. Transparency in governance was one of the major points in keeping evil people away from gaining power. Okay, I called you all here not just for this execution. As you know, I am the current head of the government but I can't stay that forever. Someday my time will come when I will leave the world. So, I want to start a system in which no ambitious people like I'm or the elders can come and take over the world. I want to create a world in which everyone is equal. A king, a prince, a soldier, a farmer, a housewife, a child. They should all be equal in the eyes of the law. No one should get preferential treatment just because they were lucky enough to be born in a better family. Then he dropped the bomb. That is why I am abolishing the rule of monarchy from the world and a new form of democratic government will be elected. A government of the people, by the people, for the people. Most of the kings and queens in the hall started causing an uproar. But there were a few exceptions, like the King Nefertari Cobra, Riku Doldo III, and few others. They probably understood what he was doing. Silence, I will only ask you one question and answer me truthfully. Can you guarantee that your grandkids or great-grandkids will be good and rule your kingdom justly? Will they think about the people and not exploit them? Can you guarantee that? He asked loudly. Little by little, they all started to stop shouting. Many of them probably remembered their spoiled children or grandchildren. I know you cannot guarantee it, I know it. This is why I am doing this. With this election system, at least the people responsible for the kingdom will be elected by the people with elections happening every 5 years. Don't worry, I am not telling you to start living in the streets. You will just stop having any authority over the kingdom and its government. You can still own a few good businesses to sustain your good life. You will be allowed to select any 5 properties in the kingdom to own. Others will become public property. Each kingdom's elected president will sit in the UK's parliament and represent his kingdom/country. Among those 200 presidents, 10 higher representatives will be elected from among the presidents, but 4 of these seats will be reserved, 1 for fishmen, 1 for the Scypians, 1 for minks of the Mink Kingdom, and 1 for the giants of Elbaf. Alexander always liked this form of hierarchical government because he then had fewer places to curse. As long as he cursed some high positions, it would make sure the government flourishes for as long as he wanted. He had changed the number of kingdoms from 170 to 200 because many new ones either had come into existence or some countries that weren't a member till now joined him. For example, Wano. Alexander was also not telling them that even if they didn't agree he would still do it. The world had been stagnant for 700 years and he was not going to tolerate any more incompetence. He also understood the greatest problem in the world. That was the difficulty in traveling and communication. For this, he was going to introduce electric engines. Though the electricity would be generated with environmentally friendly means. Vegapunk was fast to develop many things for that. He had even asked Shirahoji to tell all the Sea Kings to not attack any ship in the Com Belt. Humans were too small to fill their stomachs anyway and they probably attacked just for the heck of it. Okay, you will find a document in front of you, sign it if you agree to my proposal. If you don't then you are free to go to that room and wait for me. I will talk with you there later. He announced. The first one to jump and go to the room was Steri. The dumb guy didn't even know that his Goa kingdom was actually run by Douglas and he was just a king in name. But others gained confidence seeing him and another 20 kings and queens left. Unknown to them that Ragnarok was waiting for them there. He would give them a little well-deserved beating and get them to sign up, then there was Dobby responsible for obliviating them from the memory of the beating. Back in the hall, once all the monarchs signed it, Alexander stood up and clapped. This is a big moment in history that will be written with golden ink. I declare today as Liberation Day. The day when we all became equal, a day when we received true freedom. This day will be celebrated every year from now on. Thank you all for agreeing to do this. Your people must be rejoicing right now. In the Goa Kingdom, Roger, Ace, Garp, and Dragon had come back. Dragon wanted to see his wife that he had not seen since he and Luffy were being hunted. Even after faking his death, he didn't dare to come to her. Thankfully the world government didn't know much about him, which was why he was able to start the Revolutionary Army. Roger, Ace, and Rouge also had a cute reunion. It was Rouge's birthday, so Roger hastened their return. Ace even brought her flower, though he was just trying not to receive a beating from her. After their reunion, they all gathered at the town center to see the meeting happening in Marineford. Roger and Dragon were happily sitting with their wives. They finally took a relaxing breath after being hunted or keeping their identities secret for so many years. Garp and Ace sat together and drank. I can't believe he made all of them sign it. Ace exclaimed upon seeing the historic event. Garp laughed, ha ha ha, that Starry must have gotten a good beating. Douglas, who was laying on a carpet nearby, scoffed. He also had dark circles under his eyes. He had been working overtime since Archangel Michael came. The man was just too strict and recited the code of heaven at every mistake of his. That damn Starry, even I beat him up once. He had come to me asking for money. He said. Well, I guess the Goa Kingdom will not have a royal family anymore because Starry is too dumb to run a business and will probably go bankrupt in a week, Roger added. Douglas again scoffed, hey, you all are overestimating him, he'd probably lose everything in a week. I can even make it an hour if I help him. Suddenly Barry came flying to Douglas, run Douglas, Michael is coming for your lessons. Douglas' face lost all colors. He didn't wait for anything and ran away to his hideout in the jungle. Once he was gone, Barry took his place and lazily laid down on the carpet. Soon Michael came. Did you see Douglas? Everyone stayed quiet. But soon someone ratted him out and it was the person they least expected it from. Barry lazily pointed his claws to the jungle. He's hiding there, in a hollow tree about 300 meters in. Michael left. Everyone was shocked by Barry's treachery. But it seemed heavens were angry with him and he received his punishment soon. Amy apparat beside Barry and pulled his furry cheek. Why did you skip today's classes, Barry? Grandpa told me to be strict with your studies, now let's go. You will learn integration today. Barry squirmed and beat his claws on the ground but he was still dragged away. Ha ha ha, it never gets boring with them, Rouge smilingly remarked. Everyone else nodded in agreement. They all had grown too attached to the Universe family. You can see Roger and family and Starry on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 299. To the next adventure. It took a few more weeks for all of the D clan to gather in Marineford. Alexander had to screen them all and make sure there was no bad seed like Blackbeard. There weren't any. In fact, many of them didn't even know that they were from D clan before Alexander spoke into their mind. They came just because they were interested. Okay, I have gathered you all here because I have a job for you all. As we know, the D clan has always stayed on the side of justice and freedom. So I want us to keep on doing this. I will be making an intelligence department in the army. Its job will not just be to help the government gather intel against any threat but also secretly compile all the data about internal corruption. A few D clan members will have special permission to publicize all that data to the world. So that no wrongdoing can be kept hidden. If even after exposing, no action is taken, another specially authorized member will take care of the culprit. In short, our job will be to keep the government working efficiently. Do not worry, most of you will never have to face any fight. Alexander was going to set up inheritance magic that would always find honest and strong members of the D clan for jobs. He had a discussion with Garp, Dragon, and Roger. Dragon had decided to head the intelligence agency for now. Garp had decided to stand for election from Goa Kingdom. It was a lot of work to organize elections all over the world. After that he designated work to everyone and just left to clean up any messy situation in the world. He had to do this until the whole elected government system was firmly placed. Alexander had also taken away the ancient weapons. They were too destructive to be kept in the world. It was obvious that whoever designed them was way ahead of the time. He couldn't take Shirahoshi though, so he just trained her to better control her powers. In that way, he started to slowly change the world and the purity level kept on steadily rising from 40% to 70% and then to 80%. 2.5 years later. 2 years wasn't a long time, but if one were to compare the world with what it looked like 2 years ago, they wouldn't be able to recognize it. Alexander had secretly forced the people to view the whole world as one large country instead of each island as a country. This was why everyone was allowed to go anywhere they wanted. Lots of new modes of travel were introduced. The people from Fishman Island now used their huge pet fishes to drag large ships through the calm belt and take people from one spot to another. Sea trains were also popularized. Now, not many people chose to own a ship, as traveling was just a matter of booking a seat on the train or a ship. Only the Golden Justice Army, adventurers, and the UK's government used ships. Many were electricity powered too. The Adventurers Guild had gotten really famous too. Even though the risk involved, many people fulfilled their wish of adventures through it. All the while earning some cash. The Adventurer Guild was regulated by the Golden Justice Army and the government, so many quests were put on the board every day that the adventurers could complete and earn. The quest went from simple material transporting to more serious bodyguarding. Even the local people could put on quests. The guild had offices on every island in the world. Also, through Alexander's heavy-handed rule, all the pirates were removed. Most good ones chose to become adventurers. Another major thing happened though. Luffy and his crew found One Piece after their long grinding of solving Alexander's long puzzles, which took them all across the world into many simple and dangerous places in search of road poneglyphs. The best thing was that every time someone would read one of the road poneglyphs, it would get teleported to some other random location and the puzzle details would change accordingly. This meant that one could not just follow a group and also find the One Piece. You would need to work on your own. Luffy was really happy. He was hailed as the first adventurer king. Luffy was kind enough to not take all the money there. He wasn't interested in it anyway. Alexander had also left all the poneglyphs in the world in one piece, so it was a goal of many historians too. Robin was also satisfied with finding it. The entire group took 10 billion berries each from the seemingly infinite hoard of gold. After finding the One Piece, they still didn't disband and kept on looking for hundreds of other treasures that Alexander had hidden around the world. Roger also kept sailing with his crew. It was actually a mega crew because Shanks and Buggy joined them and they too had many subordinates. Roger mostly worked in keeping peace throughout the seas while having fun here and there, visiting new places and exploring stuff. Whitebeard was doing the same. Ace had returned to them. Whitebeard was also the elected representative from Sphinx Island. The government had been established and obviously, he was heading it. He didn't need to run in any elections and was still unanimously voted to lead. In the past year, he also went to the moon and checked it out. Michael had told him that he found an abandoned city on the moon. So, Alexander came in contact with space pirates. He beat them and searched their memories to understand if there was a greater threat in space. He was proven wrong. The space pirates were people who had also come out of the planet below, but then they lived in spaceships for generations by mining moons. There weren't many of them to begin with, so he found all of them and dealt with them. He also found an ancient city on the moon named Birka, where technology and architecture were highly advanced. The city's name was the same as Birka, a sky island far to the southeast of Skypiea. From paintings on the walls, some of the city's history was revealed. It was home to the ancestors of Skypieans, Shandorians, and Birkans, but one day they left Birka and headed to the main planet due to lack of resources on their homeland. They left their creations on the moon, the robot-like creatures named automata. Alexander didn't want someone to come to the moon someday and start making robots so they can conquer the world. So he removed the whole city from there and put it in his dimensional pocket. After that, he returned to the Goa Kingdom, because his time to leave was coming near. He had done his job and now there was no reason for him to stay even if he wanted to. Ha ha ha, it's all right. Don't cry, Shirahoshi-chan, I am not dying. He caressed her. But you are leaving forever. She cried. I am too strong for this world and I like exploring. Besides, I will be returning soon and will take you to fairyland with me. There will be beautiful trees and animals. He tried to calm her down. Really? She asked skeptically. Haha, yes my child. I will. I will take you all there with me. You are my family after all. He said and walked to Robin. Robin hugged him. Will you really come back, Grandpa, or are you just making empty promises? She must have remembered her mother making the same promise to her when she was small. Alexander patted her back. Yes, child. I promise. I will return. Don't forget, my two Klutz are also staying behind. Hey, I'm not Klutz, Grandpa, Rena complained. Ha, says the girl who just ate 20 boiled eggs, Alexander replied. But Luffy ate even more than that. He ate 200, she complained. Alexander turned to Luffy. The boy had his body unnaturally swollen with so much food. Well, he's abnormal. Okay, Rena and Golly, you two know how to contact me if you are in trouble. I don't know why you want to stay here but I respect your wish. He stated. Yes grandpa, we will have fun here. The two replied. They were having too much fun with their friends and weren't ready to leave the world with him this time. Alexander then looked at Roger, Garp, and Dragon. I am leaving things under your care now. Rest easy, old man. No need to worry, my fist of love will keep the world safe. Garp interjected. Garp was initially turned into a sad old man because of all the stress that Ace, Luffy, and Dragon gave him. But now he was as happy as ever. Then his time came. Okay, everyone. I will see you soon. It's time for me to leave and I wish you all luck. He waved his hand. Soon a smooth white light fell from the sky and took him with it. Ah, a new era begins now, Roger exclaimed, seeing him gone. Yes, and we are at the forefront of it as its drivers. Let's make sure we don't disappoint him. Dragon added. Garp looked at where Alexander stood a moment ago. Sigh, I'm going to miss him. Everyone nodded at his words. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 300. A different dimension. While Alexander was going through space, he was able to look at the whole multiverse at the same time. It wasn't anything definitive but just glimpses. He looked away at the vastness of the universe and noticed that something dark was very slowly consuming the sparkling space. Hey, it must be the region of that Zulruk. Well, I will take him down sooner than later. Yes, son. You will. A voice came. Alexander recognized it to be God's. Haha, how are you old man? It's been a while since the last time I talked with you. I was busy keeping balance in the haven and keeping all the goddesses. I mean worlds happy, it's a lot of work. I wanted to tell you that I am sending you to a world you know of. There is something that can maybe give you more power. The humans there have evolved into a very high-level being and learning from them may be helpful to you, God informed him. Alexander was now interested. Do I know of this world? Yes, you do. You will probably find out about it the moment you reach the place. But, I recommend you don't solve their problems the moment you reach that place, because then you will never get to meet those advanced humans. God explained. Okay, I understand what you mean. I will look into it, Pops. Thanks for helping. Alexander kindly said. Ha ha ha, I should be thankful, not you. Now go ahead and grow stronger. Best of luck, my child. God's voice stopped and Alexander felt himself coming out of his multiverse travel. Soon a bright light came and he came out of his journey. He found himself sitting in an office. He was alone. Soon Dobby came out. So, where are we now? Well, I can see normal electrical appliances, so we are surely in some modern world. Alexander guessed. Knock knock. A woman opened the door and came in. Dr. Universe, Dr. Dobby, the meeting is about to start. Okay, we're coming. He replied. As soon as she was out he took out his phone and checked for his background. He read out loud for both of them. Well, it seems we are both scientists at NASA. I am also the world's biggest food provider with my gigantic underground farms and also the only investor in NASA. Let's go to this meeting, Dr. Dobby, and see where we are. Dobby followed him behind and they came to an office with a big oval table in the middle. Many people were sitting there. It seemed he was already late and he also started to have a small idea of where he was. He saw a man and a young girl in his arms, probably father and daughter, sitting on the one side while the others sat on the other. The moment he entered they all stopped talking and the oldest one of them stood up. Cooper, I would like to introduce you Dr. Universe, the chief researcher of this project and also the man funding us. Without him, there would have been no NASA. Alexander now knew where he was. He was in the movie Interstellar and from what God said, he's supposed he needed to meet those fifth-dimensional beings. Cooper stood up enthusiastically and shook his hand with him. It is an honor to meet you, Doctor. Without you, humans might have already gone extinct by now. Where there's a will there's a way. Humans are a very stubborn species, Mr. Cooper, even without me, we would have found a solution. He stated. The old man, Professor Brand, nodded at his quote. Yes, you are right in that. That is why this mission is so important. After that, Professor Brand convinced Cooper to pilot the ship. Cooper was ready but he had a question. Professor, tell me about Dr. Universe, why is an old man like him being sent on such a dangerous and long mission? Will his old body even be able to face the pressure? Professor Brand smirked. He is many things but weak is not one. The world may see him as the richest man but in reality, he's a man of science. A science that is way ahead of its time. Which is why he has decided to go on this mission to personally try to get in contact with whoever put that wormhole there. You will be responsible for finding the world and he will be responsible for understanding how they put that wormhole there. If he is successful then we might not even have to leave the planet. All these are different plans to ensure the survival of our species. Sigh. Let's hope he is successful, I like this planet, Cooper said and went to find his daughter. A few days later, they were launched into space. Alexander simply made the aircraft have extra seats for him and Dobby. Dobby and Alexander also had to make themselves normal human-sized for it as well. They went ahead and passed through the wormhole. Alexander didn't even move when the weird figure appeared near the wall of the ship, as he knew that this was not the fifth-dimensional people he was looking for. Alexander let the events happen as in the movies. Finally, they came close to Miller's planet, but Alexander and Dobby went with the landing team as they didn't want to wait years for them to return due to the time dilation. They left in a smaller aircraft. Alexander and Dobby were replacing Dr. Doyle. Alexander looked at the black hole from the window. He could seriously not feel any bit intimidated by it. It would have been a shame if he did. He was a being who ate black holes and quasars to grow stronger and had killed universe-ending aliens. As they sat and went towards Miller's planet, Romilly gave his 2 cents about how nothing comes out of black holes and they held the secrets of the universe. Dobby just rolled his eyes hearing that. He had seen Alexander entering and exiting black holes like he was walking in a park. They soon came to the planet and looked for Dr. Miller. They only found the tidbits though. Dr. Brand went to get the stuff while Alexander and Dobby admired the huge waves coming towards them. How tall do you think they are? Dobby asked. I'd say a few kilometers. Alexander shrugged. Cooper heard them talk and asked, Hey, what are you talking about? Waves, they are quite big, magnificent, Dobby replied. Waves? Cooper sounded confused. Then he looked out of the window from his seat. He suddenly realized what it was. He quickly contacted Dr. Brand. Doctor, come back. That is not land, it's water. Those are giant waves. Alexander had to use his magic to pull her back. She was too dumb to realize that if she died then there was no point in coming. Their whole journey went as in the movie, then finally came the moment of truth. They were falling into the black hole. Alexander scoffed at the fact that if it was a real black hole then Cooper would have died even before he passed the event horizon. The dust would have pierced the ship and the suit. Then they fell into a weird library. They were separated while falling. Alexander then found Cooper in a corner looking at his daughter through the wire-like walls. Why don't you talk to her? He asked. Cooper was pleasantly surprised to see him. He even shed tears. You're alive? Thank God. Haha, of course, I am. It seems we are in a fifth-dimensional place. Time is a physical construct here. Everything happens for a reason, Cooper. Why do you think this whole place is showing different events in your daughter's childhood? He asked. They want Cooper to pass on a message. Tars interjected. Yes, that's correct, Tars. Alexander agreed. Find a way to send the data that Tars gathered to your daughter. Maybe she won't understand it now but in a few years she just might. Alexander suggested. Cooper then had the idea of using Morse code and fed it to the watch. Meanwhile, Alexander and Dobby looked for a way to meet the fifth-dimensional people. Soon, Cooper was done and the library started contracting. But Alexander was sad. Damn it, I couldn't find them. But then suddenly he found out that only Cooper disappeared with the library. He was instead transported into a different plane. It was really hard to describe. There was no sense of direction, distance, or time. Then he saw weird figures moving towards him. Finally. A/N, for those who don't know. The world is Interstellar movie. You can see images from the movie on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif.